For 6 years, my mother-in-law ruined our Valentine's Day. You chose her over your mother, she screamed. This time, she paid the price. Evelyn had practiced timing for 5 years. A problem would arise 45 minutes before Ethan and I were supposed to eat dinner every February 13th. In year 2, her car broke down. We had our anniversary at a mechanic. Strange stomach bugs forced Ethan to stay the night in year 3. I ate alone takeout. In 4th grade, she needed him to break a window to escape. The year before last was my favorite. We discovered her neighbor's cat had knocked down a lamp when she called screaming about a break-in. That year, I planned. I changed our dinner reservation to lunch and told Evelyn we were going out the following weekend. Valentine's Day. We were getting ready when his phone rang at 11:32 a.m., saying, "Don't answer it." He watched the screen. It's Mom. Let it go to voicemail. 3 more calls. Then mine rang. He asked, "What if it's really serious?" It's never serious. We ordered bar snacks. Ethan's sister's text vibrated his phone. Mom is hospitalized. Heart attack. Arrive now. The color left his face. Dinner was abandoned and we drove to the county general. Claire, his sister, was waiting, looking at her phone without crying or worrying. Where is she? Ethan demanded. Claire wondered. Mom. Who? What? You texted she had a heart attack. No, I didn't. Ethan showed her his phone. Claire's eyes widened. I've been at brunch all morning. A nurse asked. Are you here for Evelyn? Is she okay? Ethan asked. She's fine, said the nurse. She checked herself in and claimed to have chest pains. All testing came back normal. She has been asking for you for the past hour. Claire grabbed Ethan's arm. Show me your phone. She checked her messages. I did not text you. My previous message was 3 days ago. So how? Mom has access to my iCloud, Claire said, because I had phone problems last year. Evelyn used Claire's account to text, stage an emergency, and get hospitalized. She was sitting up in bed in room 418 with her saddest expression. Oh, thank God you're here, she exclaimed. I was so scared. Mom, I said. Her face changed. Concern was replaced by calculation. I don't know what you mean. You sent that text from Claire's iCloud. Evelyn studied. You're paranoid. Ethan stared at his mother like he'd never seen her. All those years, he said calmly. Valentine's Day. None of it was real. The mask fell. So what? Evelyn snapped. You chose her over your own mother. Someone should remind you of your priorities. You faked a heart attack, and you would have ignored a real one. A suit-clad man, a briefcase-carrying woman and a hospital administrator entered. Detective Harris and Evelyn Morrison. We must discuss emergency service fraud and account access. Evelyn turned white. She opened her briefcase. I'm representing Claire, who is being charged with identity theft. Claire shrugged. I called them while you were driving. Ethan stared at me. Checked iCloud activity. She has been reading my messages for 9 months. 9 months? Ethan whispered. How else do you suppose she knows what Ryan and I have planned? Detective took handcuffs. Evelyn wailed as she was dragged. A nurse approached with a clipboard. I need someone to sign the discharge papers. She is being transferred to county custody. Phone vibrated for Ethan. Staring at the TV turned him gray. I asked, what? Turned toward me. A text from his European-based father arrived. Ryan phoned. What's with Evelyn and Claire? My 53 missed calls. Why? This short film couldn't accommodate what happened next. See more below. We stood in the hospital hallway with Ethan staring at his phone like it was exploding. Your dad's been in Barcelona for 4 weeks, I whispered. How can he know anything? Claire approached with arms crossed. Ryan called when I filed charges to let Richard know before he found his wife in county jail. This is insane, Ethan said. This whole day has been insane. Richard's name appeared on his phone. Answer it, I said. Ethan hit the speaker. What's up, Dad? Richard sounded threatening. Ryan told me Evelyn was arrested for what? Identity theft. No way. She hacked Claire's iCloud, Ethan. Sent a fake text from Claire's phone saying she'd had a heart attack, then checked herself into the hospital to ruin your Valentine's dinner. To ruin every Valentine's dinner, I said. This is the 6th year. Silence then. I need to call my lawyer. Your lawyer? Claire interrupted. Dad, she's done crimes. Several offenses. She has been reading my private messages for 9 months. Claire's voice made noise. Her knowledge of Ryan and my plans, problems, and fights was used against us. Richard exhaled. Taxi ride. Don't move her until I get there. He hung up. Ethan addressed me. He's going to try to fix this. Of course he is, Claire said coldly. He always does. We needed a seat in the hospital cafeteria, neither of us hungry. Evelyn's tragic death occurred outside room 418. I should have known, Claire said, stirring cold coffee. Last month Ryan and I disagreed on whether to tell her we were going to Portland. The next day she calls, crying about how no one tells her anything and how she is losing her family. Was she aware of your move? So I asked. We hadn't told anyone, not even Ethan. She looked at her brother. Ryan wanted confirmation of his job offer. I avoided jinxing it. Ethan stroked his cheek. What else did she know? Everything. Claire opened her phone and browsed her iCloud activity history. She even read my therapy journal. She checked my mails 312 times in 9 months. My photos. I leaned in. The timestamps were damning. Daily accesses occurred at 1:30 and 6:45 a.m. She was obsessed, I said. She was controlling, Claire said. Difference. An SMS from Richard alerted Ethan with 25 minutes left. We should return upstairs, I said. No going back, Claire said. Detective Harris received my statement. I signed paperwork. I'm finished. No, Claire. She stood. I am not watching Dad bail her out. I'm not listening to excuses. She abused my privacy for several months. She pretended to have a medical emergency. She impersonated me. She said. She destroyed any trust I had left. From the corner, tall, silent Ryan appeared with friendly eyes, arms around Claire. Let's go home. They left. The smell of overcooked veggies and antiseptics surrounded Ethan and me. I should go up, he said. Do you want me to come? He paused. No. I watched him walk to the elevators, shoulders depressed, the same man who was excited about nice appetizers 5 hours earlier before his mother ruined our Valentine's Day again. I called my best friend Mia, as usual, when things got crazy. How's your romantic lunch? She said. We're at County General. What? Evelyn was arrested. I told Mia about the fake text, iCloud intrusion, and 9 months of spying. I loved her silence. Are they charging her? Detective Harris seemed serious, and Claire is pressing charges for identity theft. She should. Richard is on his way from the airport to repair it. Of course he is, Mia groaned. How is Ethan taking it? He looks like someone ran over his childhood dog. Their mother, a narcissist, has been destroying their marriage for years. He should be relieved, I agreed. But it's still his mom. Yeah. You pause. Are you okay? Sitting in a hospital cafeteria on Valentine's Day, my mother-in-law is being booked. Do you want me to come? I've had better holidays. I can get there in 35 and thank you. I will call you later. Hanging up. I bought another coffee I didn't want and ignored our discarded appetizers. Ethan returned 35 minutes later, pale and red-eyed. He's here, he said. Is Richard with her lawyer? I called him from the taxi. Someone who handles white-collar crimes. He fixed his seat. Mom's crying, saying she was scared, that she's been having panic attacks about losing us. Loved ones? The lawyer says restitution and community service may reduce her charges to a misdemeanor. What about Claire's charges? Richard is going to talk to her and try to persuade her to drop them. That's not fair. I know. He saw me. I know it's not, but he's frightened she's going to jail. She should be terrified. She committed crimes. Multiple crimes, he said. Detective Harris was very clear about the plural. We sat. As the night shift began, people left the cafeteria. Bad ringtones were playing on a phone. I need to say something, Ethan explained carefully. I waited. I apologize for everything. Every Valentine's Day, I made excuses for her and told you to let it go. He grabbed my hand. You hoped your mother loved you? She loves me. That is what makes it so messed up. She loves me so much that she can't bear the thought of me loving someone else. Holding his hand. What would you like to do? No idea. Richard wants us to wait. He's arranging bail. I meant long term. Your relationship with her. What would you change? Long silence. I thought borders were harsh. Truly loving someone means accepting their flaws and issues. I believe that boundaries are the only way to prevent love from becoming poisonous. Richard arrived at 9:47 p.m. in his travel clothes, fancy coat, and designer luggage, looking like a corporate executive who could solve any problem with money. He said, "She's being released," without explanation. "Bail paid. Lawyer thinks he can negotiate." "What about Claire?" So I asked. "I'm handling it. She can file charges." "I know." Richard's jaw stiffened. "But this family shouldn't be torn apart over a misunderstanding." "Is there misunderstanding?" Ethan rose. "It's true. Dad, she hacked Claire's phone for 9 months. That is a felony. Your mother's been struggling since you married." He glared at me. "This has been hard on her." I snapped at, "Hard on her? I'm sorry our marriage has been so difficult. That's not what I meant." "What did you mean?" Ethan interrupted. "Because it sounded like you're blaming us for her choices." Jet lag and fatigue made Richard wipe his eyes. "I'm trying to keep this family together, something you two don't seem interested in." "We're interested in having healthy relationships," I said. "That's different. Healthy relationships require forgiveness. Forgiveness requires accountability first." Richard broke first. "She wants to see you, both of you." "No," he said. "She's your wife who faked a heart attack to manipulate me." "She made a mistake." Ethan repeated, "She makes a mistake every year." And everyone looked. "Every year she sabotages us, and every year you excuse it." "I make no excuses. I'm burying a problem as usual." Richard blushed. "Watch your tone." "Or what? Will you hack my iCloud?" Richard retreated. "I'm going to pretend you didn't say that." "Don't. I meant it." Ethan grabbed his coat to leave. "Tell Evelyn we'll talk when she admits her guilt. Actually, admit. Not this I made a mistake. Support Claire's choice." We left without looking back, got in our car and sat in the garage. "I told my dad off," Ethan said. "You did? Doing that is new to me." "Feels how?" He considered. "Scary, but also right." I started the car. "Let's go home on Valentine's Day." "Barely. Takeout is available. Maple's Italian restaurant. Does it stay open late?" "Only one way to find out." It was miraculous that Marco's lights were on when we arrived, and the owner recognized us. "Ah, the young couple. Where have you been? I saved you the good corner table." "We got delayed," I said. "Valentine's Day delay? That's bad." He clucked his tongue. Come. I'll make you something special. Fix this terrible day." He did, serving us wine, bruschetta, and fresh pasta with cream sauce without asking questions and keeping the mood light. "What's funny? This is our first Valentine's dinner in 6 years," Ethan said, twirling the linguine. "Valentine's night. Close enough. To boundaries," he said, raising his glass. "To boundaries," I said. We clinked glasses, ate pasta, and pretended not to think about Evelyn in county jail, Richard's rage, and Claire's 9 months of privacy violations. Ethan's phone vibrated at midnight. Claire texted, "Thank you. Ryan said hello and loves you. She never says I love you in texts. Today was a lot. Do you think Marco has dessert?" "Yeah." He put his phone away. Only one way to find out. 2 spoons of tiramisu. We ate it slowly to prolong the night and enjoy it because tomorrow would bring consequences, decisions, and difficult conversations. Ethan's and my phones lit up like Christmas trees the next morning with 21 missed calls, mostly from Richard, though Evelyn's and an unknown number made calls. "Should we listen?" Coffee in hand, I asked. Probably the unknown number is Detective Harris. "Detective Harris of County General needs Mr. Morrison to call me about your mother's case. New information has surfaced." "New info?" Doomful. The speaker was called back by Ethan. The first ring was answered by Detective Harris. "Mr. Morrison, thank you for calling back. What's up?" "We looked through your sister's phone records and found more than the iCloud breach." "What else?" "Your mother was also accessing financial accounts through your sister's saved passwords, specifically a joint savings account your sister shares with her partner." My stomach sank. "What?" Ethan became white. "Financial accounts?" $27,400 was withdrawn over 7 months. Small quantities. $650 here, $950 there, always just below the threshold that would set off fraud alerts. "Oh my God. Your sister filled out a police report this morning. We're adding wire fraud and grand larceny to the charges." Ethan sat down. "Does my father know?" "He was there when your sister reported." Detective Harris paused. He offered restitution immediately. Your sister declined. Good. One more thing. Your mother's computer screenshots of your bank's login page with password reset options showed she intended to access your accounts. She was trying to hack our accounts too. It seems so. We'd like you two to come in and make statements. It was quiet driving to the police station. Whatever are you saying? Not only was your mother-in-law controlling, a thief, she stole from her own children. Claire and Ryan were there with a family financial crimes lawyer, not Richard's corporate attorney. Hey, she said, seeing us. Sorry, Claire, Ethan said. It is not your fault. You sounded off. I should have believed you. You trusted Mom, most would. Tired, she had red eyes. Richard's been calling all morning, offering money, begging me to drop it. Are you going? No. Her voice was firm. Ryan and I were saving for a home with nearly $34,000. She took a third and planned to keep taking until we had nothing. We'll pay you back, Ethan said. Whatever she took, that's not the point. He breathed. The point is, she chose to steal from us, from her own daughter, and I'm done protecting her from consequences. Detective Harris left Mr. Morrison, we await you. We gave statements for 3.5 hours. Evelyn had access to the emergency funds we shared. No, we saw nothing suspicious. Yes, we would change all our passwords immediately. Yes, we knew this was a criminal case. After 2:30 p.m., we left without eating. Ryan suggested lunch, but no one was hungry. Now what? So I asked. Arraignment tomorrow, the lawyer said. Given the amount stolen and the premeditation, she'll likely face significant charges. Prison time? Ethan hissed. The lawyer softened. Possibly, though first-time offenders with means frequently receive plea deals. I know this is hard, but your sister did the right thing. Our coats blew in the February wind as we walked to our cars. Richard's going to lose it, Ethan said. Richard allowed this, Claire said. He stared at her brother. When she did something wrong, he'd smooth it over, pay people off, make excuses. I love Dad, but he created this situation as much as she did. What are you planning to do? She squeezed Ethan's hand. Ryan and I are moving to Portland, as planned. Perhaps sooner now. We require distance. This is not about you. You are not her. You did not do this. But I can't keep living in the same city with them, always waiting for the next boundary violation or manipulation. I get it. He embraced her. Call me later. Yeah. Claire and Ryan drove off. I stood with Ethan in the parking lot. Marco's again? I advised. Marco again? He agreed. Nighttime Richard arrived at our house. He didn't call or text. He rang the doorbell at 8:37 p.m. Door opened by Ethan. Let's talk, Dad. With deeper lines and haunted eyes, Richard looked older than yesterday. He sat on our couch like he'd never seen one. Claire won't answer my calls, he said. Can you blame her? I'm trying to fix this. You can't fix this, I said. Not with money, not with lawyers, not with anything. This is my wife and your mother. There are financial charges. That's serious. Prison time. She stole from her own daughter. Ethan asked, what did you expect? I expected family to stand together. We are standing together with Claire. He blushed. You're choosing your sister over your mother. I'm choosing the person who was victimized over the person who committed crimes. Yes, she's struggling. She needs help, not punishment. She needs consequences, I said. There's a difference. Simple for you to say. She's not your mother. Bitter words meant to hurt. No, I agree, she's not. My mother respects boundaries, privacy, and my adulthood and decision-making. Richard rose. I came here hoping we could figure this out as a family. We're not a family, Ethan whispered. This is not how you want us to be. We're a group of people who share the same DNA and have been pretending dysfunction is normal. That is not fair. The fairness is complete. Mom manipulates. You allow. Claire and I coped by being overly responsible and maintaining peace. That's unhealthy. That is not family. So what? You done? Just like that? We're done pretending, Ethan said. Richard grabbed his coat, walked to the door and stopped. She wants you both. She wants to explain. I'm sure she does. Would you at least consider it? Ethan regarded me. I shrugged. His choice. He said, maybe, finally. After the arraignment, after we see if she takes accountability, real accountability, Not the performance she's so good at. Richard went. We heard him start and drive away. Marcos? Ethan asked. We can't keep eating Marcos every night. Why not? Is our Valentine's Day disaster tradition. I couldn't help laughing. Fine, Marcos. Carbonara is my order this time. Live dangerously. Our small city was quiet at night, and Marcos was nearly empty by midweek. The owner grinned when we approached. 2 nights. Ah, the young couple has returned. This is love. If only he knew. We met Claire and Ryan at the courthouse at 9:15 a.m. Richard was already there with Evelyn's lawyer and Evelyn, who looked small and fragile with flawless hair and makeup. Her face lit up when she saw us. Ethan. Oh, sweetie. Thank God you are here. She approached. He retreated. Don't, he said. Her smile shifted. Darling. I know you're upset. I am not upset. I am done. Done, she said, looking at Richard, the lawyer, and then back at Ethan. What do you mean by done, no longer playing this game? Game? No game. I am your mother. You are a woman who stole $27,400 from my sister, hacked her phone, and has been manipulating us for years. His quiet voice was more devastating than shouting. And I'm done, Evelyn cried. Are they real or staged? No longer discernible. How can you say that after all I've done for you? Besides sabotaging every relationship I've tried? I protected you from what? Happiness. Evelyn's arm was touched by the lawyer. Morrison, should we go inside? No, she said, turning to Claire. You turned your brother against me. You were always jealous. Don't. Tall, strong, and protective, Ryan intervened. Don't talk to her. Evelyn looked surprised, as if servants couldn't speak. Excuse me. You've heard me. Don't talk to Claire. Don't look at her. Do not contact her ever again. You can't tell me. I absolutely can. Ryan's soft, polite voice hid steel. You violated her privacy, stole her money, and now play the victim. It's disgusting. Richard moved forward. Now wait just a minute. No, Claire interrupted. Ryan's right. I'm done, Mother. Completely done. After today we're moving. You won't have our address, numbers, or anything. You can't. Watch me. The bailiff announced. State versus Morrison. All parties inside. Evelyn sat with Richard and her lawyer, while we sat with Claire and Ryan. The divide was clear. In her early 60s, the judge had silver hair and sharp eyes. She reviewed the charges with a look that said she'd seen this before, suburban family drama in her courtroom. Mrs. Morrison, you face identity theft, computer hacking, wire fraud, and grand larceny charges. What's your plea? Evelyn's attorney said, Not guilty, Your Honor. Noted. Bail is $60,000. Trial date to be determined. Miss Morrison looked at Claire. I know you're the main victim. Yes, Honor. A restraining order was requested. Yes. Granted, Claire Morrison and Ryan Hughes are not to contact Mrs. Evelyn Morrison. 0 calls, texts, emails, or third-party contacts. Violation warrants immediate arrest. Clear? Evelyn exclaimed, You can't. The gavel fell. I just did. Next case. Richard tried again outside the courthouse. This is insane. She's your mother, your family. Being family doesn't give her the right to commit crimes, Claire said. It was wrong. Claire said. Premeditated theft over 7 months. Ryan shielded Claire. Stop minimizing it. I'm not. Richard looked at his kids. Fine, want to leave her? Go ahead. Do not cry to me when you realize your mistake. We won't, Ethan said. Richard left. Evelyn ran after him. We watched 2 people who would rather hide dysfunction than face it leave. Marcos? I said. Marcos. All agreed. We discussed Claire and Ryan's move, our new passwords, boundaries, and life without Evelyn over carbonara and wine. When are you leaving? So I asked. Ryan said, 2 weeks, I already gave notice at work. Claire is getting a remote job. That fast? We've been planning this for months, Claire said. The Portland job offer arrived in December. We were awaiting the right moment. Does Richard know? He does now. Mom found out from my texts and started the guilt campaign immediately. How bad? Bad. Claire swirled her wine, crying about being abandoned, threatening to cut me off and calling me ungrateful. Used to feel guilty. I feel relieved now. Ethan raised his glass. To Portland. To Portland, we repeated. Marco brought tiramisu and cannoli. For both young couples. Good stuff. This is family. He had no idea he was right. August 19th was the trial date, 7 months away. Evelyn's lawyer sought a plea deal, community service, restitution, probation, no jail time. Claire turned down all offers. She needs to face actual consequences, she told her lawyer. Not rich people effects. Local, then regional, media reported it. Rich mother accused of hacking daughter's accounts. Money, family drama and Valentine's Day fueled the story. Richard failed to stop coverage. Her lawyer advised Evelyn to remain silent. Instead, she cried in an interview about how her children had abandoned her and how she only wanted to be close to them. Interviewer inquired about stolen money. That's a misunderstanding, Evelyn cried. Emergency assistance was available. I never thought. Her lawyer pulled her out of the studio, ending the interview. Ethan called me laughing after watching it at work. She exacerbated it. How? There's video evidence of her claiming she authorized access. Claire's lawyer rejoiced. Your mother is her own worst enemy. Always has been. We helped Claire and Ryan pack, loaded the U-Haul and said goodbye in our driveway in early March. Claire hugged me and said, "Promise you'll visit." Promise. And watch Ethan. He acts tough, but I know. She looked at her brother. Are you okay? Getting there. Therapy began last week. Good. She kissed his cheek. Call me. Real calls, not texts. I will. Ryan started the truck, waved and drove off. U-Haul vanished around the corner while we stood there. Feel weird? So I asked. Ethan wrapped his arm around me. But also lighter. Lighter's good. Marco's. We must find other restaurants. Marco knows us now. Fine. Marco's. Spring arrived. Trial prep continued. Ethan and I gave depositions, explaining the behavior pattern, Valentine's Day sabotages and growing need for control. Evelyn's lawyer tried to portray us as vindictive children who had betrayed their mother. It failed. Too much evidence, violations and years of documentation. Richard stopped calling and texting. We had crossed an invisible line and could not return. Ethan lamented. Didn't push. I held space, brought him tea, let him talk, and stayed quiet when he didn't. I miss the dad I thought I had, he said one night. I know, not the original, the one you wanted. I mourn the fantasy. Yes. He wiped his eyes. Marco's? 2 a.m. Fine. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's Marco. The trial began August 19th. Unseasonably hot. Courthouse was packed. Family drama always drew crowds. Claire flew from Portland. She looked tired but determined after losing weight. Ready? I asked. No, but I'm doing it anyway. Evelyn's lawyer used sympathy. Poor mother, abandoned by ungrateful children, mental health issues, just wanted to be close to her family. Made mistakes, but who doesn't? Claire's lawyer presented bank statements, iCloud access logs, text messages from a compromised account, a timeline of escalating behavior, expert testimony about narcissistic personality disorder, and financial abuse. Ethan testified about the Valentine's Day pattern, the 6 years of manufactured emergencies, and how exposure revealed manipulation wasn't love. I testified about the aftermath, emotional toll, therapy, and rebuilding. Ryan testified about stolen money, delayed home ownership dreams, and trust violations. Claire testified last, calm, measured, devastating. She didn't cry or yell, she just stated facts, dates, amounts, screenshots. The courtroom was silent after she finished. 4.5 hours of deliberation in a conference room, stale coffee and little talking. What was there to say? The bailiff entered. Jury's back. We entered, sat down, watched Evelyn, Richard, the lawyer, and the jury, tried to read faces, and gave up. Has the jury decided? Your Honor, we have. Addressing identity theft? How? Guilty. Unauthorized computer access charge? Guilty. On wire fraud charges? Guilty. For grand larceny? Guilty. Evelyn gasped or sobbed. Richard grabbed her hand. The lawyer slouched. On September 22nd, sentencing will occur. Court adjourns. In August heat we stood outside. Claire shook. Ryan held her. Ethan held me. We embraced. We did it, Claire whispered. You did it, Ethan said. We couldn't have done it without you. Richard walked by silently. Evelyn too. Her perfect composure broke, mascara running, face blotchy, mask gone. A small part of me felt sorry for her, Remembering she was human, had made me birthday cakes and bought Christmas presents and probably loved us in her broken way. I mostly felt relief. It ended. All done. Sentencing day was a cool September morning with fall temperatures. She was the judge. Silver hair, sharp eyes. "Mrs. Morrison, you've been found guilty on all counts. Before I pass sentence, do you have anything to say?" Evelyn stood. Once Richard wasn't with her. He stayed home. Claire said they split. She didn't know or want details. "Yes, Your Honor." Evelyn spoke steadily. "No more tears. No show. I apologize. Not for being caught. Because I hurt my children. Both of them, for years." She looked at Claire, then Ethan. "I told myself I was guarding you, keeping you close, and preventing abuse. I exploited your trust, love, and patience." She inhaled. "My court-ordered therapist helped me see the pattern: narcissism, control, and inability to see you as separate people with your own lives." She regarded the judge. "Not expecting forgiveness. I deserve less. I wanted you to hear me say it aloud with witnesses. I was completely wrong. And I apologize." No one spoke in court. None of us knew Evelyn like this. Accountability, not manipulation or deflection. Finally, the judge nodded. "Thanks, Mrs. Morrison. You receive 30 months in minimum security and 4 years of supervised probation from this court. You will repay the victims in full plus 12% interest. Therapy will last your sentence and probation. Probation violations carry maximum sentences. Do you comprehend?" "Yes, Honor." "Take Mrs. Morrison into custody, bailiff." We saw a bailiff, a door, and a life changed as they led her away without handcuffs. Outside, Claire cried relief. "It's really over," she said. "It's really over," Ryan said. 30 months, Ethan whispered. "She'll probably be out in 20 months with good behavior." "Probably." Claire wiped her eyes. "But I don't have to see her. The restraining order stays through probation." "What about Dad?" "Texted this morning. Says he understands our actions. Promises to respect boundaries." "Do you trust him?" She thought. Maybe people can change. Look at Mom. That apology seemed real. "Seemed," I stressed. "Yeah, seemed." She looked at us. "Ryan and I are pregnant." Silence. "What?" Ethan spoke first. 14 weeks. We wanted to let people know after the trial." "Claire." He hugged and lifted her. "It's amazing." "Put me down. I'm just celebrating." He lowered her. "Does Richard know?" "Not yet. We're telling him next week. If he wants to be in the baby's life, he must commit to therapy, not just one session to check a box." "Good boundary." "Learning from the best," she smiled. "You'll be an uncle." "I'm going to be an uncle," Ethan repeated, testing and liking the words. Drive home, processed. Felt all the feelings. Pulled into our driveway after 4:15 p.m. "Marco's?" Ethan asked. "I'm thinking that Thai place on Sterling, change of pace. Marco always chooses sacrifice after major life events." "Marco's closes Mondays." "Oh." He checked his phone. "Right. Thai then." We ordered pad Thai and green curry, ate on the couch and watched mindless TV. We didn't talk about the trial or Evelyn, we just lived in our house, marriage and life we had fought so hard to protect. Ethan's phone buzzed at 11 p.m. with an SMS from Richard. "Your mother asked me to tell you she meant the apology. She knows she has work to do. Hope you can talk someday. No pressure." Ethan showed me. "What will you say?" "Nothing." He put his phone down. "Perhaps in a year, 5 years, or never. But not today." Fair. That night we slept better than in months. Peace without waiting or vigilance. Life continued. Ethan moved up at work. I took night classes. We considered buying a house, having kids in a few years, and visiting Claire and Ryan in Portland. Evelyn wrote prison letters. Sometimes Ethan reads them. Put them in a box. Not ready to respond. He might never be. That was fine too. Richard began therapy. He sent monthly updates. He did not push for reconciliation. He just kept working and trying. That was something. Valentine's Day came around again in year 7. "What would you like to do?" I asked in January. "Dinner? Real dinner. No drama." "Are you sure?" "Positive. Marco's has a back room. I reserved it. Very fancy." "We've earned fancy." February 13th has arrived. No phone calls, no emergencies, and no phony heart attacks. We got ready and drove to Marco's. The owner greeted us like royalty. "Ah, the young couple. Your special night. Come, come." He led us into the back room. Candles, flowers, soft music. The works. "This is beautiful," I said. Ethan took my hand and said, "You deserve beautiful. After everything, you deserve beautiful." We ate, drank wine, and talked about nothing and everything, about our lives, our futures, and the boundaries that allowed love to exist rather than poison it. Ethan's phone remained silent while face up on the table. No calls, texts, or manufactured crises. "We did it," he announced around 10 p.m. "We actually did it." "What did you do?" "We made it through Valentine's Day together, happy. No drama." Was there any doubt? "Every year for 6 years, yes." I raised my glass. "To year 7, and 8, and 40. To us," he corrected. "And the family we're choosing to build." "To us," I repeated. We clinked our glasses, the sound clear, bright, and full of promise. Outside, the February wind howled. Inside, we were warm, safe, and free. Marco brought dessert for the young couple who consistently returns and finds their way. He had no idea how correct he was in coming back, finding our way, and constructing something real from the ruins of something broken. We ate dessert slowly and made the most of the night because that was what we had fought for. Not perfection, not a drama-free existence, but the right to live our lives on our own terms, within our own boundaries, and with our own love. Ethan's phone vibrated once. Claire sent a text. "Happy Valentine's Day." The baby kicks for the first time. I felt like saying hello to Uncle Ethan. He showed me. We both teared up. "Text her back," I replied. He did. "Hello, baby Morrison Hughes. Uncle Ethan cannot wait to meet you." 3 dots appeared. "Aunt 2, and I'm making you babysit." "Deal," he typed. He put his phone away and grabbed my hand. "Are you ready to go home?" "Ready." We paid Marco and walked to our car on a cold February night. We got in, started the engine, and sat for a minute. "You know what is wild?" Ethan said. "What?" 6 years ago, I believed that loyalty meant accepting everything. Never say no. Never set limits. Just enduring. And now? And now I understand that loyalty entails protecting what matters, even when it is difficult. Especially when it's difficult. Holding his hand. Took us a while to learn. Better late than never. We drove home down streets we'd driven 100 times before, past landmarks, memories, 6 years of manufactured emergencies and stolen Valentine's Days, and into something new, better, and ours. When we pulled into our driveway, every light was turned off. There are no emergencies or drama, just home. "This is nice," Ethan commented. "Boring, but nice." Boring's underrated. Boring's perfect. We went inside, changed, brushed our teeth, and settled into bed. His phone remained on the nightstand, silent, dark, and blessedly quiet. "Love you," he said. "I love you too. Even without the drama, particularly without the drama." He laughed, pulled me close, and we fell asleep tangled together, safe, sound, and free. Evelyn was finally released 20 months later. By then, Ethan and I had moved to a new house, neighborhood, and started over. She did not have our address. Richard did. He made the first call. "Could I give her your number?" "She's asking." "Not yet," Ethan replied. "She is different. Very different." "Good. Let her try it for a while first." 7 more months have passed. Claire had a baby girl named Grace. Ethan flew to Portland, met his niece, and returned glowing. "Claire looks happy," he said. "Very happy. Ryan's a natural father." Did she ask about Evelyn? No. I believe she has let go of everything, including her anger and hurt. Did you? He thought about it. Getting there. Another 7 months passed, marking 2 years since the sentencing. Evelyn sent a letter through her therapist rather than Richard with proper channels and permission. "I understand you aren't ready to talk. That is okay. I wanted you to know that I'm working on myself, understanding what I did, and creating a life that isn't focused on controlling yours. My therapist says that healing is not a linear process. Some days I am furious with myself. Some days I just feel sad. But I am working. And if you're ever ready, I'll be here. Not pushing. Just arrived. Mom." Ethan read it 3 times before putting it in the box with the others. He did not respond. Not yet. Do you think you'll ever talk to her? So I asked. Maybe. Probably. Someday, he said, looking at me. But not because I have to. Because I chose to. That's a good reason. The only reason. 4 years after his sentence, on a random Tuesday in October, Ethan called his mother. He didn't tell me he was doing this. He just picked up the phone during his lunch break and dialed. The conversation lasted for 9 minutes. When he arrived home that night, he was quiet, processing. How did it go? I finally asked. Weird. Good. Weird. She did not push, nor did she feel guilty. Just asked how I was. She told me about her job at a bookstore and her ongoing therapy. I didn't mention Richard or Claire unless I brought them up. Which you didn't. Which I didn't. How are you feeling? Uncertain, but fine. Maybe this is what progress looks like. Slow, careful, and boundaried. Are you going to call again? Perhaps in a few months. We'll see. And that was it. There will be no grand reunions or tearful forgiveness scenes, just a small step towards something that may or may not resemble a relationship in the future. Regardless, it was fine. Claire and Ryan welcomed their second child, a boy named Miles, in the 7th year after their sentencing. Ethan was present for the birth. He hugged his nephew, cried, and called me at 3 a.m., unable to contain his happiness. He's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Send pictures. Sending now. Richard was also there, at the hospital, maintaining boundaries, respecting space, and making grandpa noises without overstepping. Progress is slow but real. Evelyn was not invited. She did not ask to be. She sent a card and a savings bond via Richard. With love, Grandma. Claire looked at it for a long time before putting it in a drawer. Maybe someday I will tell him about her. Not today. Not today. Fair enough? Valentine's Day came and went in year 11. We were at Marco's as always. The owner was older now, with gray hair, slower movements, and the same smile. Ah, the young couple. Not so young anymore. Thanks, Marco, I replied, dryly but still in love. This is good. This is what matters. We sat in our usual spot and ordered our usual meals. Ethan's phone sat face up and silent, as it always did. 11 years, he answered. 11 Valentine's Days, 7 good ones, better than 4 terrible ones. He raised his glass. To Marco, and boundaries, and boring evenings. To boring evenings, I repeated. We ate, talked, and then went home. No drama, no emergencies, and no last-minute disasters. All we needed was each other to create the life we desired, fought for, and deserved. 16 years later, Ethan and I were packing the car for our annual trip to Portland to see Claire, Ryan, and their children. Grace was 8 years old now. Miles was 6. Both perfect and wild. My telephone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't respond. Hello. Hi. This is Evelyn, your mother-in-law. Former mother-in-law. I am not sure what. Evelyn. Hi. Pause. I got your number from Richard. I know I shouldn't call without permission, but I wanted. She cleared her throat. To ask you something, and I'll respect whatever response you give. Okay. Grace's birthday is next month. Claire sent me an invitation through Richard saying I could come if I wanted, if I was up to it. Her voice was different, older and softer. I was wondering if you would be comfortable with that. You and Ethan. I will not come if it makes things difficult. I looked at Ethan as he loaded suitcases. Let me call you back. Give me 1 hour. Of course. Thank you for considering it. Hanging up, I told Ethan. He sat down on the porch stairs. Claire invited her, apparently without informing us. Most likely she wanted to wait until we arrived. What do you think? I don't think it's my call. It is yours and Claire's. He remained quiet for a long time. Call her back. Tell her yes. However, there are certain ground rules. No gifts over $20. No unsupervised time with the children. There will be no discussion of the past unless specifically invited. One wrong move and she's gone. Are you sure? No. But life is too short to hold grudges indefinitely. That does not mean I trust her. This does not imply that we are reunited as family. Just means I'm curious to see if she's actually changed. I called Evelyn back and explained the rules. She quickly agreed, thanked me, and hung up before I could say anything else. That was weird, I told Ethan. Everything about our family is weird. Fair point. Grace's birthday party was chaotic with 8-year-old Sugar and a bounce house. Claire appeared tired but happy. Ryan was using the grill. Richard was playing with Miles. Everything is normal. Evelyn arrived with shorter hair and simpler clothes, carrying a small wrapped box. She stood in the driveway, as if she wasn't sure she was allowed to enter. Claire noticed her and approached. They spoke quietly. Claire hugged her briefly and carefully. Evelyn cried. Silent tears. Not performed. Real. She stayed exactly 2 hours. She spoke with Grace briefly. I handed her the present, a book priced at $15 based on the price sticker she had left on, most likely on purpose to demonstrate that she had followed the rules. She spoke to Ethan for 10 minutes, me for 5, and Richard for 20. She left Claire before the cake was served. How was that? Ryan asked, wrapping his arm around his wife. Surreal but fine. She obeyed. Will she attend Miles's party? We'll see. Take one step at a time. Claire and I talked on the porch that night after the kids went to bed and the adults had wine. I never thought I'd invite her, she said. A year ago, I would have said no way. Definitely not. What changed? Grace asked about her. The whole family is in an old photo. Claire sipped her wine when asked why Grandma Evelyn was missing from recent photos. I tried to explain in kid-friendly terms, but Grace kept asking and wanting to know, and I realized I was making her pay for Evelyn's crimes. Not seeing her grandmother because of events that occurred before she was born. That's generous. It's exhausting, she said. But it's the right level of exhaustion. The kind that comes from trying and giving people, including those who have hurt you, a chance to do better. Do you think she has? I think she's trying. That's all you can ask for. In quiet, we listened to Portland, city, and everyday sounds. Ethan told me something yesterday, I say. He said grudges are heavy and he's tired of carrying them. Smart man, your husband. He has his moments. Ryan and I are thinking about having a third. Really? Really. We think we can handle 3 kids if we can handle blended family drama. That logic seems flawed. Probably. We're doing it though. Claire and I laughed as we sat there, 2 women who had overcome family dysfunction to create something better. Not perfect, but better. That was enough. Final scene. 16 years after the first Valentine's Day disaster, Ethan and I were at Marco's. Where else could we be? Marco retired, but he still stopped by for Valentine's Day. Tradition. Ah, the young couple. Now old like me. He laughed at his joke. Still making that joke, I said. Winked. Still funny. Your table is ready. The corner, as usual. We ordered with Ethan's phone face up and silent on the table for years. No calls, texts or emergencies. Just us. 16 years of Valentine's dinners, choosing each other, and limits that made love possible. Remember year 2? Ethan asked. The mechanic shop. It's hard to forget. I was so upset with you for being suspicious. And I was right. You were. My hand was taken. Thank you. For what? For not leaving when it would have been easier. When most people would have. You're worth it. We're worth it, he said. We built this. Marco's son brought fresh bruschetta, which his father made. Ethan raised the glass. To boundaries and boring Valentine's days. It was 2 boring Valentine's days, agree. May we have 40 more? 40 more, he said. All was well as we clinked glasses, ate, chatted, laughed and planned for tomorrow, next week, and next year. Ethan's phone was silent. We build our lives one boring, beautiful Valentine's Day at a time. That was enough. Everything. The lawyer said. Given the amount stolen and the lawyers, not with anything. This is my wife and your mother. There are financial charges. That's serious. Prison time. She stole from her own daughter. Ethan asked. What did you expect? I expected family to stand together. We are standing together with Claire. He blushed. You're choosing your sister over your mother. I'm choosing the person who was victimized over the person who committed crimes. Yes, she's struggling. She needs help, not punishment. She needs consequences, I said. There's a difference. Simple for you to say. She's not your mother. Bitter words meant to hurt. No, I agree. She's not. My mother respects boundaries, privacy, and my adulthood and decision-making. Richard rose. I came here hoping we could figure this out as a family. We're not a family, Ethan whispered. This is not how you want us to be. We're a group of people who share the same DNA and have been pretending dysfunction is normal. That is not fair. The fairness is complete. Mum manipulates, you allow. Claire and I coped by being overly responsible and maintaining peace. That's unhealthy. That is not family. So what? You done? Just like that? We're done pretending, Ethan said. Richard grabbed his coat, walked to the door and stopped. She wants you both. She wants to explain. I'm sure she does. Would you at least consider it? Ethan regarded me. I shrugged. His choice. He said, maybe, finally. After the arraignment, after we see if she takes accountability, real accountability, not the performance she's so good at. Richard went. We heard him start and drive away. Marcos? Ethan asked. We can't keep eating Marcos every night. Why not? Is our Valentine's Day disaster tradition? I couldn't help laughing. Fine. Marcos. Carbonara is my order this time. Live dangerously. Our small city was quiet at night and Marcos was nearly empty by midweek. The owner grinned when we approached. 2 nights. Ah, the young couple has returned. This is love. If only he knew. We met Claire and Ryan at the courthouse at 9:15 a.m. Richard was already there with Evelyn's lawyer and Evelyn, who looked small and fragile with flawless hair and makeup. Her face lit up when she saw us. Ethan. Oh, sweetie. Thank God you are here. She approached. He retreated. Don't, he said. Her smile shifted. Darling, I know you're upset. I am not upset, I am done. Done, she said, looking at Richard the lawyer, and then back at Ethan. What do you mean by done? No longer playing this game. Game? No game. I am your mother. You are a woman who stole $27,400 from my sister, hacked her phone and has been manipulating us for years. His quiet voice was more devastating than shouting. And I'm done. Evelyn cried. Are they real or staged? No longer discernible. How can you say that after all I've done for you? Besides sabotaging every relationship I've tried. I protected you from what? Happiness. Evelyn's arm was touched by the lawyer. Morrison, should we go inside? No. She said, turning to Claire. You turned your brother against me. You were always jealous. Don't. Tall, strong and protective Ryan intervened. Don't talk to her. Evelyn looked surprised as if servants couldn't speak. Excuse me. You've heard me. Don't talk to Claire, don't look at her. Do not contact her ever again. You can't tell me. I absolutely can. Ryan's soft, polite voice hid steel. You violated her privacy, stole her money, and now play the victim. It's disgusting. Richard moved forward. Now wait just a minute. No. Claire interrupted. Ryan's right. I'm done, mother. Completely done. After today we're moving. You won't have our address, numbers, or anything. You can't. Watch me. The bailiff announced, State versus Morrison. All parties inside. Evelyn sat with Richard and her lawyer, while we sat with Claire and Ryan. The divide was clear. In her early 60s, the judge had silver hair and sharp eyes. She reviewed the charges with a look that said she'd seen this before. Suburban family drama in her courtroom. Mrs. Morrison, you face identity theft, computer hacking, wire fraud, and grand larceny charges. What's your plea? Evelyn's attorney said, Not guilty, Your Honor. Noted. Bail is $60,000. Trial date to be determined. Miss Morrison looked at Claire. I know you're the main victim. Yes, Honor. A restraining order was requested. Yes. Granted. Claire Morrison and Ryan Hughes are not to contact Mrs. Evelyn Morrison. 0 calls, texts, emails, or third-party contacts. Violation warrants immediate arrest. Clear? Evelyn exclaimed. You can't. The gavel fell. I just did. Next case. Richard tried again outside the courthouse. This is insane. She's your mother, your family. Being family doesn't give her the right to commit crimes, Claire said. It was wrong. Claire said. Premeditated theft over 7 months. Ryan shielded Claire. Stop minimizing it. I'm not. Richard looked at his kids. Fine. Want to leave her? Go ahead. Do not cry to me when you realize your mistake. We won't, Ethan said. Richard left. Evelyn ran after him. We watched two people who would rather hide dysfunction than face it leave. Marcos? I said. Marcos. All agreed. We discussed Claire and Ryan's move, our new passwords, boundaries, and life without Evelyn over carbonara and wine. When are you leaving? So I asked. Ryan said, 2 weeks. I already gave notice at work. Claire is getting a remote job. That fast? We've been planning this for months, Claire said. The Portland job offer arrived in December. We were awaiting the right moment. Does Richard know? He does now. Mom found out from my texts and started the guilt campaign immediately. How bad? Bad. Claire swirled her wine, crying about being abandoned, threatening to cut me off, and calling me ungrateful. Used to feel guilty. I feel relieved now. Ethan raised his glass. To Portland. To Portland, we repeated. Marco brought tiramisu and cannoli. For both young couples. Good stuff. This is family. He had no idea he was right. August 19th was the trial date, 7 months away. Evelyn's lawyer sought a plea deal, community service, restitution, probation, no jail time. Claire turned down all offers. She needs to face actual consequences, she told her lawyer. Not rich people effects. Local, then regional media reported it. Rich mother accused of hacking daughter's accounts. Money, family drama, and Valentine's Day fueled the story. Richard failed to stop coverage. Her lawyer advised Evelyn to remain silent. Instead, she cried in an interview about how her children had abandoned her and how she only wanted to be close to them. Interviewer inquired about stolen money. That's a misunderstanding, Evelyn cried. Emergency assistance was available. I never thought. Her lawyer pulled her out of the studio, ending the interview. Ethan called me laughing after watching it at work. She exacerbated it. How? There's video evidence of her claiming she authorized access. Claire's lawyer rejoiced. Your mother is her own worst enemy, always has been. We helped Claire and Ryan pack, loaded the U-Haul, and said goodbye in our driveway in early March. Claire hugged me and said, "Promise you'll visit." Promise. And watch Ethan. He acts tough. But I know. She looked at her brother. Are you okay? Getting there. Therapy began last week. Good. She kissed his cheek. Call me. Real calls, not texts. I will. Ryan started the truck. Waved and drove off. U-Haul vanished around the corner while we stood there. Feel weird? So I asked. Ethan wrapped his arm around me. But also lighter. Lighter's good. Marcos. We must find other restaurants. Marco knows us now. Fine, Marcos. Spring arrived. Trial prep continued. Ethan and I gave depositions, explaining the behavior pattern, Valentine's Day sabotages, and growing need for control. Evelyn's lawyer tried to portray us as vindictive children who had betrayed their mother. It failed. Too much evidence, violations, and years of documentation. Richard stopped calling and texting. We had crossed an invisible line and could not return. Ethan lamented. Didn't push. I held space, brought him tea, let him talk, and stayed quiet when he didn't. I miss the dad I thought I had, he said one night. I know. Not the original. The one you wanted. I mourn the fantasy. Yes. He wiped his eyes. Marco's. 2 a.m. Fine. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's Marco. The trial began August 19th. Unseasonably hot. Courthouse was packed. Family drama always drew crowds. Claire flew from Portland. She looked tired but determined after losing weight. Ready? I asked. No, but I'm doing it anyway. Evelyn's lawyer used sympathy. Poor mother, abandoned by ungrateful children, mental health issues, just wanted to be close to her family. Made mistakes, but who doesn't? Claire's lawyer presented bank statements, iCloud access logs, text messages from a compromised account, a timeline of escalating behavior, expert testimony about narcissistic personality disorder and financial abuse. Ethan testified about the Valentine's Day pattern, the 6 years of manufactured emergencies, and how exposure revealed manipulation wasn't love. I testified about the aftermath, emotional toll, therapy, and rebuilding. Ryan testified about stolen money, delayed home ownership dreams and trust violations. Claire testified last, calm, measured, devastating. She didn't cry or yell. She just stated facts, dates, amounts, screenshots. The courtroom was silent after she finished. 4.5 hours of deliberation in a conference room, stale coffee and little talking. What was there to say? The bailiff entered. Jury's back. We entered, sat down, watched Evelyn, Richard, the lawyer and the jury, tried to read faces, and gave up. Has the jury decided? Your Honor, we have. Addressing identity theft, how? Guilty. Unauthorized computer access charge? Guilty. On wire fraud charges? Guilty. For grand larceny? Guilty. Evelyn gasped or sobbed. Richard grabbed her hand. The lawyer slouched. On September 22nd, sentencing will occur. Court adjourns. In August heat, we stood outside. Claire shook. Ryan held her. Ethan held me. We embraced. We did it, Claire whispered. You did it, Ethan said. We couldn't have done it without you. Richard walked by silently. Evelyn too. Her perfect composure broke, mascara running, face blotchy, mask gone. A small part of me felt sorry for her, remembering she was human, had made me birthday cakes and bought Christmas presents, and probably loved us in her broken way. I mostly felt relief. It ended. All done. Sentencing day was a cool September morning with fall temperatures. She was the judge. Silver hair, sharp eyes. Mrs. Morrison, you've been found guilty on all counts. Before I pass sentence, do you have anything to say? Evelyn stood. Once Richard wasn't with her, he stayed home. Claire said they split. She didn't know or want details. Yes, Your Honor. Evelyn spoke steadily. No more tears. No show. I apologize. Not for being caught. Because I hurt my children, both of them, for years. She looked at Claire, then Ethan. I told myself I was guarding you, keeping you close, and preventing abuse. I exploited your trust, love and patience. She inhaled. My court-ordered therapist helped me see the pattern: narcissism, control and inability to see you as separate people with your own lives. She regarded the judge. Not expecting forgiveness. I deserve less. I wanted you to hear me say it aloud with witnesses. I was completely wrong, and I apologize. No one spoke in court. None of us knew Evelyn like this. Accountability. Not manipulation or deflection. Finally, the judge nodded. Thanks, Mrs. Morrison. You receive 30 months in minimum security and 4 years of supervised probation from this court. You will repay the victims in full plus 12% interest. Therapy will last your sentence and probation. Probation violations carry maximum sentences. Do you comprehend? Yes, Honor. Take Mrs. Morrison into custody, bailiff. We saw a bailiff, a door, and a life changed as they led her away without handcuffs. Outside, Claire cried relief. It's really over, she said. It's really over, Ryan said. 30 months, Ethan whispered. She'll probably be out in 20 months with good behavior. Probably. Claire wiped her eyes. But I don't have to see her. The restraining order stays through probation. What about Dad? Texted this morning, says he understands our actions, promises to respect boundaries. Do you trust him? She thought. Maybe people can change. Look at Mom. That apology seemed real. Seemed, I stressed. Yeah, seemed. She looked at us. Ryan and I are pregnant. Silence. What? Ethan spoke first. 14 weeks. We wanted to let people know after the trial. Claire. He hugged and lifted her. It's amazing. Put me down. I'm just celebrating. He lowered her. Does Richard know? Not yet. We're telling him next week. If he wants to be in the baby's life, he must commit to therapy, not just one session to check a box. Good boundary. Learning from the best, she smiled. You'll be an uncle. I'm going to be an uncle, Ethan repeated, testing and liking the words. Drive home, processed. Felt all the feelings. Pulled into our driveway after 4:15 p.m. Marcos, Ethan asked. I'm thinking that Thai place on Sterling. Change of pace. Marco always chooses sacrifice after major life events. Marcos closes Mondays. Oh. He checked his phone. Right. Thai then. We ordered pad Thai and green curry, ate on the couch and watched mindless TV. We didn't talk about the trial or Evelyn. We just lived in our house, marriage and life we had fought so hard to protect. Ethan's phone buzzed at 11 p.m. with an SMS from Richard. Your mother asked me to tell you she meant the apology. She knows she has work to do. Hope you can talk someday. No pressure. Ethan showed me. What will you say? Nothing. He put his phone down. Perhaps in a year, 5 years, or never. But not today. Fair. That night we slept better than in months. Peace without waiting or vigilance. Life continued. Ethan moved up at work. I took night classes. We considered buying a house, having kids in a few years, and visiting Claire and Ryan in Portland. Evelyn wrote prison letters. Sometimes Ethan reads them. Put them in a box. Not ready to respond. He might never be. That was fine too. Richard began therapy. He sent monthly updates. He did not push for reconciliation. He just kept working and trying. That was something. Valentine's Day came around again in year 7. What would you like to do? I asked in January. Dinner. Real dinner. No drama. Are you sure? Positive. Marco's has a back room. I reserved it. Very fancy. We've earned fancy. February 13th has arrived. No phone calls, no emergencies, and no phony heart attacks. We got ready and drove to Marco's. The owner greeted us like royalty. Ah, the young couple. Your special night. Come, come. He led us into the back room. Candles, flowers, soft music. The works. This is beautiful, I said. Ethan took my hand and said, you deserve beautiful. After everything, you deserve beautiful. We ate, drank wine, and talked about nothing and everything, about our lives, our futures, and the boundaries that allowed love to exist rather than poison it. Ethan's phone remained silent while face up on the table. No calls, texts, or manufactured crises. We did it, he announced around 10 p.m. We actually did it. What did you do? We made it through Valentine's Day together. Happy. No drama. Was there any doubt? Every year for 6 years, yes. I raised my glass. To year 7, and 8, and 40. To us, he corrected. And the family we're choosing to build. To us, I repeated. We clinked our glasses, the sound clear, bright, and full of promise. Outside, the February wind howled. Inside, we were warm, safe, and free. Marco brought dessert for the young couple who consistently returns and finds their way. He had no idea how correct he was in coming back, finding our way, and constructing something real from the ruins of something broken. We ate dessert slowly and made the most of the night because that was what we had fought for. Not perfection, not a drama-free existence, but the right to live our lives on our own terms, within our own boundaries, and with our own love. Ethan's phone vibrated once. Claire sent a text. Happy Valentine's Day. The baby kicks for the first time. I felt like saying hello to Uncle Ethan. He showed me. We both teared up. Text her back, I replied. He did. Hello baby Morrison Hughes. Uncle Ethan cannot wait to meet you. 3 dots appeared. Aunt 2, and I'm making you babysit. Deal, he typed. He put his phone away and grabbed my hand. Are you ready to go home? Ready. We paid Marco and walked to our car on a cold February night. We got in, started the engine, and sat for a minute. You know what is wild? Ethan said. What? 6 years ago I believed that loyalty meant accepting everything. Never say no, never set limits. Just enduring. And now? And now I understand that loyalty entails protecting what matters, even when it is difficult. Especially when it's difficult. Holding his hand. Took us a while to learn. Better late than never. We drove home down streets we'd driven 100 times before, past landmarks, memories, 6 years of manufactured emergencies and stolen Valentine's Days, and into something new, better, and ours. When we pulled into our driveway, every light was turned off. There are no emergencies or drama, just home. This is nice, Ethan commented. Boring, but nice. Boring's underrated. Boring's perfect. We went inside, changed, brushed our teeth and settled into bed. His phone remained on the nightstand, silent, dark and blessedly quiet. Love you, he said. I love you too. Even without the drama. Particularly without the drama. He laughed, pulled me close and we fell asleep tangled together, safe, sound, and free. Evelyn was finally released 20 months later. By then, Ethan and I had moved to a new house, neighborhood, and started over. She did not have our address. Richard did. He made the first call. Could I give her your number? She's asking. Not yet, Ethan replied. She is different. Very different. Good. Let her try it for a while first. 7 more months have passed. Claire had a baby girl named Grace. Ethan flew to Portland, met his niece and returned glowing. Claire looks happy, he said. Very happy. Ryan's a natural father. Did she ask about Evelyn? No. I believe she has let go of everything, including her anger and hurt. Did you? He thought about it. Getting there. Another 7 months passed, marking 2 years since the sentencing. Evelyn sent a letter through her therapist rather than Richard with proper channels and permission. I understand you aren't ready to talk. That is okay. I wanted you to know that I'm working on myself, understanding what I did, and creating a life that isn't focused on controlling yours. My therapist says that healing is not a linear process. Some days I am furious with myself. Some days I just feel sad. But I am working. And if you're ever ready, I'll be here. Not pushing. Just arrived. Mom. Ethan read it 3 times before putting it in the box with the others. He did not respond. Not yet. Do you think you'll ever talk to her? So I asked. Maybe. Probably. Someday, he said, looking at me. But not because I have to. Because I chose to. That's a good reason. The only reason. 4 years after his sentence, on a random Tuesday in October, Ethan called his mother. He didn't tell me he was doing this. He just picked up the phone during his lunch break and dialed. The conversation lasted for 9 minutes. When he arrived home that night, he was quiet, processing. How did it go? I finally asked. Weird. Good. Weird. She did not push, nor did she feel guilty. Just asked how I was. She told me about her job at a bookstore and her ongoing therapy. I didn't mention Richard or Claire unless I brought them up. Which you didn't. Which I didn't. How are you feeling? Uncertain, but fine. Maybe this is what progress looks like. Slow, careful, and boundaried. Are you going to call again? Perhaps in a few months. We'll see. And that was it. There will be no grand reunions or tearful forgiveness scenes, just a small step towards something that may or may not resemble a relationship in the future. Regardless, it was fine. Claire and Ryan welcomed their second child, a boy named Miles, in the 7th year after their sentencing. Ethan was present for the birth. He hugged his nephew, cried, and called me at 3 a.m., unable to contain his happiness. He's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Send pictures. Sending now. Richard was also there at the hospital, maintaining boundaries, respecting space and making grandpa noises without overstepping. Progress is slow but real. Evelyn was not invited. She did not ask to be. She sent a card and a savings bond via Richard. With love, Grandma. Claire looked at it for a long time before putting it in a drawer. Maybe someday I will tell him about her. Not today. Not today. Fair enough. Valentine's Day came and went in year 11. We were at Marco's as always. The owner was older now with gray hair, slower movements and the same smile. Ah, the young couple not so young anymore. Thanks, Marco, I replied dryly but still in love. This is good. This is what matters. We sat in our usual spot and ordered our usual meals. Ethan's phone sat face up and silent, as it always did. 11 years, he answered. 11 Valentine's Days, 7 good ones, better than 4 terrible ones. He raised his glass. To Marco, and boundaries, and boring evenings. To boring evenings, I repeated. We ate, talked, and then went home. No drama, no emergencies, and no last-minute disasters. All we needed was each other to create the life we desired, fought for, and deserved. 16 years later, Ethan and I were packing the car for our annual trip to Portland to see Claire, Ryan and their children. Grace was 8 years old now. Miles was 6. Both perfect and wild. My telephone rang, unknown number. I almost didn't respond. Hello? Hi. This is Evelyn, your mother-in-law. Former mother-in-law. I am not sure what. Evelyn. Hi. Pause. I got your number from Richard. I know I shouldn't call without permission, but I wanted. She cleared her throat. To ask you something, and I'll respect whatever response you give. Okay. Grace's birthday is next month. Claire sent me an invitation through Richard, saying I could come if I wanted, if I was up to it. Her voice was different, older and softer. I was wondering if you would be comfortable with that. You and Ethan. I will not come if it makes things difficult. I looked at Ethan as he loaded suitcases. Let me call you back. Give me 1 hour. Of course. Thank you for considering it. Hanging up. I told Ethan. He sat down on the porch stairs. Claire invited her, apparently without informing us. Most likely she wanted to wait until we arrived. What do you think? I don't think it's my call. It is yours and Claire's. He remained quiet for a long time. Call her back. Tell her yes. However, there are certain ground rules. No gifts over $20. No unsupervised time with the children. There will be no discussion of the past unless specifically invited. One wrong move and she's gone. Are you sure? No. But life is too short to hold grudges indefinitely. That does not mean I trust her. This does not imply that we are reunited as family. Just means I'm curious to see if she's actually changed. I called Evelyn back and explained the rules. She quickly agreed, thanked me, and hung up before I could say anything else. That was weird, I told Ethan. Everything about our family is weird. Fair point. Grace's birthday party was chaotic with 8-year-olds, sugar, and a bounce house. Claire appeared tired but happy. Ryan was using the grill. Richard was playing with Miles. Everything is normal. Evelyn arrived with shorter hair and simpler clothes carrying a small wrapped box. She stood in the driveway as if she wasn't sure she was allowed to enter. Claire noticed her and approached. They spoke quietly. Claire hugged her briefly and carefully. Evelyn cried. Silent tears. Not performed. Real. She stayed exactly 2 hours. She spoke with Grace briefly. I handed her the present, a book priced at $15 based on the price sticker she had left on, most likely on purpose to demonstrate that she had followed the rules. She spoke to Ethan for 10 minutes, me for 5, and Richard for 20. She left Claire before the cake was served. How was that? Ryan asked, wrapping his arm around his wife. Surreal but fine. She obeyed. Will she attend Miles's party? We'll see. Take one step at a time. Claire and I talked on the porch that night after the kids went to bed and the adults had wine. I never thought I'd invite her, she said. A year ago, I would have said no way. Definitely not. What changed? Grace asked about her. The whole family is in an old photo. Claire sipped her wine when asked why Grandma Evelyn was missing from recent photos. I tried to explain in kid-friendly terms, but Grace kept asking and wanting to know, and I realized I was making her pay for Evelyn's crimes. Not seeing her grandmother because of events that occurred before she was born. That's generous. It's exhausting, she said. But it's the right level of exhaustion. The kind that comes from trying and giving people, including those who have hurt you, a chance to do better. Do you think she has? I think she's trying. That's all you can ask for. In quiet, we listened to Portland, city and everyday sounds. Ethan told me something yesterday, I say. He said grudges are heavy and he's tired of carrying them. Smart man, your husband. He has his moments. Ryan and I are thinking about having a third. Really? Really. We think we can handle 3 kids if we can handle blended family drama. That logic seems flawed. Probably. We're doing it though. Claire and I laughed as we sat there, 2 women who had overcome family dysfunction to create something better, not perfect, but better. That was enough. Final scene. 16 years after the first Valentine's Day disaster, Ethan and I were at Marco's. Where else could we be? Marco retired, but he still stopped by for Valentine's Day. Tradition. Ah, the young couple, now old like me, he laughed at his joke. Still making that joke, I said. Winked. Still funny. Your table is ready. The corner as usual. We ordered with Ethan's phone face up and silent on the table for years. No calls, texts or emergencies, just us. 16 years of Valentine's dinners, choosing each other, and limits that made love possible. Remember year 2? Ethan asked. The mechanic shop. It's hard to forget. I was so upset with you for being suspicious. And I was right. You were. My hand was taken. Thank you. For what? For not leaving when it would have been easier, when most people would have. You're worth it. We're worth it, he said. We built this. Marco's son brought fresh bruschetta which his father made. Ethan raised the glass. To boundaries and boring Valentine's days. It was 2 boring Valentine's days, agree. May we have 40 more. 40 more, he said. All was well as we clinked glasses, ate, chatted, laughed and planned for tomorrow, next week, and next year. Ethan's phone was silent. We build our lives one boring, beautiful Valentine's Day at a time. That was enough. Everything. My mother-in-law stole my house while I was recovering from surgery, then had the nerve to claim she was helping, but she never expected me to fight back. My husband Jake and I purchased our house 5 years ago with my grandfather's legacy. Jake had horrible credit due to college debts, so the deed was exclusively in my name. It was a little 4-bedroom home, but it was ideal for beginning a family, which we had been planned since we married. Helen, Jake's mother, had been a nightmare from day one. Jake was constantly claiming he married down, because I was a nurse, and she wanted him to marry his ex, a lawyer. She especially despised the fact that I owned the house, but Jake did not. She continued telling everyone Jake was living in his wife's house like a kept man. When I became pregnant, Helen became quite interested in our living circumstances. She began throwing suggestions about how we needed a larger space for the baby, how the area was not nice enough, and how her buddy was a broker who could get us a good bargain. I assured her we were perfectly content with where we were. The nursery had already been painted, the home had been paid off, and we didn't need a mortgage with a baby on the way. That infuriated her because it reminded her that I had purchased the house outright. Something Jake couldn't have done. 1 month before my due date, Helen began showing up at Jake's job, bringing odd individuals she said were friends who wanted to view the property. I thought that was strange, but pregnant brain left me too weary to protest. She'd take them around each room, pointing out things she'd alter, and spoke about the home as if she knew everything about it. She then requested to borrow my house keys so that she could drop off baby goods while we were at work. Jake thought it was nice that his mother wanted to assist. I handed her the spare key. A big error. Helen persuaded Jake, 4 weeks before my due date, that I needed to include him in the deed before the baby arrived, claiming that it would safeguard our kid if something happened to me during delivery. She actually printed up deed transfer paperwork and delivered them to us. Jake was perplexed since he assumed his name was already on it. I reiterated his credit position from when we acquired it. Helen seemed surprised, saying that was so long ago that it didn't matter now. She kept pushing until I said we'd talk about it once the kid was born. Labor started quickly. My water broke at 2 a.m., and Jake rushed me to the hospital. I was in labor for 40 hours. Helen had Jake's phone at the moment since he was so focused on me. She often left the room to reportedly inform family members. She was really messaging from Jake's phone, while managing something altogether unrelated. Our daughter was delivered healthily, but I had a hemorrhage and required emergency surgery. Helen informed Jake while I was asleep that he needed to go home and retrieve my insurance cards from my desk because the hospital required them. It was a lie. The hospital already had everything. Helen remained in my room throughout Jake's absence. She looked through my handbag, found my driver's ID and social security card, and photographed everything. She also had Jake's phone data. 2 days later, when I was still healing and learning to breastfeed, a woman arrived in my hospital room with paperwork. She claimed she was from the title business and needed me to sign some adjustments to the deed transfer to include Jake's name. I was on pain medication, weary, and had just fed the baby, and Helen was standing right there, repeating everything we had talked. She said the lawyer made a mistake and listed the transfer date as that day, rather than 5 years ago when we purchased it. I was so out of it that I signed where she pointed, but it didn't add Jake to my deed. It was handing the house exclusively to Jake. Helen had previously arranged for Jake to sign documents the day before when he returned home, explaining that it was power of attorney paperwork for my medical choices. 7 days after giving birth, we returned home to discover our locks changed and a sold sign in the yard. Helen stood in the driveway with a man she introduced as the new owner. She stated Jake had sold the house because we wanted a bigger space for the baby. She'd orchestrated the entire operation, using photographs of my paperwork to fake initial agreements, having Jake inadvertently sign the sale papers, and selling my property for cash to her friend's kid for half its worth. Lucas, the buyer, was standing there grinning, with builders ready to begin modifications. Jake was extremely perplexed, claiming he had never promised to sell anything. Helen stated that he signed the documents and that she, as his mother, facilitated everything. She genuinely suggested that I praise her for managing things when I was being theatrical at the hospital. I phoned the police, but they stated it was a civil problem because paperwork had been signed. Lucas said all of the documentation was valid, and we had 48 hours to get our belongings out. Helen had already rented us a 1-bedroom apartment across town, which she claimed would teach us gratitude. She continued emphasizing that young people didn't need to buy homes anyhow. Helen messed up here. Lucas wasn't simply her friend's son. He was a contractor who had lost his license 3 years prior for fraud. I'm standing in my driveway with my 5-day-old daughter, and this grinning stranger tells me I have 48 hours to get out of my own home. Jake is hurriedly contacting the police again, and I can hear Helen in the background saying we should be thankful she got us an apartment, as if she did us a favor by stealing my house. My daughter starts weeping, and I attempt to calm her down as Lucas continues to explain how all of the documentation is legal and binding. He's acting as if this is simply business, as if he had no idea what he was doing when he paid half the worth of my property to a lady who had no right to sell it. The contractors have already begun measuring the living room windows, and I can see them staring at me as if I am the issue, as if I am some insane woman who refuses to go. Jake eventually gets through to the police dispatcher, who says someone will be out within an hour. Helen approaches and attempts to touch the infant, and I really back away from her. She appears to be harmed, but I am no longer concerned. She just snatched my house and is behaving as if I am being nasty to her. Lucas provides Jake a printed timetable of when we need to get our belongings out and what will happen if we do not comply. My legs feel weak, so I sit down on the front steps because I'm just 6 days post-surgery and shouldn't be standing for so long. The baby is still sobbing, and I need to feed her, but I won't do it in front of these folks. Jake comes down next to me, wraps his arm around my shoulders, and I can feel him shivering. He keeps apologizing, saying he had no clue what his mother was doing, and that he believed he was signing medical documents. I trust him because Jake is bad at reading legal paperwork, and Helen knows this. She had spent his entire life doing things for him and instructing him what to sign. When one of the contractors approaches and asks if we need help transporting boxes to a truck, Jake instructs him to leave us alone. The guy backs off, but I can see they're all waiting for us to go so they can begin ripping down my house. The cops come and spend 30 minutes going over all of the documents Lucas brought. And the officer ultimately tells us that it appears to be legally binding, despite the fact that we had no intention of selling. He's looking at the signatures, dates, and title transfer paperwork and shaking his head, as if he's seen this before but he can't do anything about it. Lucas stands there with his arms crossed, appearing confident, while Helen lingers around, attempting to explain that she was only assisting us in making a sound financial decision. The police asks if I signed the documents, and I explain that I was in the hospital for 7 days after giving birth, receiving pain medicine and undergoing emergency surgery. He asks Jake whether he signed anything, and Jake gives him the documents Helen handed him, which he assumed were medical power of authority. The officer says this is certainly a civil case, and we should get a lawyer right now because it is more than just a property dispute. He proposes that we document everything and submit a complaint with the district attorney's office for potential fraud. My hands are trembling so much that I can hardly grasp my phone to begin searching for lawyers. The officer hands us a card for legal aid services and tells us to call them first thing Monday morning. It's Saturday afternoon, and I realize we have the entire weekend to deal with this nightmare before we can even attempt to solve it. Lucas asks the officer whether he can proceed with the improvements, and the officer responds that the transaction is lawful as far as he knows. So I start weeping again, and so does the baby, and Jake tries to speak to the officer about fraud and forgery, but the officer simply says we need a lawyer. Helen really attempts to embrace me, but I shove her away so forcefully that she stumbles. Jake shouts at his mother to go, and she appears confused, as if she doesn't understand why we're furious with her. The officer asks if there would be a problem, and Jake answers, "No, we're leaving, we just need time to get our belongings." Lucas adds we just have 48 hours, no longer. The police officer goes, and we're standing there with Helen, Lucas and the contractors, and I feel like I'm in a bad dream where nothing makes sense. Jake's sister calls after hearing what occurred, and she is outraged with Helen, stating their mother has always been controlling, but this goes too far. Her name is Laura, and she's phoning because one of Helen's neighbors seen the police at our house and informed her that something was wrong. Jake puts her on speaker, and Laura yells that Helen has always been deceitful. But this is real fraud, and she may go to jail. Laura asks whether we have a lawyer, and Jake responds, "No, we just found out an hour ago." Laura adds her friend had a property issue last year and engaged an attorney called Clara Stone, who was fantastic in real estate fraud cases. She's sending me Clara's number while we're still on the phone, asking me to call right now rather than waiting until Monday. I contact Clara's workplace before we even complete our talk with Laura. The phone rings 4 times, and I believe it will go to voicemail. But then somebody picks up. A female announces, "This is Clara Stone's office," and I just start talking, explaining everything in this rushed, panicked voice about the hospital and the signatures and coming home to find our house sold. She stops me and says, "Clara is actually in the office finishing up some weekend work and can see us in an hour if we can get there." I quickly agree, and she gives me the address. Jake is already placing the baby in her car seat, and we're leaving our house while Lucas and his workmen are measuring and planning their improvements. Clara meets with us that afternoon at her office, and I'm still in my baggy pregnancy clothing, spit up on my shoulder, and attempting to nurse discreetly throughout the appointment. Her workplace is modest but well organized, with paperwork neatly arranged on all surfaces and legal volumes decorating the walls. Clara is about 40 years old, has short dark hair and wears spectacles. She has a concentrated attitude that makes me believe she is paying attention. She examines each document with extreme care and repeatedly returns to the chronology, asking precise questions about who had access to what information and when. She wants to know when Helen requested for the home keys, when she started bringing people in, when the hospital paperwork was signed, and everything. Jake and I take turns explaining, while Clara takes notes in this really exact handwriting. She requests to see the paperwork I signed at the hospital, so I show her the images I snapped with my phone before we left the house. Clara focuses attention on the signature, date, and witness line. She asks who saw my signing, and I tell the title company representative and Helen. Clara's eyes sharpen and she asks whether I was on pain medicine, to which I respond yes, along with being weary after 40 hours of labor. She questions Jake about the paperwork he signed, and he also gives her images of those. Clara lays out all of the paperwork on her desk and begins comparing signatures and dates, and I can feel her curiosity increasing as the fraud pattern becomes clear. She inquires about Lucas, and I inform her that he is an unlicensed contractor who lost his license for fraud 3 years ago. Clara genuinely grins for the first time and adds, "That's very helpful information." She asks how we found out, and Jake explains his sister Laura knows someone who formerly worked with Lucas. Clara says she wants to conduct a comprehensive background check on Lucas and the title business official who visited the hospital. Clara adds that the falsified signatures and my drugged state are grounds for canceling the deal. But we must act quickly since Lucas has already begun modifications, which will become more difficult to reverse with each passing day. She is discussing filing an emergency request for a temporary restraining order to prevent any alterations to the property while we fight the sale in court. She says, "The fact that I was in the hospital recovering from surgery and on medication makes the signature questionable at best. The fact that Jake thought he was signing medical papers and not sale documents is also important." She asks if we have any proof that Helen had access to our personal documents, and I tell her about giving her the spare key and leaving her alone in my hospital room. Clara claims it is circumstantial yet useful. She inquires about our money and whether we can afford to fight this. Jake and I gaze at each other. I tell her we have some funds, but not much, and I'm meant to be on maternity leave for another 8 weeks. Clara says she'll work with us on payment arrangements, but the most important thing right now is to prevent Lucas from doing any more work on the property. She files an emergency motion for a temporary restraining order while we are seated in her office. She is typing quickly, looking up legal precedents and describing what she is doing as she goes. For the first time since this nightmare began, I feel like someone is truly fighting for us rather than simply telling us we're screwed. Clara says the hearing will probably be in 3 or 4 days, so we need to document everything Lucas does to the house between now and then. She instructs us to drive by and snap pictures every several hours, if feasible. She also advises we should gather all of the paperwork Helen has given us concerning the house. Every text message, email, and everything. Jake claims the most of it is on his phone, and Clara asks that it all be forwarded to her immediately. While waiting for the court hearing, Clara's investigator investigates Lucas's history and learns that he lost his contractor license after scamming 4 clients out of more than $250,000. Aaron, the investigator, contacts Clara 3 days after our initial meeting to provide information. Clara calls and puts Aaron on speaker. Aaron reveals that 5 years ago Lucas had a contracting firm and accepted deposits from 4 separate households for big improvements. He completed some preliminary work before disappearing with their money. The family sued and won, but Lucas declared bankruptcy, so they never received anything. The state has withdrawn his contractor license, and he is not permitted to perform any contractual work. Aaron believes this is significant since it demonstrates a habit of deception and targeting vulnerable individuals. The detective discovers Zachary Hale, Lucas's old business partner who was duped in the prior scheme. Zachary is more than eager to reveal evidence of Lucas's deceptive tactics and history of targeting vulnerable persons. Aaron claims Zachary phoned him back within an hour of being contacted and had boxes of documentation from their company together. Zachary wants Lucas to face actual repercussions this time. Clara believes Zachary's testimony might be critical to our case since it demonstrates that Lucas understands precisely what he's doing when he takes advantage of others. She asks whether we're comfortable with her contacting Zachary directly, and we answer yes, certainly. Aaron also offers us Zachary's contact information in case we wish to chat to him ourselves. Jake contacts Zachary that night, and they speak for over an hour. Zachary informs Jake that Lucas particularly targets people in crisis circumstances because they are too stressed to read paperwork attentively. He cheated 4 families and is now doing it to us. Zachary claims he lost his life savings in Lucas's prior swindle and has been waiting for an opportunity to see him face the penalties. Helen shows up abruptly in our tight apartment with baby necessities, as if nothing is wrong. We've been in this little 1-bedroom home for 4 days and are still living out of boxes. The doorbell rings, and I glance through the peephole to find Helen standing there with shopping bags. I don't want to allow her in, but Jake is in the shower. The baby is wailing, and I'm too weary to deal with it. I open the door, and Helen strides in as if she owns the place. She begins unpacking the luggage and takes out diapers, baby clothing and formula despite the fact that I am still nursing. She's commenting about how nice and comfortable the flat is. And aren't we happy she discovered it for us? When Jake confronts her about the house, she appears perplexed and upset that we are being ungrateful. He comes out of the bathroom in sweatpants with his hair still damp, sees his mother, and simply freezes. Helen grins and tells him she has brought provisions for the baby. Jake wonders what she's doing here, and Helen explains she came to check on her granddaughter. Helen is taken aback when Jake tells her that she must go. She truly believes we are overreacting, that young couples do not need to buy homes, and that renting promotes character. She claims we'll thank her later when we discover she protected us from becoming house poor. Jake ultimately loses his fury and orders his mother to leave and not return until she is ready to acknowledge what she'd done. Helen begins weeping, stating she was only trying to assist and that she believed we'd be better with a new start. Jake increases his voice, saying she took our house and must go now. Helen collects her purse and heads to the door, turning back and saying, "We're making a huge mistake getting lawyers involved." She continues, "Lucas is a nice young man and we should just accept the situation." Then she leaves, and Jake strikes the wall hard enough to damage it. I'm holding the baby and trying not to cry while Jake is shivering with fury. He contacts Laura and tells her what happened, and she says she'll come over. She arrives 4 days later with takeaway food and spends hours with us, telling us how their mother has always been like this. The temporary restraining order hearing takes place 3 days after we were due to leave, and the court granted it after considering the evidence of my medical condition and the strange timing. We're in a smaller courtroom than I thought, with only Clara and Lucas, his lawyer, and the judge. The judge is a lady in her 50s who appears exhausted, yet bright. Clara gives all of the documentation, explains the history, and displays images of me in the hospital. She has my medical records, including the bleeding, emergency surgery, and pain meds I was taking. Lucas's lawyer claims that the deal was legal and binding, and that we are simply experiencing buyer's regret. The court asks Lucas directly if he was aware I was in the hospital when the papers were signed, and Lucas responds yes, but this does not invalidate the transaction. When the judge asks if he knew I was using pain medicine, Lucas hesitates and maintains he was unaware of my medical situation. Clara brings out text exchanges between Lucas and Helen, in which Helen clearly says that I recently underwent surgery and am recovering. The judge looks at Lucas coldly, and thinks the timing is questionable at best. She issues the interim restraining order and orders Lucas to cease all remodeling work immediately. However, we are still unable to move back in because the transaction has not been cancelled, only frozen. The court has scheduled a full hearing in 2 weeks to assess if the transaction should be overturned. I'm weeping in the courthouse restroom since this partial triumph means we're still stuck in this cramped apartment with a newborn. Lucas is required to cease all work, although he still legally owns the house. Clara finds me in the restroom and says, "This is actually a really good result." She believes the judge saw through Lucas's falsehoods and that the complete hearing will most likely go our way, but 2 more weeks seems impossible right now. Our money are quickly depleted due to attorney bills and the increased rent on Helen's preferred apartment. And while I'm supposed to be on maternity leave, my nursing supervisor is calling to ask when I'll be back. The apartment is $400 more per month than our mortgage, and we're paying it on top of our usual bills and Clara's costs. Jake sits down with our bank statements and credit cards one night, after the baby has fallen asleep. He puts everything out on the little kitchen table and begins adding figures. We understand we may be able to afford 2 more months of legal bills before we are forced to choose between fighting for our home and meeting basic requirements. My boss keeps calling and inquiring about my return date, and I keep repeating, "I don't know. I'm supposed to have 8 more weeks of vacation, but we need the money." Jake's employment as an IT specialist does not provide enough money to cover everything. We discussed returning to work early, but the baby is just 2 weeks old and I'm still healing from surgery. My boss is understanding, but I can sense the hospital is running out of nurses and is becoming irritated. Jake offers we contact his sister for a loan, but I don't want to. Laura has already been quite helpful to us. We look at credit card offers and personal loans, and they all have ridiculously high interest rates. I start weeping because Helen and Lucas put us in this predicament, and we may have to go into debt to battle them. Jake says we'll work things out, but I can see he's worried too. We resolve to wait until after the next hearing before making any major financial choices. If we lose the house, we'll need money for a security deposit and relocation expenses. If we win, all we need to do is survive until we can move back in. Zachary Hale meets Clara personally and offers to testify about Lucas's fraud habits, bringing documents demonstrating that Lucas particularly targets persons in crisis circumstances who are too overburdened to read papers thoroughly. Clara contacts us the next morning, enthusiastic by Zachary's findings. She claims Zachary has contracts, emails and text messages from other fraud instances that detail Lucas's identical strategy. He seeks people who are going through family issues, medical crises, or financial difficulties and offers to help them. Then he forces them to sign paperwork they don't fully comprehend while distracted and anxious. Zachary lost his life savings in Lucas's prior swindle and has been waiting for an opportunity to see him face the penalties. Clara claims Zachary is willing to testify at the complete hearing, and his evidence might be crucial in establishing this wasn't simply a bungled transaction, but premeditated fraud. She asks if we want to meet with Zachary before the hearing, and we agree. We meet him at a coffee shop near our place. And Zachary is a skinny, jittery man in his 40s who appears to have not slept well in years. He shows us folders full of records and describes how Lucas persuaded him to spend their business savings on a property flip that never occurred. Lucas seized the money and fled, leaving Zachary unable to pay his staff or rent. He lost everything. Zachary adds that when Aaron phoned him about our situation, he saw the pattern right away. He claims Lucas constantly targets persons who are vulnerable and exhausted. He asks about our daughter, and I tell him she's 3 weeks old now. Zachary says, Lucas probably planned the whole thing around my due date knowing we'd be too distracted to fight back. That makes me feel sick because it means this was all calculated from the beginning. I leave the coffee shop with all of Zachary's documents in a folder and my baby sleeping in her carrier against my chest. Jake takes us home, and we both remain quiet since knowing Lucas timed this around my due date makes everything worse. Back at the flat, I nurse the baby and try not to think about Helen watching me labor for 40 hours, knowing exactly what she was planning. My phone rings, and it's Jake's sister Laura, wondering if we'll be attending Thanksgiving at her place next week. I tell her we can't since Helen will be there. Laura says she fully understands. She claims Jake's brother Chris feels the same way and will not go if Helen is invited. However, their other brother, Brian, believes we are exaggerating the situation. Laura claims Brian informed her that moms occasionally overstep, but that is just how Helen is, and we should forgive her. I have to put down the phone for a minute because I am so upset. Laura says she's having Thanksgiving only for us and Chris's family, and Helen isn't invited, till she confesses her mistakes. Jake gets on the phone and thanks his sister, and I can hear him tear a bit. He tells Laura that he never expected to have to choose between his mother and his wife. But Helen made that decision for him when she seized our home. After he hangs up, he sits on our tight apartment couch and looks at the wall. He claims Helen controlled everything during his life, and he never fought her because it was tiresome. He claims he should have safeguarded me better and established limits years ago. I sit next to him, and we don't speak for a long. The baby wakes up sobbing, and I change her diaper on the floor since there isn't enough space in this apartment for a changing table. 4 days later, Clara calls with news of a settlement offer. Lucas's attorney approached her with what they describe as a nice compromise. We'd receive 70% of the house's true worth in cash, and Lucas would keep the property. Clara suggests we should meet in person to discuss this. So we drove to her office with the baby. She lays out papers on her desk that display the figures. The house was valued around $320,000, and Lucas paid $160,000 for it. His offer would bring us $224,000. Clara says that going to trial is expensive, and the outcome is not assured even with all of our proof. She claims trials can last a year or more, and cost tens of thousands of dollars in legal expenses. But if we accept this bargain, Helen and Lucas will get away with taking over $100,000 of my inheritance. I am shaking. I'm so furious. I tell Clara that I want to fight this all the way because they cannot simply take from us and then offer to return the majority of it as if they were doing us a favor. Jake agrees, but seems concerned about the cost. Clara says she understands and believes we have a solid case, but she must be open about the dangers and expenditures. We inform her we're not taking the offer, and she nods and says she'll notify Lucas's attorney. Jake and I discuss money again while driving home. We have about $6,000 in savings after paying Clara's retainer and the first month's rent on this flat. Even if we win the trial, we will be absolutely broke in a year. Jake offers asking his sister for a loan, but I decline because Laura has done so much already. We look at credit card offers and personal loans, and they all have ridiculously high interest rates. I start weeping because Helen and Lucas have gotten us into this problem, and we may have to go into debt to battle them. Jake responds, "We'll figure something out," but I can see he's scared too. The next week, Clara's investigator contacts her with information concerning Helen's finances. Clara joins us at a coffee shop and tells us what he discovered. Helen owes more than $40,000 on credit cards and is facing foreclosure on her condo. The investigator discovered emails between Helen and Lucas dated 6 months earlier, in which they discussed the house selling plan. Lucas offered Helen $25,000 if she helped him acquire the property at half price. Clara offers us printouts of the emails, which I read on my phone while keeping the infant from snatching the papers. Helen wrote, "Things like this will solve both of our problems, and Jake will understand eventually." Lucas' comments focus on timing and ensuring that all documentation seems real. Reading my mother-in-law's comments about snatching my house makes me ill. Clara replies, "This demonstrates Helen wasn't just controlling or making a mistake. She actively planned to commit fraud for money." Jake examines the emails, his hands trembling. He admits he knew his mother was problematic, but he never imagined she'd do something criminal with her own son. Clara argues that this material helps our case greatly by demonstrating preparation and intent. She'll send everything to the district attorney's office to determine whether they'll file criminal charges. When I ask Clara what it implies, she says Lucas and Helen might face fraud charges if the DA believes there is sufficient proof. She reminds us that criminal proceedings move slowly, and there is no assurance of prosecution. However, the fact that a criminal investigation is underway may put Lucas under pressure to negotiate better conditions. 2 weeks later, a detective called our flat and introduced himself as Victor Grant from the district attorney's fraud section. He wants to interview me about what occurred and asks if he may come over. I accept, and he shows up the next afternoon in ordinary clothing, carrying a notepad. The baby is cranky, so I'm attempting to feed her while answering his questions. Detective Grant asks me to go over everything from the beginning. I tell him about Helen's actions during my pregnancy, including handing her the spare key, going into labor, experiencing a hemorrhage, and requiring emergency surgery. When I signed the documents, he took notes and asked specific questions regarding my medical condition. I explained the agony, medicine, and weariness, as well as how I had just completed nursing when the title company representative arrived. He inquires whether Helen was present, and I respond, yes, she was standing right there telling me this was what we discussed. Detective Grant seemed troubled as I mentioned signing the paperwork while barely aware. He inquires about Jake's involvement, and I explain how Helen duped him into signing documents he believed were medical power of attorney. The baby begins sobbing loudly, and I have to interrupt the interview to stroll around and quiet her down. Detective Grant waits patiently, explaining that he has children and understands. When I sit back down, he inquires about the emails discovered by Clara's investigator. I tell him Clara has copies of everything, and he says he will obtain them from her. He asks whether I believe Helen arranged this particularly for my due date, and I respond definitely. That's exactly what occurred. She waited till I was most weak to carry out her plan. Detective Grant closes his notes, stating that this is one of the worst incidents of exploitation he has witnessed. He believes that taking advantage of someone shortly after childbirth and emergency surgery is particularly troubling. He assures me that the DA's office will analyze everything and decide on criminal charges within a few weeks. After he goes, I sit on the couch, exhausted. Jake gets home from work, and I tell him about the interview. He asks whether I'm okay, and I respond, no, I'm really not okay. The stress of everything finally hits me 2 weeks after the detective's visit. I awoke with a severe headache and blurred vision. Jake is preparing for work and I attempt to rise up, but the room swirls. He asks what's wrong, and I explain that I don't feel right. My head is throbbing and I am dizzy. Jake measures my blood pressure with the monitor we received after I left the hospital, and it is dangerously high. He asks his sister to watch the baby and drives me to the emergency department. The emergency room doctor checks me and requests blood tests. She returns an hour later and says, I'm showing signs of postpartum preeclampsia, and my blood pressure is high enough that I could have a stroke. She adds, if we'd waited any longer, it could have been really bad. They admit me overnight for monitoring and give me medication to lower my blood pressure. Jake is afraid and repeatedly asks the doctor whether I'll be okay. She believes I should be all right with proper therapy and relaxation, but I need to drastically lower my stress levels. I'm lying in a hospital bed, with an IV in my arm, recognizing that this legal battle is literally jeopardizing my life. The nurse checks my blood pressure every 2 hours during the night, and it gradually decreases. Laura remains at our flat with the baby and sends Jake updates on feedings. In the morning, the doctor says I may go home, but I must relax and avoid stress as much as possible. She says postpartum preeclampsia can be dangerous, and I should take it carefully. Jake brings me home and Laura has cleaned our flat and prepared meals. She tenderly holds me and expresses her sorrow at what is occurring. I sleep the most of the day while Laura looks after the baby. When I wake up, Jake is sitting next to the bed, looking afraid. He suggests we accept Lucas' settlement offer since my health is more important than the house. I tell him I will not allow them win after everything they've done. He says he is concerned about losing me, and I respond I will be more cautious. But we are not giving up. My nursing network becomes aware of what occurred to me and the circumstances at home. My co-workers at the hospital begin asking questions, and I end up giving many of them the entire tale. Within days, someone starts an online campaign to aid with our legal bills and living expenses. I am not even sure who initiated it at first. My boss calls and tells me that the whole nursing staff wants to assist, and is circulating the fundraiser link to other departments. I'm ashamed at first since I don't enjoy asking for assistance, but Jake insists we need it. The crowdfunding page tells what Helen and Lucas did and how we're fighting to reclaim our house. Donations begin to pour in from nurses I work with, physicians I've supported during operations, and even patients' relatives who remember me. Within 3 days, more than $3,000 has been raised. By the end of the week, it'll have surpassed $8,000. I'm sobbing as I read the comments from individuals that want to assist and believe what happened to us is terrible. Some nurses I hardly know give $100 or more. My supervisor makes a $500 donation. The fundraising provides us with enough money to continue paying Clara and covering our rent for several months. I contact Clara and inform her that we will not accept Lucas's settlement offer since we can afford to continue battling. She seems relieved and says she was hoping we'd say that since she believes we'll win. My co-workers' support helps me feel less alone and helpless. Jake and I sit down and look at the fundraiser site, reading everyone's lovely remarks. He promises we'll get through this and get our house back. Detective Grant approaches Clara, stating that he needs to question the title company agent who handled the sale. Samantha Brooks is her name, and she is first reluctant to speak with him. Clara informs us that Samantha is concerned about legal liabilities for her firm. Grant receives a court order forcing her to be interrogated, and she eventually accepts. Clara is unable to attend the interview, but Grant later tells her about it. Samantha acknowledged she was concerned about the paperwork timetable because everything transpired so quickly. Lucas pushed her through the procedure, and she didn't push back as much as she could have. She informed Grant that she saw inconsistencies in her internal business files about how quickly things were signed and processed. Normally, a house sale takes weeks, but this one took only days. Samantha stated that Lucas pressed her to shut things promptly, and she agreed because he was a returning client. Grant inquired whether she saw anything strange about my signature, and Samantha stated the paperwork were valid at the time, but the timing was peculiar. Clara argues that Samantha's testimony is significant because it demonstrates that even the title firm suspected something was off with the deal. Her internal notes on inconsistencies will indicate Lucas was aware he was doing anything improper. Grant informs Clara that Samantha's assistance greatly improves the criminal case. The district attorney's office is now seriously investigating fraud charges against Lucas and Helen. Clara phones us 2 weeks later with big news. She claims that the criminal probe has become substantial enough that Lucas's counsel is now concerned about jail time. Grant has created a case that demonstrates Lucas's practice of deception against several victims, including Zachary Hale. The emails between Lucas and Helen show that they planned the entire affair together. Samantha's evidence reveals that Lucas hastened the transaction despite knowing it was dubious. All of the information about my medical condition and the fake paperwork indicates that this was a premeditated deception against a vulnerable individual. Clara claims Lucas's attorney contacted her to arrange a fresh settlement on our terms, rather than their prior lowball offer. Lucas's power has radically altered since he is facing criminal fraud accusations, which might result in actual prison time. Helen is being examined as an accomplice since the emails show she was part in the planning process. Clara claims that this is the first time she has truly believed that we will reclaim our home. Lucas's attorney wants to meet to negotiate conditions, and Clara believes they would agree to nearly anything to keep Lucas from going to trial on criminal charges. When I ask Clara what Helen is facing, she replies that if the DA charges her as an accomplice, she might face probation, community service, and reparations. Jake seemed relieved for the first time in months. We set up a meeting with Lucas's attorney for the next week to negotiate settlement terms. After 3 weeks of back and forth with our attorneys, we eventually reach an agreement. Lucas will return the house to us and put the deed back into my name. He will pay for all of our legal bills, including Clara's and the investigators. He will pay for our move back into the house, as well as $18,000 in compensation for damages and lost equity. In addition to returning the home, Lucas must pay us around $40,000 in total. It's not perfect since we'll never be able to recoup the 4 months of rent we paid for this place, let alone the mental pain of what we went through. But the most important thing is that we have our house back. Lucas has pleaded guilty to fraud charges, which result in 2 years probation and reparations to his other victims, including Zachary Hale. He will not serve jail time, but he will have a criminal record and must repay everyone he scammed. Clara claims that the DA consented to probation instead of prison time since Lucas is cooperating and returning our house. We signed the settlement papers in Clara's office, and I'm trembling the entire time. Jake squeezes my hand and says, "We did it. After all of the paperwork is processed via the court system, the house will be returned to my name within 2 weeks." Helen's criminal case continues forward independently of Lucas's settlement with us. The DA accuses her as an accomplice to fraud based on emails indicating that she arranged everything with Lucas. She faces probation, 200 hours of community service, and a $12,000 reparation payment for her involvement in the fraud. Clara argues that Helen's penalty is less harsh than Lucas's, since she did not immediately gain from the transaction, as Lucas never paid her the $25,000 he promised. The DA is treating her as a facilitator of the fraud, rather than the primary culprit. But she's still getting a criminal record and must repay us. The $12,000 restitution is in addition to Lucas's settlement, bringing the total payout to $30,000. Helen loses the $25,000 Lucas promised her, and her financial condition worsens instead of improving. Laura informs us that Helen had to sell her condo to escape foreclosure and is now relocating into a modest apartment. Her credit card debt remains, and she now faces further court bills. I don't enjoy seeing her suffer, but there is justice in how her selfishness and cruelty backfired totally. She attempted to take my fortune, but ended up losing everything herself. The moving truck arrives on a Saturday morning, 5 months after we signed the settlement documents. And I stood in our driveway, holding my daughter, who has grown so much since that dreadful day when we returned home to discover everything changed. Jake pulls boxes through the front door, which Lucas never had the time to fix. I accompany him inside to the living room, where Lucas began taking down the carpet but never completed. We spend the first day simply strolling through each area and choosing what has to be repaired, cleaned, or discarded from Lucas's half-finished repairs. The nursery still has the color I picked before everything fell apart, and I sit in it with my daughter, crying a bit because we are finally home. Jake finds me there and sits down next to us on the floor, wrapping his arm over my shoulders without saying anything for a few minutes. Then he talks about his mother and how he should have known what she was capable of. How his devotion to her blinded him to all the warning indicators that were there in front of him. He apologizes for disbelieving me when I originally informed him there was a problem with the papers, and for waiting 3 days to truly realize his mother had stolen our home. We chatted for nearly an hour about what our family would look like in the future, about boundaries and trust, and how we will safeguard our daughter from others who pretend to love her but treat her cruelly. It hurts to have this talk because Jake is grieving for the mother he believed he had before understanding she was never that person. And I am seeing my husband's grief, even if I am pleased that he has finally realized the truth. The next week, Jake calls his mother from our bedroom while I am in the hallway, where I can hear everything. He informs Helen that she can visit her granddaughter but only under supervision and after completing a family therapy program centered on boundaries and restoring shattered trust. Helen instantly begins arguing that she does not require treatment, that she was simply trying to assist us, and that we are being unkind and ungrateful. Jake remains cool and repeats the requirements without giving in or allowing her guilt trip to affect him. She threatens to fight for grandparents' rights, which Jake says is a poor idea considering her recent felony conviction for fraud. Helen begins weeping, claiming Jake is choosing me over his own mother, and he says that he has chosen his wife and daughter since that is what a husband and father do. Helen hangs up on him, and Jake emerges from the bedroom, fatigued but lighter in spirit. I tell him I'm proud of him for prioritizing our nuclear family, and he hugs me tightly, saying he should have done so years ago. 6 months after Lucas changed our locks and Helen devastated our lives, we've settled into a routine that feels almost normal. Our daughter is crawling around and gets into everything. And now that we've repaired all of the damage from Lucas's renovations, the house seems like our own again. Jake's connection with his mother is only maintained through infrequent supervised video conversations in which Helen refuses to recognize she did anything wrong. And I know their relationship will most likely never heal. However, his sister comes over twice a week to help with the baby. And his brother, who stood with us through everything, has become one of our best friends. Instead of pretending Helen's poisonous control was normal or appropriate, we're putting together the family support system we really need. My coworkers still check in with me on a daily basis to see how things are doing, and the nursing supervisor granted my desire to return part-time so I could spend more time with my baby. I'm now working 3 days a week, and we're steadily paying off the credit card debt we accumulated throughout the court battle. We are not where we were financially before Helen sold our house, and it will take another year to return to that stability, but we are going ahead, and our daughter is thriving in the home purchased with my grandfather's fortune, which was always the goal of battling so hard to reclaim it. I've learned that safeguarding your family often entails facing fights you never expected to confront, standing up to those who should love you but chose to be unkind instead. I'm stronger for having survived this horror, even if I wish it had never occurred. And I know I can handle whatever happens next, because I've already survived the worst-case scenario I could have imagined. After our parents' funeral, my sister dumped boxes at my feet. Find another place to die. Until the lawyer read, Claire inherits the $4.6 million home. My name is Claire Bennett, and I was 36 years old when my sister looked me in the eyes and ordered me to find another place to die. 4 days after our parents' burial, while I was still using a cane from the automobile accident that nearly killed me 3 years before, Madeline stood at the doorway of the only house I had left and delivered those words without shedding a tear. She'd brought moving boxes. She had brought her spouse, as well as a ruthlessness that I had no idea she had. Our parents had recently been buried. The flowers on their graves had not yet faded. And my sister, my own blood, was kicking me out of the house where I'd spent the previous 3 years recuperating, healing, and caring for the same people she seldom saw. She assumed I had nothing. She believed I was useless. She made an incorrect assumption. Before I tell you what happened at the lawyer's office 5 days later, please like and subscribe if you enjoyed the tale. Please let me know in the comments where you're viewing from and what time it is. To understand why those words stabbed deeper than any knife, let me take you back to the day when everything changed. 3 years before my parents died, I was a landscape architect in Hartford, running my own little practice. I developed gardens for affluent clientele, renovated old homes, and had recently signed a contract with the city's botanical organization. Life was good. Life made sense. Then a drunk drove through a red light. I can't recall the impact. I just remember waking up in a hospital room with metal rods in my spine and doctors telling me that I would never walk again. The procedure lasted 13 hours. Recovery would take years. My flat had stairs that I could not ascend. My workplace had tasks that I couldn't handle. My funds had limits, which medical expenses did not respect. So when my parents gave me a first-floor guest room, I accepted. I returned to my childhood home, to the bedroom where my high school track trophies remained on the shelf. For 21 months, I used a wheelchair. I learned how to traverse door frames and bathroom tiles, as well as the humiliation of needing assistance with tasks I had done on my own since childhood. My mother would read to me on bad days. My father built a ramp on the back porch so I could sit in the garden. Madeline phoned once a month, occasionally less. She never inquired about my physical treatment. She never inquired how I was doing. When she called a few times and I responded, her reaction was always the same. "Oh, you are still there. Put Mom on. Is it still there?" As if I were a stain that wouldn't get out. What Madeline was unaware of, and never inquired about, was that I had begun walking 5 months before our parents died. First use a walker, then a cane. I was healing. I was becoming stronger. But to her, I was always the worthless one. The Christmas before my parents died, Madeline arrived home with her ideal family. Evan wore a cashmere coat that was more expensive than my monthly medical payments. Their 2 children, Lily and Noah, raced through the house as if they owned it. Madeline oversaw everyone like a stage manager, moving the furniture, scrutinizing my mother's table settings, and reminding us all of proper procedures. I spent 3 days making her kids' favorite meals. Noah eats homemade mac and cheese, while Lily eats chocolate chip pancakes. I did it standing at the counter, cane propped against the stove, my back screaming after 20 minutes because I wanted to help. I wanted to be useful. On Christmas morning, everyone gathered in the living room for the traditional family portrait. My father put up the tripod. My mother adjusted the decorations on the tree. The youngsters battled about who would stand in front. Madeline glanced at me and smiled, but not warmly. "Claire, perhaps you should sit this one out. We're looking for a good shot for our Christmas card." The room became silent. My mother opened her lips and then closed it. My father looked at the camera as if he hadn't heard. Madeline shrugged. "The wheelchair does not exactly suit the look, you know. I wasn't even in my wheelchair anymore." I was standing with a cane and didn't protest. I'd realized that disagreeing with Madeline simply gave her fodder. So I smiled, nodded, and entered the kitchen. Through the glass, I saw my family posing without me. I heard the shutter click, 1, 2, then 3 times. I had no idea my father had seen the entire event or what he did the next morning. My parents died on a Thursday in March. They were heading to California to attend the wedding of an old college acquaintance. A private charter with 7 guests, clear skies. The plane crashed down somewhere above Nevada. They stated it was a mechanical breakdown. They say it happened quickly. When the phone came, I was in the garden, trimming the roses my mother had planted 17 years before. The phone rang and 45 seconds later, my entire life fell apart. Madeline flew in for the funeral. She managed everything. The arrangements, flowers and guest list. I was too numb to battle her about it. I sat in the first pew for the service and realized I didn't know half of the folks present. Madeline's acquaintances and contacts, individuals who had never met my parents but wanted to pay their respects. 4 days after we buried them, Madeline requested to talk with me privately. She discovered me in the living room, surrounded by condolence cards I couldn't bear to open. She did not sit down. She stood at the doorway, arms crossed, with Evan lurking behind her like a shadow. "I've spoken with the lawyer," she replied. "Everything goes to me, the house, the accounts, everything." I was staring skyward. "What lawyer?" "The lawyer." She waved her hand dismissively. "Mom and Dad's estate lawyer. He verified this." "Did he provide you any documents? A copy of the will?" Madeline's eye twitched slightly. "I do not need to show you anything. You have 17 days to locate another place to reside." Something chilly settled into my gut. Madeline had told the lawyer. No name, no firm, just the lawyer. My folks had been using Samuel Prescott for more than 20 years. If Madeline had actually spoken to him, she would have mentioned his name. She wasn't telling the truth. That night, I sat alone in my parents' study and reflected about my life. No job. I liquidated my company 20 months ago because medical expenditures made it hard to keep the lights on. No savings. What little money I had went into copays, specialists, and the never-ending list of medicines that prevented my spine from stiffening up. No income. Disability benefits barely covered the essentials. And now, it appears that there is no home. I gazed around the room. My father's desk, worn smooth after 42 years of use. My mom's reading chair. The cloth faded where she usually lay her head. The window that looked out into the garden we had created together. She planted. I design. We were both fantasizing about what it may become. This house consisted of more than simply 4 walls and a roof. Here is where I took my first steps. I learned to ride my bike in the driveway. My mother taught me to cook. My father taught me to dispute. Every room contained a memory. Every corner included a piece of my parents. If I walked away today, I would not just lose my house, I'd lose them all again. Worse, I would be proving Madeline correct. I would accept that I was useless, that I did not deserve to be here, and that I was worthless. I couldn't accept it. I would not. I began opening drawers, seeking for something. A hint that Madeline was incorrect. In the bottom drawer of my father's desk, behind old tax records and faded pictures, I discovered a business card. Samuel Prescott is an estate attorney. I turned it over. There were 6 words on the reverse, written carefully by my father. Call him. He knows everything. My father never made notes. Never. So, why this one? 5 days later, Madeline returned. I was in the living room practicing walking without a cane. The physical therapist stated that I was ready to attempt. I wanted to prove that I could achieve anything on my own. The front door burst open. Madeline strolled in, carrying cardboard boxes, and Evan followed after with more. She dumped them at my feet, and the hollow thud echoed across the room. She said, "Pack your things. You have till Monday." "Madeline, I need more time." "I am still what?" "Still claiming to be ill. I was in an automobile accident." "You are aware of this?" 3 years ago, she kicked one of the boxes at me. "You've milked it long enough." Evan shuffled uneasily. "Honey, perhaps we should keep out of this." Evan, behind me, I heard Helen Brooks, the nurse who had cared for my parents in their final months, enter from the kitchen. She paused at the doorway, her eyes wide. Ruth Callahan, our 42-year-old neighbor, was standing next to her, delivering a casserole. They both heard what happened next. Madeline walked closer, close enough for me to smell her perfume, which was costly and biting. She gazed at me in the same way you look at rubbish that has to be emptied. She said, "Find another place to die. You are now useless." The words remained in the air. Helen made a little noise. Ruth's hand moved to her chest. Madeline did not even look at them. She saw them as invisible and inconsequential. But I noticed Helen doing something unusual. She took out a little notepad from her pocket and jotted something down. She was quick and unobtrusive, as if she were taking vital signs from a patient. At the time I had no idea why. Later I would. Ruth was the first to move. She stepped forward. Her 70-year-old figure stiffened with the type of rage that only decades of friendship can engender. She had known my mother even before I was born. She'd held me as a baby. She had watched both Bennett daughters grow up and had definitely taken a side. Madeline Grace Bennett. Ruth's voice might have sliced through glass. If your mother could hear you right now, she'd roll in her grave. Madeline turned slowly, her face set in polite bewilderment. I apologize. Who asked you to join this conversation? I have known this family for 42 years, which is longer than you have been alive, young lady. This is a family company. I was a part of your family even before you could walk. Ruth walked to stand by me, her hand resting on my arm. Margaret adored both of her children, but she wasn't blind, Madeline. Neither of us were. Something flared on Madeline's face. Uncertainty perhaps, or simply irritation at being confronted. Evan moved forward, grasping for his wife's elbow. Madeline, come on. We can address it later. Do not touch me. She backed backward, her voice rising. My mother left me in charge. Not her. Not a neighbor who believes she has the right to. Your mother did not leave you in control of anything. Ruth's comments were hushed. Final. Not yet. The room became motionless. Madeline's jaw constricted. She looked at me, then Ruth, and last at Helen, who was still standing at the kitchen doorway with her notebook. Fine. Madeline grabbed Evan's arm and dragged him toward the door. Monday, Claire. I need you out by Monday. The door banged behind them. Ruth grasped my arm. Don't worry, honey. This is not over. I believed her. The next morning, Evan returned alone. I discovered him standing on the porch, hands in his pockets, as if he had lost an argument with himself. He trembled when I opened the door. Madeline has no idea I am here, he replied hastily. Can we speak? I allowed him inside. We sat in the living room, he on the edge of my mother's chair and me on the couch, my cane propped up against the armrest. He refused to meet my gaze. Look. He began around yesterday. Madeline is under a lot of strain. Pressure to kick her handicapped sister out of her deceased parents' home. He grimaced. It is not personal, Claire. We absolutely need the money. I went very still. Need. The home itself is worth. He paused, caught himself. I mean, the estate should be handled soon for everyone's sake. Evan. I leaned forwards. What's happening? He was silent for a long time. Then in a voice just above a whisper, we were in trouble. My investments from last year did not pan out. We owe a lot more than we can pay. How much? He glanced up, down, anywhere but at me. 420,000, give or take. The number hovered between us, like smoke. The bank is threatening to take our house, he said. The kids' school has inquired about next semester's tuition. Madeline tries to keep things together, but Evan... Madeline's voice, sharp as a dagger, echoed from the doorway. We both leaped. I hadn't heard her car come up. What are you doing here? She gripped his arm, her knuckles white. Let's go immediately. Evan whispered something to me as she hauled him outside. It may have been sorry. It could have been helpful. And I understand what some of you may be thinking right now. Why didn't Claire fight back? Why haven't you said anything? I asked myself the same question. But here's what I've learned. Sometimes the wisest reaction is to not respond at all. If you've ever been underestimated, let us know in the comments. And if you want to know what occurred in the lawyer's office 5 days later, stay watching. Now, return to the tale. That evening, I discovered the business card again. Samuel Prescott is an estate attorney. The calligraphy on the reverse appeared to sparkle beneath. The desk lamp. Call him. He knows everything. I called the number before I could talk myself out of it. The phone rang twice, followed by a deep, measured voice. Prescott Law Offices. Mr. Prescott, this is Claire Bennett. Jonathan and Margaret had a daughter. A hiatus, followed by warming. Miss Bennett, I have been waiting for your call. Something in his tone made me grasp the phone more tightly. Have you? Your father said you'd contact me. In fact, he was pretty confident. The papers rustled in the background. I believe your sister has been making claims over the estate. She claims that everything belongs to her. She claims you verified it. A dry chuckle. I have not spoken with Madeline since your parents' anniversary party 4 years ago. She has obviously not called my office. The relief that washed over me was nearly overwhelming. So she is lying. I would not presume to describe your sister's statements. What I can tell you is that your parents had very precise wishes. He paused. Very specific, Miss Bennett. What does this mean? That implies I'd prefer you to visit my office prior to the formal reading. Certain portions of the will require background. Another pause. This time, the duration is longer. Nobody, not even your sister, is aware of these details. I scribbled down the appointment time with trembling hands. Miss Bennett. His voice softened. Your father amended his will 7 months ago, shortly after Christmas. He told me he could finally see things properly. He had been watching the Christmas photo, even though I was not in it. Helen Brooks arrived the day before the official will reading to say her final goodbyes. She stood on the doorstep, a cardigan tightly wrapped over her shoulders, appearing smaller than I recalled. For 10 weeks she had been a fixture in our house, collecting my parents' vital signs, administering their meds, and sitting with my mother throughout the long nights when the agony kept her awake. Her duty was now complete, and she would go on to the next family, patient and ending. I wanted to give you something, she explained. She delved into her backpack and took out a leather-bound notepad with worn edges. I immediately recognized it. My mother's handwriting dominated the whole page, her looping cursive, and the way she always pressed too hard with her pen. Your mother has requested me to keep this secure. Helen pushed the notepad into my hand. She said you will need it eventually. She claimed you would know when. I drew my mother's initials on the cover. What's inside it? Her ideas, days, and observations. Helen paused. The final few pages feature you and your sister. I did not read them. It was not my place. But I believe she wanted you to comprehend something. What do you understand? Helen looked down the street, as if to ensure that we were alone. Mr. Prescott has something else going on. Your mother created a video message a few months ago. She met my gaze. She was quite explicit on when it should be played. My throat clenched. Helen. Why are you telling me this? She stretched out to squeeze my hand. Claire, your mother knew. She knew what Madeline would do, so she prepared. Helen took a step back toward her car. Your parents loved you both, but they were not blind. The journal seemed weighty in my hands, almost like a promise or a warning. Madeline planned the memorial reception in the same way she planned everything else, expensively and without consulting anybody. The restaurant was Italian and expensive, complete with linen napkins and servers who introduced themselves by name. She had hired out the private dining room, arranged the caterers, and sent invitations on cream-colored card paper with my parents' names embossed in gold. She had not asked me about the food. She had not asked me about the guest list. She had not asked me anything at all. I came late. My cab had become caught in traffic, and walking from the parking lot with my cane took longer than I had expected. When I entered the private area, Madeline was already standing at the head of the long table, holding a glass of wine and delivering a speech. 45 people sat in front of her, relatives and uncles I scarcely remembered, and parents' acquaintances whose names I had forgotten. Evan's business associates, Madeline's book club, a sea of faces, some grieving, others simply looking on. They'd toiled their entire lives for this family. Madeline was speaking, her voice conveying the same tone she used when she wanted others to adore her. And I swear to uphold that heritage. I will defend this house, this neighborhood, and everything they have built. She described this family as a claim, like a title of ownership. I stood at the doorway, but no one in the room recognized me. Mom and Dad would be so proud of what we've accomplished, Madeline concluded. The Bennett name will remain. I'll make sure of that. I grasped my cane till my knuckles became white. She had not mentioned me once. Not once. It was as if I had already been removed from the family she was so eager to protect. Someone in the throng saw me standing there. A murmur sounded around the room. Heads turned. Madeline's sentence stuttered briefly before she recovered with a polished smile. Claire, you made it. The way she phrased it, as if my existence was a little surprise or an afterthought, made my skin crawl. I walked toward an empty seat in the back, my cane tapping against the smooth floor in the quiet. Madeline. Aunt Helen, my father's older sister, spoke from the center of the table. What about Claire? Where will she reside now? The question remained in the air. 45 sets of eyes moved between us. Madeline's grin did not waver. Claire has her own intentions. She is going through a shift. Where are we transitioning to? Helen pushed. Madeline shrugged softly. Wherever she can manage. She has always been resourceful. Several individuals chuckled. Small, anxious chuckles. The type that people give when they don't know what else to do. But they laughed. I stood there with my cane, feeling the weight of each glance. Some people looked at me with sympathy, while others judged me. Most people simply turned aside, uncomfortable, ready to return to their drinks and polite chat. Madeline passed me on her way to welcome someone at another table. As she passed, she leaned in closer. "I told you to stay at home," she muttered. "You're embarrassing yourself." I didn't reply. I remembered what Samuel Prescott had said when I went to his office that morning. Allow her to talk. The more she talks now, the greater the silence afterward. So I took my seat. I folded my hands in my lap and waited. Madeline had no idea what was coming. Ruth came 20 minutes later, dressed in black and with an unsettling expression. She scoured the room until she located me alone at my corner table, moving food about my plate but not eating. Then her eyes turned to Madeline, who was holding court near the bar and giggling at something Evan said. Ruth's jaw stiffened. She went straight up to me. "Is it true?" she inquired, sitting down. "What did Helen just tell me? Did Madeline actually say you were transitioning?" I nodded. Ruth got back up. Before I could stop her, she raised her voice loudly enough to drown out every other conversation in the room. Margaret and Jonathan would be embarrassed if they saw this. The room became quiet. Madeline turned with her wineglass stopped halfway to her lips. "Excuse me." Madeline's voice was icy. "You have heard me." Ruth did not flinch. She pointed to me and said, "This girl took care of your parents every day while you were too busy to visit. She washed them. She fed them. She clutched your mother's hand when she felt afraid." Ruth's voice crackled, but she continued. "What have you done, Madeline?" "Send flowers." Someone gave a gasp. Evan moved closer, grabbing for Madeline's arm, but she shrugged him off. "You have no rights. I have every right." Margaret and I were closest friends for 42 years. Ruth walked to stand by me, placing her hand on my shoulder. "And I know the type of daughter you've been." The hush was total. Somebody coughed. A fork clinked against the plate. Madeline's face had become crimson, then white. For the first time, I noticed a break in her demeanor, something unsure. Ruth bent down and whispered into my ear. "I chatted with Samuel this morning. He informed me what was coming. Please wait, honey. Please wait." 5 days later, I entered Samuel Prescott's office on the 14th floor of the Hartford Financial Building. The receptionist guided me to a conference room at the end of the corridor, complete with dark wood and leather seats and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city, the type of space where big things happen. Madeline was already present. She sat at the head of the table as if she owned it, her Hermes bag perfectly placed and her posture impeccable. Evan sat alongside her, swiping through his phone with the feverish desperation of a guy longing to be somewhere else. I took my seat across from them. My cane rested on the chair. Madeline did not glance at me. Samuel Prescott appeared with a leather briefcase and a court reporter following him. He seemed older than I recalled, silver-haired and dignified, with the serenity that comes from decades of giving life-changing news to individuals who were unprepared to hear it. "Thank you all for coming," he added, taking his seat. "Before we begin the formal reading, I need to confirm a few details." He opened a manila folder and glanced at Madeline. "Mrs. Collins, have you ever seen your parents' whole will, which they filed with my office?" Madeline straightened. "I have seen the will. Yes, it was located on my mother's nightstand. The paper is on the nightstand." Samuel nodded slowly. "Could you explain it?" 4 pages. Standard legal terminology. Everything was given to me as the eldest daughter. Samuel removed his spectacles and wiped them clean with a towel. The motion was leisurely and even dramatic. "Mrs. Collins," he asked gently, "have you ever seen the whole will, or simply the summary that your mother retained as a reference copy?" Madeline's hand clenched around her purse. For the first time, her smile faded. "What exactly are you talking about?" Madeline's voice had a sharper edge now. "A summary. That was the will." Samuel unzipped his briefcase and took out a big paper encased in blue legal covering. He put it on the table between us. "This is your parents' final will and testament. 36 pages. Executed 7 months ago at our office, witnessed by 3 of my associates, notarized, and filed in probate court." Madeline leaned forwards. "That is impossible. I saw the will. It was dated 5 years ago. It said—" "What you saw, Mrs. Collins," Samuel said, "was a rough draft. Your parents kept it on their nightstand as a reference, but they changed their estate plan dramatically before they died." Samuel taps the document. "Here's the legal version. Only one version matters." Evan's phone clattered onto the table. He did not pick it up. This is fraudulent. Madeline stood with her chair scratching across the hardwood. You're assisting her in fraud. She probably fabricated it. Mrs. Collins. Samuel's voice did not raise but instead hardened. I've been your family's attorney for 25 years. I wrote your parents' first will when you were 16 years old. I don't commit fraud, and I don't understand the connotation. Madeline opened her mouth and then closed it. Her hands shook. Sit down, Samuel urged. It was not a request. She sat. I observed my sister's expression go from amazement to fury to terror. When she finally glanced at me, there was something different in her gaze, something that resembled panic. They would not do this, she muttered. They would not. Samuel started turning pages. Perhaps we should let your parents to speak for themselves. The space felt smaller, the air felt thinner, and I knew everything was going to change. Samuel read carefully and methodically, emphasizing every word. We leave our investment portfolio of roughly $15.5 million to our daughter, Madeline Grace Bennett Collins, which will be retained in a managed trust. Madeline can take a maximum of $55,000 every year, with the remaining paid to her children on their 32nd birthday. Madeline made a sound like she had been punched. A trust? Evan leaned forwards. What do you mean by a trust? We need the money right now. Samuel proceeded as if Evan had not spoken. The paper contains a letter from your parents outlining their rationale. Should I read it? Yes, I said before Madeline could disagree. Samuel adjusted his spectacles. We adore Madeline, but we've seen her struggle with financial decisions her whole adult life. We've seen money slip into projects that never materialized. We do not want our life's work to be lost within a year of our death. Trust is not a penalty. It provides protection. Madeline's face had changed from white to gray. Evan stared at the table as if he wished it would swallow him. Samuel now flipped numerous pages on the family home and adjacent property, which is worth at around $4.6 million. I stopped breathing. Our daughter, Claire Ann Bennett, will inherit our home. Claire has been our comfort and friend during our dying years, subject to the stipulation that it not be sold for 12 years. She has nurtured our garden, held our hands, and brought us calm. She owns the house. She's earned it. My eyesight clouded. Madeline was speaking up somewhere far away, complaining or demanding, but I could not hear her. All I could hear were my parents' voices coming from beyond the grave. There is one more thing, Samuel said. He went inside his briefcase and took out a USB disk. Your parents created a video message to be shown at the reading. They were really persistent about it. Madeline's head jerked upward. What video? I had no idea about any videos. That was the objective, Mrs. Collins. Samuel attached the disc to a laptop, and my mother's face appeared on the wall-mounted screen. She was seated in our living room, in her favorite chair by the window. My father stood behind her with his hand on her shoulder. They both seemed exhausted. They both seemed determined. Girls, my mother started. If you're watching this, it means we're gone, and it means things have unfolded the way we feared they might. Next, my dad spoke. Madeline, you are our firstborn. We've loved you from the time you came, but love does not imply blindness. We've seen how you treat your sister. We've seen how you disregard, demean, and push her away. My mother's eyes glistened. Claire, you're not worthless. You never were. You are our calm power. You stayed while Madeline sought things that shone. You cared. You showed up. We revised our will after Christmas. My father began, after we saw Madeline omit you from the family portrait, after we heard her tell your mother that you were pulling us down. His voice trembled. We were not going to allow our death be another way for you to be forgotten. My mother reached for the camera. We hope you can reconcile. We actually do. But if you can't, and Madeline continues on her road, Claire will never be evicted from her house. The screen became dark. I could hardly see through my tears. But I heard Madeline's chair scrape back as she stood and walked out without saying anything. If you've ever had someone in your family suddenly see your worth, even if it was too late, you'll understand how Claire felt in that moment. Finally, let me know in the comments whether this situation resonated with you, and for anyone wondering what Madeline did next, believe me, the story isn't finished. The actual conflict was about to start. But first, let me know. Do you believe Madeline deserved what she received, or was it overly harsh? Leave a comment below. Now, return to the tale. Madeline did not get far. I discovered her in the corridor outside the conference room, resting against the wall and wrapping her arms around herself. Evan stood a few steps away, phone glued to his ear, urgently speaking to someone. A bank, possibly a creditor, and individuals who were circling their life like sharks. When Madeline saw me, something shattered. "This is not fair." Her voice was rough. "You do not comprehend. I've got a family to support. I have duties. I have—" "You urged your sister to find another place to die." She flinched. "I didn't mean—" "Yes, you did." I held my voice steady. "You intended every word. You've meant every word for years. You don't understand what it's like." She was weeping now, with mascara pouring down her cheeks. "Evan's investments failed. We owe $420,000. The bank is going to seize our home. My children are about to lose their house. And you?" She pointed at me with a shaky finger. "You do not have anyone. You don't have children. You do not need the money." I let her remarks to lie in the air between us. "You're right," I responded gently. "I don't have children. I do not have a husband. I don't possess any of the characteristics you believe make a person desirable." I moved a step closer. "But I also didn't spend years mistreating my own sister. I did not stand in our parents' house 4 days after their funeral and advise you to go somewhere else to die." Madeline's shoulders trembled. For a brief time she reminded me of the lost and afraid little girl from my childhood. But then I recalled how she had made me feel useless throughout the years. And I recalled that kindness has limitations. I could have destroyed her in that moment. I could have recounted every nasty remark, dismissive gesture, and every time she made me feel like I didn't deserve to live. I could have told her precisely how I felt about her beautiful life, flawless appearance, and perfect lies. But this is not who I am. That is not who my parents raised me to be. So I leaned on my cane and talked gently. "You advised me to find another place to die. I discovered somewhere." I halted. "It is called home." Madeline's breath caught. "I'm not going to gloat, Madeline. That is not who I am. But I'm going to create a barrier." I met her gaze. "You will never talk to me that way again. Ever. Not in private, public, or in front of your children. I'm done being your punching bag." She gazed at me as if she was seeing me for the first time. "I have a proposal," I said. "The trust pays you $55,000 every year. That is not insignificant. But I understand it will not fix your immediate concerns." I took a breath. "I'm willing to lend you the funds you need to pay off the bank. No interest, sensible terms, enough to save your home and keep your children in school." Madeline's lips opened and then closed. "But there is one condition." I held out my hand. "You apologized openly at a family meal in front of everyone who attended the memorial gathering. You tell them what you said to me and admit you were wrong." The hallway was silent. Evan had ended his phone conversation. He stared at me as if I had a second head. Madeline wiped her tears. "And if I don't, you'll have to find it out yourself. It's your choice." Madeline didn't respond. She looked at Evan, who was looking at the floor. Then she regained her calm, took up her purse, and headed to the elevator. Evan followed without looking back. The doors closed behind them, leaving me alone in the corridor. Samuel Prescott arrived alongside me a little later, placing a kind touch on my elbow. "Miss Bennett, we still have papers to finish." I nodded and followed him back into the conference room. The court reporter had departed. The video was gloomy, just Samuel and myself, with the weight of all that had transpired. He passed paperwork over the table, including deeds, account transfers, and signing forms. I signed where he directed, my fingers quivering slightly. "Your parents were proud of you," Samuel added as I signed the final page. "They told me several times. Your mother, especially." He took off his spectacles and massaged his eyes. She replied, "You were the only thing that made those last few months bearable." I was speechless. She also said something else. Samuel removed a sealed packet from his briefcase. "She asked that I give you this after the reading. A letter specifically for you." I took the envelope. "My mother's handwriting is on the front. For Claire. When you are ready. One more thing." Samuel stood and shook my hand. "Your father requested me to inform you that he altered his will 3 days after Christmas. He said," Samuel's voice caught, "that he had finally figured out which daughter regarded them as individuals and which as bank accounts." I left that office with the deed to my childhood home, $15.5 million in a trust with my name on it, and a letter from my mother clutched to my chest. It did not feel like triumph. It felt like grief. 6 weeks later, I moved into my parents' bedroom. It was weird at first to sleep where they had slept and wake up to the same vista of the garden that my mother had seen every morning for the previous 30 years. But it also seemed natural, as if they had reserved a spot for me. I continued with physical therapy twice a week. Most days I didn't need the cane anymore. I was strolling on my own, preparing my own meals, and imagining what the future may be like. The neighborhood has shifted in minor ways. People who had come to the memorial reception, who had laughed when Madeline called me resourceful, had now crossed the street when they noticed me. Word had spread about the will reading, the video, Madeline's words, and her loss. They felt humiliated. Good. Madeline and Evan sold their home in Greenwich for $685,000. After paying off their obligations, they just had enough money to cover the security deposit on a 2-bedroom apartment in a town 40 minutes away. Evan was sacked from his job after his bad investments came to light. Something concerning undisclosed losses and disgruntled customers. He was now working for a regional bank, earning a fraction of his old pay. Their children had switched from private to public school. Madeline explained that it was because the public school offered a stronger arts program. Nobody believed her. She phoned me once, 4 weeks after the reading. "Is your offer still available?" Her voice sounded flat and weary. "Yes. I'm not prepared to apologize yet." I was silent for a time. "Then I am not prepared to make a check." The call went dead. But she'd phoned. That was something. It was not forgiveness. But that might have been the beginning of accountability. 10 weeks after the reading, I finally read my mother's diary. I had been carrying it with me since Helen Brooks gave it to me, keeping it on my nightstand, and occasionally clutching it as I slept. But I had been unable to read it. The prospect of hearing my mother's voice again, even via her calligraphy, was like opening a wound that I wasn't sure I could shut. But that night, sitting in her yard beneath the stars, I was prepared. Initially, the entries were ordinary. Grocery lists, doctor's appointments, weather observations, and which plants were flowering. My mother was always a realistic woman, even in her personal feelings. Then I reached the final 10 pages concerning Madeline. I adore my eldest daughter, but I worry about her. She seeks favor, success, and the appearance of perfection, all of which she can never achieve. I hope she can find peace eventually. I hope she understands that what she has is sufficient. Claire has no idea how much she saved us after the accident when she moved home. I assumed I was looking after her, but she was looking after us. She saved us from loneliness by just being here, providing breakfast, reading to me, and sitting with Jonathan in the garden. The final entry was made 4 weeks before the disaster. Claire serves as my mirror. Patient, quiet, and strong in ways that no one recognizes until it is too late. I should have told her more frequently. I should have shouted the words aloud rather than writing them down. "Claire, you should know this. You were never useless. You were everything." I closed my diary and glanced up at the sky. The tears flowed, but they were different this time. They were not filled with anguish. They were released. 8 months after my parents died, I went to work part-time, initially for a landscape design business in Hartford. Small crafts, nothing too difficult, but it felt amazing to utilize my abilities again and watch something beautiful emerge from nothing. My first significant undertaking was the garden behind my parents' home. My mother had planted roses, hydrangeas, and a little vegetable patch that had become overgrown in the months since she had been able to care it. I renovated the entire area, keeping her flowers, adding new paths, and building a tiny seat where I could sit and reflect. It was the first item I'd produced since my injury. It would not win any accolades, but it was mine. It was home. Madeline wrote a letter 5 months after the will reading. No phone call, no visit. A letter. "I've been reflecting about what you and I said, as well as everything else. I am not prepared to apologize in front of everyone. I am not sure whether I will ever be ready, but I want you to know that I am trying to figure out why I became this person. And I apologize, even if I can't say it aloud yet. I apologize." I reread the letter 3 times. Then I put it in my desk drawer, among our mother's journal and our father's business card. It wasn't the apology I had asked for. It wasn't made public. It was not responsibility, but it was something. We were not close after that. We probably wouldn't be. But we could be in the same room and not pretend the other didn't exist. We could exchange birthday cards. We might possibly construct something new. My name is Claire Bennett. I was informed that I was useless. I was instructed to find another place to die. Instead, I discovered a home. If Claire's experience reminds you that your value is not determined by what others think of you, I'd want to hear from you. On Christmas Eve, my parents gave all the gifts to my brother's son. They mocked. "You didn't deserve one," I said, 3 words that stunned them all. They claim you'll never forget the moment you learn your family considers you expendable. For me, that moment occurred on Christmas Eve, surrounded by dazzling lights, sugar cookies, and the type of happiness that generally hides the flaws in a family. My name is Ethan. I'm 42. And before that night, I believed I knew how far my folks would go to play favorites. I did not. I have 2 children, Lily, 10, and Max, 8. They're brilliant and kind, the sort of youngsters who send thank you letters and still believe in magic. I won't claim they're flawless, but they're good. My wife Sarah and I have done everything we can to provide children with a life full of stability, love, and the holiday traditions I did not grow up with. I believed I had left the toxicity behind and created out something healthy. It turns out that the past has a way of making its way back in. We reside roughly 3 hours from my folks. Every year, despite our damaged relationship, we would drive to the huge family Christmas Eve celebration. My mother would demand we all wear red. Dad would pour spiked eggnog like holy water, and the living room would fill up with my brothers, wives, and grandchildren. My oldest brother Ben would always arrive late, pompous, usually with his kid Jake in tow, and make some explanation about a last-minute business event that necessitated a new haircut and fashionable jacket. Ben has always been the golden child. He could forget birthdays and miss family functions and yet be treated like a military hero. Last summer, I helped my parents renovate their kitchen. When Ben was too busy, I took time off work to drive Mom to her operation. No one recalled it, but when Ben posted a photo of his latte art, his mother would say, "So proud of my kid. It used to sting. Now I just let things go." I discovered serenity by decreasing my expectations. This year, however, was different. We arrived a little early. Lily helped put the cookies on the platter, while Max attempted to steal one when no one was watching. Sarah poured chocolate for the kids and smiled through Mom's compliments on how well behaved they are right now. I should have realized something was wrong when I noticed the pile of gifts under the tree. They were heaped high. Shiny ribbons, glittering paper, large and little, handmade tags. But when I peered closer, I found something peculiar. None of them knew Lily or Max's names. I reasoned that they may be in another room. Maybe Mom was doing that thing where she hides the gifts to create anticipation. That's something she used to do, correct? Then Ben came late, as usual. Jake, now 13 and maturing into a smirky adolescent, swaggered behind him as if he owned the space. Ben welcomed the room like a politician, greeting Mom and fist-bumping Dad while ignoring me completely. I noticed Jake head directly to the tree and exclaim, "Whoa, that's all for us? All for the grandkids who made us proud this year," Dad said with a wink. I froze. The grandkids who made us proud. My gut nodded, but I refrained from jumping to conclusions. Sarah clasped my hand. She'd heard it too. Mom ushered everyone into the living room, literally hopping with enthusiasm. We wanted to do something special this year to recognize the grandchildren who have excelled, top in their class, helpful around the house, and making us very proud. I looked down at Lily and Max. Lily's grin vanished. Max moved uneasily. Ben stood behind them like a proud stage parent, and Jake puffed out his chest. Mom delivered Jake his first present from grandmother and grandpa. Jake ripped it open. An iPad. I blinked. The following item was a pair of costly sneakers, then a gaming headset, then a drone. Every gift was for Jake. Different tags and packaging, all addressed to him. Max leaned toward me. "Are ours arriving later?" I couldn't respond. Then came the kicker. Jake held up the drone and laughed. He looked directly at Lily and Max and said, "I suppose you didn't deserve one." My jaw clenched. I glanced at Mom and Dad, expecting some type of correction or recognition, but Mom merely giggled and said, "Oh, he's just teasing." Lily appeared to be trying not to weep. Max gazed at the floor. Sarah's face was pallid. Her lips opened slightly as if she intended to say something, but she did not. And me? I did not cause a scene. I didn't shout or flip the table, despite my overwhelming want to do so. Instead, I took a long breath and gently rose up, saying, "Come on, folks. We're on our way home." Mom blinked. "Oh, don't be silly. Dinner's in an hour." "We're not hungry," I answered, my voice calm but frigid. "Come on, get your coats." Lily said nothing. Max followed softly, the drones still buzzing in the distance. As we departed, Ben murmured, "Drama queen." That was all. We drove home silently. Max fell asleep in the back seat. Lily sat alongside him, her head leaning against the window, tears running down her cheeks. Sarah glanced out the front window, her hands on her lap, the tension between us building. I did not speak. I was too preoccupied with repeating the scene, each time cutting deeper than the last. The presents, the chuckle, the way my parents smiled through it all, and my daughter's expression when she realized she didn't matter to them. That night, after putting the kids down and watching Lily hold the little teddy bear she used to sleep with years ago, I reached for my phone. I was staring at the message I was going to send. Nor theatrical, nor furious, simply final. Do not ever invite us again. We are not your punchline. I pushed submit, and the ramifications began the next morning. The text returned as read. No answer, no apologies, nothing. I watched the TV for a few minutes, hoping that my parents would realize what they had done and call. But the only notification I received that morning was from our local pharmacy, which reminded me to pick up Lily's allergy medication. Sarah entered the kitchen, holding 2 mugs of coffee. She handed me one without saying anything and sat across from me asking, "Are you okay?" I gently nodded, but I wasn't. Something inside me had sprung open. I wasn't just hurt anymore. I was angry, silently and sincerely, in a manner I hadn't felt in years. And underlying the wrath was humiliation. Not for what I accomplished, but for how long I endured it. See, Christmas was not the first time my parents made my children feel invisible. It wasn't the first time they disregarded Sarah or referred to Ben as the second coming of Steve Jobs. But it wasn't until I saw the expression on my daughter's face that I knew she understood, that she could feel the difference, and that she was beginning to believe it. Over the next several days, I attempted to focus on our personal vacation. We played board games, baked cookies, exchanged gifts, and lighted the fireplace. But something had changed in the atmosphere, like if a window had been broken open in a chamber that we believed was shut. We tried to go on, but the cold persisted. New Year's arrived and went peacefully. Then, a week into January, my phone broke. It was a group chat my mother had started years ago, simply named Family. It was fairly silent, with the exception of the occasional happy birthday or blurry snapshot of my father's grilling attempts. But this time, Mom. Hello everyone. I just wanted to start preparing Jake's big birthday weekend. He will be 14 this year. Can you believe it? We are thinking about a ski lodge holiday. Cabins cost around $300 per night, but we can divide. Who is in? I gazed at the message, my thumb lingering over the screen. Sarah was putting away groceries when she noticed my face. What's wrong? I said, turning the screen to face her. She read it, blinked and chuckled. It was a bitter and biting sound. They're unbelievable. I didn't respond in the group conversation. I didn't say anything. Ben did, however, answer a few minutes later. Ben sounds amazing. Mom, count me in. And Jake in. Ethan can probably cover our cabin too. He still owes me for the laptop I gave him in high school. That wasn't even the truth. He gave me an old broken Dell in senior year since he was buying a new MacBook. Even then, he had me borrow it, as if he were doing me a favor. However, no one corrected him. Not Mom, not Dad, nor my sister Olivia, who spoke out straight after. Olivia, haha, yes. Jake's birthday is basically a holiday. Let's make it big. I did not react. I exited the group chat that afternoon. A few hours later my mother called. I let it go to voicemail. Then she wrote, Mom, I can't believe you left the family chat. That's immature, Ethan. I scribbled and erased at least 4 answers before deciding on one phrase. Me, was noticed. Her response was quick. Mom, what's your problem lately? This is about the Christmas thing, isn't it? You always overreact. I did not answer again. I was done explaining things to folks who wouldn't listen. But I didn't know how deep the partiality ran until a week later, when Lily returned home from school with a folder full of class assignments. She was thrilled and smiling, finally regaining her vitality. Guess what? She asked, holding up the folder. I got picked for the school STEM fair. I grinned. That's awesome, Elle. What are you going to build? I want to make a solar-powered oven, she explained. My teacher said it was a smart idea. Sarah and I talked her up all evening. We got some supplies online, printed out schematics, and even started designing presentation boards. That weekend I shared a snapshot of her doodling ideas at the dining table. Just a calm father moment, nothing flashy. The comment said, proud of my little engineer. A day later, my sister Olivia shared a photo of Jake clutching a basketball. Olivia's caption read, my nephew equals the next NBA MVP. Sorry, not sorry. Then Mom commented on her post. Genius boy, we're so proud of you, Jake. Silence. Sarah noticed first. They did not even enjoy the post. I shrugged. It's fine. But it wasn't, because 2 days later, Lily approached me, perplexed. Grandma posted a picture of Jake on Facebook and said he was the smartest grandkid. I froze. When did she post that? This morning. Lily said gently. He won something at school. A spelling thing. She wasn't sobbing, but her face had that vacant look I'd seen around Christmas. That silent, dejected perplexity that children experience when confronted with something too large to comprehend. I drew her closer. Hey, you're amazing, okay? And we'll always be proud of you. She nodded against my chest, but I could feel her body stiffen. The next day, I called my mother. She responded with the same tone she usually used when she believed I had something to apologize for. Well, look who finally decided to call. Did you really post that Jake is your smartest grandkid? I requested an answer. My voice seemed calm, but I was not. Oh, come on, Ethan. It's just a figure of speech. You're really taking things too personally these days. You know Lily saw that, right? She's a child. She'll get over it. That was the moment something inside me changed. No, I said gently. She shouldn't have to get over it. There was a pause. Ethan, you're blowing this way out of proportion. You always have to be the victim. No, I've just stopped pretending it doesn't hurt. Another pause. Then she said something that would stick with me for the rest of the year. Well, maybe if you raised your kids to stand out more, they'd get the attention you want so badly. I did not shout. I did not argue. I simply hung up. Sarah was in the doorway. She'd heard the entire thing. She came over, sat next to me, and whispered, "We're done with them, right?" I nodded. But of course, it was not over. 2 weeks later, in February, I received a letter from my parents. Not a card, not an apology, but a letter. It was written in my father's handwriting. It was clean and cool. Ethan, we're disappointed in how you've handled things lately. Cutting ties over perceived slights is childish. We hope you'll reconsider your attitude and remember that family means putting pride aside. My mother had wrote at the bottom, "Tell Lily and Max we love them, even if they don't always earn it." I did not show the letter to the children. I didn't want them to see the poison in writing, so I showed Sarah. She read it once, then twice, then set it down and was silent for a long time. That night she asked, "You know what the worst part is?" "What?" "They think they're the victims." I laughed bitterly. They always have. But even then, I thought we'd hit the bottom. I thought that letter was the worst it would get. I didn't realize what Ben had been doing behind the scenes. I didn't know what my folks had planned for Easter. I had no idea how far they were ready to go to pretend they had done nothing wrong, or how deep they'd dig before dragging me down into it. Because the treachery that ruined everything had not yet occurred. But it was imminent. And once it occurred, there would be no turning back. The aftermath of the letter hovered over our house like dense fog. For weeks, everything I did, every dish I washed, every meeting I attended at work, and every bedtime tale I read had a faint background noise of the sentence my mother had written at the bottom of the page. Even if they don't always earn it. Lily didn't see anything, but she could feel it. I could see it in the way she hesitated to show us her schoolwork now. Max peered at her before asking for help with homework, as if he was afraid his older sister would snap. She never did. However, the brightness in her stride had dimmed, as if someone had seized her pride and examined it with disfavor. I was drowning in guilt and frustration. Not because I thought I was wrong, but because I had allowed things go this far, by allowing my children to love people who could not love them back in the way they deserved. By the middle of February, Sarah and I sat down one night after the kids went to bed, the TV gently buzzing with a culinary competition. Neither of us was looking. She reached over and hushed it. "I know you're spiraling," she remarked gently. "But you've got to pull yourself out of this. You did the right thing walking away." I nodded slowly. I feel like I let them steal something from me. From the kids. They didn't steal it, they tried, but you stopped it in time, you protected them. It did not feel like it. But the interaction ignited something. Not a rush of motivation. Not some huge phoenix rise from the ashes event. Just a small click in my head. A simple choice to quit waiting for validation from my family. If they weren't going to be the community behind my children, I'd construct one from scratch. So I started small. I offered to chaperone Lily's STEM club one Friday after school. It felt strange at first. I was the only father there, surrounded by ecstatic mothers and a little harried science instructor who appeared pleased simply to have another adult around. Lily smiled as she spotted me in the corridor. "You came," she muttered, half ashamed and partly excited. I stayed in the corner, primarily assisting youngsters with taping down poster boards or testing circuits that were shorting out. But I noticed that Lily stood a little higher that day. She raised her hand more and discussed her solar oven idea to two of the younger kids who were struggling with their own. When we got in the car, she added, It was cool that you were there. It hit me harder than I expected. Later that week, Max came home and mentioned a soccer skills session he wanted to attend. It was early Saturday morning, which often meant cartoons and pancakes, but I signed us both up. I hadn't kicked a soccer ball in years, but Max wasn't concerned. He simply wanted to do something with me. And gradually, life began to alter. I joined a local dad's club that focuses on community involvement and mutual support, rather than one that gathers to drink beer and gripe. We made toy packages for children in hospitals, organized cleanup days at local parks, and even sponsored a Dad and Me event at the library, where I saw Max read the BFG aloud to 3 other kids like a miniature motivational speaker. Meanwhile, I became more focused on my work. I was a mid-level project manager for a logistics software company, and while I was always good at it, I never sought to improve. I'd spent too many years trying to keep my head down and seeking acceptance from the wrong people. With nothing to lose, I moved forward. I offered to head a difficult cross-departmental program that had been stuck for months. I remained late, understood the elements of the system that I'd always avoided, and accepted responsibility when things broke. My supervisor took note. At the following all-hands meeting, he addressed me by name. "Ethan's been quietly keeping this whole operation afloat," he told me. "If you've benefited from faster rollouts this quarter, thank him." The Slack messages began to arrive. Not just accolades, but possibilities. Someone in another department informed me about a product pilot. Another person offered to suggest me for a leadership fellowship. I wasn't used to it, but I didn't dismiss it. Sarah was doing well at home too. She'd taken on some freelance consulting work, leveraging her marketing skills to assist local firms with branding and outreach. She'd started conducting Zoom calls from the guest bedroom, her voice clear and confident. "You're different lately," she informed me one evening. "It's like you're finally letting go of the weight." And I was going slowly because here's something I didn't expect. Breaking off my parents and siblings. It stung. Of course it did. But it also created space. Space to breathe, think, and develop. However, this does not imply that the past has been tranquil. My sister Olivia messaged me on Instagram in early March. No phone contact, no text message, just a DM with a screenshot of a photo Sarah had shared of Lily's completed solar oven project. Lily was standing next to it, beaming, as sunshine reflected off the aluminum panels. "My little innovator, first place in the district showcase." Olivia's response alongside the screenshot said, "So, we're just pretending none of this drama happened now." I did not respond. 10 minutes later, another message arrived. "Jake wanted to congratulate Lily. He's matured, you know." I didn't answer because I knew what this was. A test, not a ceasefire, an invitation to crawl back so they could pretend everything was a mistake. I erased the message. A week later Ben called me. I nearly didn't pick up, but curiosity got the best of me. "Hey bro," he said as if nothing had occurred. Long time I waited. "So, listen. Mom and Dad are planning a family Easter brunch." He stated they were wondering if you'd want to come by. "Clear the air, you know, start fresh." "Did they tell you to call me?" "No." He was lying. "I just thought it was time." "What exactly would I be clearing the air about?" He paused. "I mean, come on man, you got real sensitive over some gift mix-up. Jake's a kid, he jokes around. And Mom and Dad, look, they love your kids. You know that. They just show it different." I let the stillness continue. Afterwards I said, "Do you even remember what Mom wrote in that letter?" He laughed. "Letters? Who reads letters anymore?" I hung up, but the call bothered me. Because it wasn't only about me. Easter was approaching, and Lily and Max had inquired whether we would be doing anything with the whole family this year. They didn't miss the drama, but they did miss the sense of belonging, and I wanted to give them that back, not via forced vacations or bogus apologies, but by establishing something better. That week Sarah and I decided to hold our own Easter brunch. We invited 3 of Lily's STEM buddies and their families. Max invited 2 soccer friends. Sarah contacted a coworker who was new to town, and had twin girls. We purchased folding tables, strung lights, decorated eggs, and made much too much food. I even borrowed a rabbit suit from the community center and wandered around the backyard like an idiot for 2 hours, throwing out candy. And you know what? It was the nicest vacation we had had in years. There was laughing and friendliness, but no forced grins or passive-aggressive comments. Just pure bliss. Lily came up to me, flushed, and exclaimed, "Dad, this is the best Easter ever." And that's when I realized we hadn't just left anything behind. We were creating something fresh. Of course, the past was not finished with us yet. Because 2 days after that brunch, I received a certified letter from a law firm. And when I opened it, the headline chilled my blood. It was a notification of cancellation of the financial arrangement. And at the bottom, in my father's signature, were 5 words that would ignite the ultimate conflict. Reconsider your attitude or else. At first I wasn't sure what I was looking at. I sat at the kitchen table, holding a certified letter in one hand and a cold coffee in the other. Sarah stood behind me, silently reading over my shoulder. The letterhead was from a mid-sized law practice 2 towns away. One I somewhat recognized from a billboard on the road. Termination of informal family agreement effective immediately. The wording was stiff, frigid, and somewhat ludicrous in its attempt to appear professional. It stated in far too many words that any future support arrangements, informal or formal, between myself and my parents were now null and invalid. According to the letter, Gregory M. has repeatedly taken judgments that go against the expectations of mutual respect and participation. It concluded, should you choose to re-engage in a productive and respectful manner, financial considerations may be renegotiated in good faith? Sarah blinked. What financial agreement? Was the query, right? There had never been a formal paper, no handshake bargain, or verbal agreement. But years ago, when we were still struggling to make ends meet, I helped my parents get out of a serious mess. Back in 2014, my father's construction supply firm was delinquent on taxes. Something about a misfiled return and penalties that grew quickly. He owed nearly $42,000 in overdue taxes and late fines. He called me in a panic. Sarah and I had recently sold our first tiny property in the suburbs and relocated closer to the city. We'd made a tiny profit and saved the most of it. But when my father called, panicked and ashamed, I did not hesitate. I issued a $20,000 check to cover the first IRS deadline, then co-signed a short-term loan in his name to assist them restructure the remainder. I never asked for it back. He promised, of course. I'll make this right, son. But I wasn't expecting anything. I assumed it was just what you did for your family at the time. That is what I did. And over time, they came to regard that gesture as something they had done for me. I'd hear it in small comments. Well, if we hadn't helped you get into that neighborhood or you forget, we've always supported you when we could. They altered the tale, which I allowed them do till now since they were weaponizing it. They were now arguing that I had breached a financial arrangement due to my attitude. Sarah read the letter again and carefully laid it down, as if it could explode. They're preparing for something, she explained. Something bigger. I nodded. My heart pounded but my mind was clear. For the first time in my whole nightmare, I saw everything for what it was. It wasn't about damaged feelings anymore. This was computed. Ben most likely helped write it or advocated for it. Despite spending the most of his adult life relying on his father's money, he always considered himself as the family's businessman. If they were formalizing things now, putting words on paper, and establishing legal positions, that meant they weren't just cutting me off. They planned to completely eliminate me. That night I walked into our storage room and pulled out a box that I hadn't touched in years. Old bank statements, email printouts, and a manila folder titled, Dad IRS Loan 2014. I had retained it because of habit, not paranoia. But as I flipped through the documents, I felt something flash. There it was. The signed promissory note from the credit union, my name co-signed, the payment history, a wire transfer receipt, and, most significantly, an email from my father with the subject line, needed help just until we rebuild. His message was as follows. Ethan, I don't know what I'd do without you. I'll make this right. Once we finish the new contract in July, we'll square up. I promise. I gazed at that sentence for a long time since in their reality, that promise had faded. However, now I had a paper trail. Over the next week, I made little movements. First, I contacted Jillian, a lawyer with whom I had previously worked on a contract issue. She wasn't glamorous, but she was focused and thorough. I forwarded her scanned copies of the letter, email and loan documentation. She phoned me the next morning. This isn't a financial termination, she said. It's a setup. What do you mean? They're trying to preempt any legal claims you might make by framing this as you violating their expectations. They're hoping to make any countersuit look like petty retaliation. Do I have a case? You have a very strong case, she explained. Especially if they ever took funds or services without documented repayment. And if this goes to court, that email alone could wreck them. I felt a sense of peace flow through me. No joy, no vengeance, just clarity. For years, I believed that family turmoil was limited to the home. Raise your voice or push back, and you become the problem. But now I see it for what it truly is. They'd treated guilt as cash, Love as a loan with interest, and my silence as consent. And they were going to find out that I was no longer quiet. Sarah and I began plotting, not vengefully, but with purpose. We discussed ways to safeguard our children, possessions, and time. We transferred some money to a new account and the house deed into both of our names equally. Previously, it had only been mine for lending reasons. We also sat down with Lily and Max. We didn't tell them everything, just the facts in a way they could grasp. Grandma and Grandpa are upset with Dad, I told them, and they've decided not to talk to us right now. Lily frowned. Because we didn't come to Easter? No, sweetie, Sarah said. Because we stopped letting them treat us unfairly. Max said. Are we still allowed to miss them? That one touched home. I nodded. Of course. But just because someone's family doesn't mean they're always safe to be around. And it's okay to feel sad about that. The kids handled it better than we expected. Honestly, better than I had when I was their age. And part of me felt proud that we were interrupting the pattern now, before it solidified into something they would carry into their own families later. Meanwhile, I started capturing everything. I copied previous messages, screenshotted Facebook comments, saved voicemails from my father, and made casual comments like, "Glad you're the reliable son," or, "I knew I could count on you to clean up Ben's mess." I dug up correspondence from 2019, when I helped them restructure their automobile loan, another financial courtesy they'd conveniently forgotten. Jillian assisted me in drafting a stop and desist notice to the legal firm. Nothing confrontational, simply a formal record stating that I questioned their assertions and intended any future correspondence to be handled through legal procedures. The letter was sent by courier, and 2 days later, Sarah's sister Janine contacted her unexpectedly. My parents had apparently been chatting softly behind the scenes to extended relatives, neighbors, and acquaintances. And they weren't simply altering history, they painted me as unstable. He's unraveling, Mom explained. Apparently, since we quit enabling him, he's started acting out. She always coddled him, Dad explained on another conversation. Now he acts as if we owe him the world. Sarah received texts from 2 common acquaintances, who we used to see at church, wondering whether we were all right. They're starting the smear campaign, she told me. But what they didn't comprehend was that they weren't dealing with the same son they had previously guilted into silence. They were dealing with a parent, a spouse, a man who had finally figured out the game and had the receipts to show it. And then the opportunity arrived, not from them, but from Ben. Because hubris has a strange habit of opening doors when you least expect it. It was April. I spotted it while reading through LinkedIn during a work break. Ben had tagged himself in a post from a mid-sized investment organization. Proud to announce our latest partner collaboration with McTavish Build Group. Excited to spearhead the expansion into the residential solar market. McTavish Builders Group. That name stopped me in my tracks since McTavish was the corporation my father had long desired to deal with back in 2014. He had bid on one of their projects and lost. He said it nearly ruined his financial flow for the year. And now Ben was establishing a partnership under his name for solar projects. Lily's scientific project came into my mind. I clicked through. The alliance was fresh new. The ink hadn't yet dried. Then I saw it. One of McTavish's promotional illustrations is a representation of a smart solar cabin concept, with the pitch influenced by real-world STEM inventors. At the bottom is a schematic that is virtually identical to Lily's solar oven idea. Not hers, clearly, modified, polished, and professionally drawn, but the mechanism, angle of the reflectors, and heat absorption material all matched her notes. Exactly. I sat in startled silence. Then I began connecting the dots. Sarah had made Lily's project images public many weeks ago. We hadn't given it any attention, but someone had noticed and utilized it. Ben had stolen my daughter's work, claimed it as his own, attached it to a commercial agreement, and was now ready to profit from it. That was the moment when the strategy came together. Not just to fight back, not just to defend, but to reclaim everything and ensure no one saw it coming. My heart was no longer beating when I contacted Jillian again. It was not wrath. It wasn't a panic. It was about focus. I sat across from her in her clean, quiet office, with the sun streaming in through half-closed blinds, and laid out the McTavish partnership post, the solar oven diagram, screenshots of Lily's original sketches, photos, and Sarah's social media timeline. Jillian did not even blink. This is theft, she stated frankly. And if it's used in a business context, it's corporate theft, IP infringement, possibly fraud. I nodded. I don't want to sue them for millions. I just want it public. I want it undeniable. She leaned back. Then we'll start with a cease and desist to McTavish. Get them on record as distributing stolen content. If they're smart, they'll panic and pull out. And Ben? She smiled thinly and sharply. Oh, he's going to learn what it feels like to be publicly embarrassed thoroughly. Over the next 2 weeks, everything progressed quickly. Jillian wrote a brilliantly harsh letter detailing the original creation date of Lily's project, the time-stamped postings, the competition victory, and the virtually identical rendering utilized in the McTavish promotional presentation. We did not send it by email, we sent it as a legitimate legal package courier directly to McTavish's legal department and CEO. Within 4 days, I received a call from Stephen Day, the director of operations at McTavish. Mr. M, I'm calling to apologize, he continued, his voice tense with anxiety. We were unaware the design came from a minor school project. Had we known? You didn't ask where the design came from? We trusted our partner's submission. Mr. Ben M represented it as his own prototype. My throat clenched. He claimed to have invented it. Yes, sir. I'd like to assure you that as of this morning, we've frozen all rollout plans tied to that partnership, and we are internally reviewing all content and contracts connected to it. Good, I responded. Because if this goes to court, I'm bringing Lily with me. I'll let the press photograph her standing next to the model she built on our kitchen table with tin foil and a shoebox. He breathed forcefully. There's no need for that. Please, Mr. M. Let us fix this. They didn't just end the alliance. They issued a formal apology. The next day, it went live on their website and social media outlets. We deeply regret the use of intellectual material that was not properly sourced. We have since discovered that a design submitted by a recent collaborator was in fact created by a young innovator, MIM, as part of a school STEM fair. We commend her brilliance and have made a charitable donation to support her school's science program in her honor. They gave $27,000 to Lily's school that morning. I showed her the post. She read it 3 times and muttered, "They said my name." Max cried, "You're famous now," from the corridor. Sarah wept. I did not. I was too concentrated on what was still to come. McTavish did the right thing, but Ben doubled down. He sent a passive-aggressive tweet. Jealousy is a disease. Real creators rise above the noise. Then he began spreading his version across the family, claiming that we had twisted a child's school project to ruin his career, that we were spiteful, and that we were using the children as pawns. But Ben didn't comprehend that McTavish's internal probe was more than just public relations. It was also legal. 2 weeks later he received a formal letter from their attorneys requesting complete disclosure of all previously submitted material, certification of originality, and the immediate termination of the cooperation. His name was removed off their website. The LinkedIn post has vanished. I learned via a common contact, one of Ben's old college classmates, that 3 additional firms quietly ceased business with him after hearing what transpired. No one wants to be associated with a person who stole from a 12-year-old and was caught by a publicly traded partner. But the retribution did not end there. Sarah had a wonderful idea. She approached Lily's school administrator and offered a tale. A local girl's scientific project is stolen. A business partner profits from it, and the firm contributes money to set things right. The principal went wide-eyed. Would you be open to a media piece? Sarah grinned. We'd be thrilled. The next week, a local news station captured Lily in her classroom, standing next to her solar oven. She spoke softly but clearly, telling how she came up with the concept, how she tested it in her garden, and how it felt strange at first when someone else sought to claim it. The anchor concluded the piece by reminding us that often the best brains in invention aren't in boardrooms, but in our own classrooms. The video got viral in our community. The school received a torrent of compliments. The PDA described it as the greatest press they'd gotten in years. The nicest thing, however, was when my mother phoned. She did not even attempt to dispute what had occurred. She simply responded, "You didn't have to humiliate the family," I chuckled. "Oh, we're just getting started." I wasn't lying. Remember the promissory note from 2014? Jillian brought a claim in small claims court. It was not about the money. It was about the record. Dad disregarded the notification. So we escalated. The hearing occurred in May. He did not show. Jillian and I submitted the documents, emails and money receipts. It was calm, methodical, monotonous, and unwavering. We won. Judgment was entered. $20,742.31 plus court costs and interest. I sent a copy to my parents along with a message. Since financial agreements are so important to you. It came the day after. Ben's story was featured in a national STEM education roundup. One phrase is half buried in red. The corporation ended its collaboration after discovering that the submitted prototype had been created by a local middle school student in a recorded competition. Ben did not show up for Memorial Day weekend at Olivia's. Neither did our parents. We didn't care since we were no longer just surviving. We were prospering. Lily received a STEM scholarship to attend a summer program at her local university. Max created a goaltender for his Crash League. Sarah's consultancy employment skyrocketed. 3 local business owners saw the news article and contacted out. And I was promoted. My firm offered me a leadership role at a new satellite office. Greater salary, greater control, and most importantly, the ability to mold the culture. At the first all-hands meeting, I concluded the presentation with a slide that stated, "Give credit always. Even when no one's watching, people applauded." Some didn't get it. But I did. Sarah did as well. And so did Lily, who watched from the back of the room, smiling quietly. We never communicated with my folks again. Not after the court decision, and not after the school gift. Not after the news story ran around dinner hour, leaving them scurrying to manage the narrative in a town that had already decided. Because in the end, they were not simply cut off. They were forgotten. That more than anything else was what they couldn't bear. It was not the letter. It was not the lawsuit. It wasn't the contributions, headlines, or the verdict. It was the quiet, how we stopped protecting ourselves. We stopped turning up to absorb the harm. The way we simply went on without them. And as for Ben, I believe he was taking time off to rebrand. But Lily is creating a solar-powered compost bin for the school garden, and this time, she's working with my lawyer to file for a patent because certain names cannot be erased, some sparks cannot be stolen, and some families do not break. Instead, they rebuild. Stronger, louder, and brighter, without those who always sought to dull the light. At Christmas my mom gave 4 Europe tickets. Not 5. I asked, "Where's mine?" She smiled. "You wouldn't fit the vibe." So I flew to Japan. Let silence answer. So my mother withdrew me from a family trip to Europe for Christmas since I wouldn't fit in. I retaliated by organizing my own trip somewhere nicer, posting the images, and when she inquired why she wasn't invited, I used her same words back to her. "Grab some food since this will be a lengthy one." I, a 29-year-old male, have been the black sheep of my family for as long as I can remember. Not because I did something wrong. Actually, it is the contrary. I've always been the one who takes responsibility and shows up. The person who handles everything but receives nothing in return. My younger sister Madison, a 26-year-old female, is the golden kid, having never experienced a consequence in her life. And my younger brother Tyler, a 24-year-old man, is the baby of the family who can actually set the house on fire. My folks would blame the matches for being overly combustible. Allow me to paint you a picture of my childhood. When I was 17, I worked every summer at a neighborhood restaurant, washing dishes and bussing tables to save money for my first automobile. Saved $3,600 over 3 years. My parents contributed exactly nil. Meanwhile, Madison received a beautiful new Honda Accord for her 17th birthday because she required reliable transportation to cheerleading practice. Tyler purchased a Jeep Grand Cherokee when he turned 17, because lads require something robust. I drove a 2001 Toyota Camry with 165,000 miles, which I purchased myself. The bias was so obvious it was almost impressive. Report cards were issued. My straight A's received a great compliment, honey. Yet Madison's C average was applauded because she is doing her best, which is all that matters. When I won the science fair in 9th school, my parents failed to attend the awards ceremony. Madison won 3rd place in a local beauty competition that same year, so they threw her a party and invited the entire extended family. I recall sitting alone in that gymnasium, holding my award and witnessing other children being hugged by their parents. My teacher had to drive me home. When I was accepted to a good university with a partial scholarship, my parents indicated they couldn't afford to cover the remainder. They made me feel terrible for even asking, as if I was being selfish by seeking an education. When Madison decided she wanted to attend an expensive private school 3 years later with no scholarship money, they discovered a method to make it work. They refinanced the house, took out loans, and did whatever was necessary for her. When I asked why they couldn't have done the same for me, my mother answered, "That's different. Madison has always wanted this." As if I didn't value my education as much. I put myself through college by working 2 jobs. I finished with honors in computer science, whereas Madison changed courses 4 times and took 7 years to complete a communications degree that she has never utilized. Tyler dropped out after 3 years to find himself and has been staying on my parents' couch ever since. Guess who the family is disappointed with though? The person who genuinely has his life together. After college, I found a good work as a software developer with a tech business in Austin, Texas. A good pay, excellent benefits, and, most crucially, distance from my family in Ohio. I figured putting some space between us would help. Maybe they'd finally recognize me as my own person, rather than just the responsible one they might dismiss. Spoiler alert, it did not help. Every holiday became a grueling act in which I'd travel back to Ohio, spend hundreds of dollars on thoughtful gifts for everyone, and then receive the most simple gifts imaginable in return. Last Christmas, I gave Madison a fancy handbag she had been seeking for months. It cost me $450. She bought me a petrol station gift card for $25. Tyler didn't even try to get me anything. I just said, "I forgot, bro, my bad." And everyone laughed like it was adorable. My mother always had an excuse ready. Madison had been really anxious about her career. What is the job? She works part-time in a boutique and lives rent-free in my parents' basement apartment. Tyler is going through a hard patch. He's been going through a hard patch for 6 years. When does the patch merge with the rest of the quilt? What really bothers me is that I never gave up trying. I kept showing up, making an effort and thinking that perhaps this time would be different. Every Christmas I'd think, okay, this is the year they finally see me. And every holiday, I'd leave feeling like a stranger in my own home. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for last Christmas. It was December 22nd, and I had just arrived in Ohio from a delayed flight that had transformed a 4-hour journey into an 8-hour nightmare. I was fatigued, irritable, and honestly wondered why I bothered going home. But it was Christmas. You understand? Family is family. Or so I kept telling myself. I arrived at my parents' residence around 7:45 p.m. The whole family was already present. Mom, Dad, Madison and her month-long lover, Logan. Tyler reclined on the couch, playing video games as if it were his work, which it was technically. My mother welcomed me with one of those half-hugs, glancing beyond you to see whether I had brought anything. "Oh, you made it. We already ate dinner, but there's some leftovers in the fridge." "No, how were your flights?" "No. Good to see you." Just an acknowledgement of my existence along with information about food scraps or something. I was used to it. Christmas Eve brought more of the same. Madison dominated every conversation by discussing her influencer journey on social media, where she had approximately 2,300 followers, the most of whom were likely bots. Tyler moaned about how difficult his life was while providing little to society. My father asked me twice if I could look at his computer because it was running slowly, and I agreed because that is evidently my responsibility in this family. It supports an ATM machine. Then came Christmas morning. We gathered in the living room for our gift exchange, like we do every year. The tree was tastefully adorned. My mother always went all out for Christmas decorations. Presents were stacked underneath and everyone was in the festive Christmas morning mood. Well, everyone but me. I had a strange feeling in my gut, like something was wrong. My mother rose up with a bright smile on her face. "Okay everyone, before we start opening the regular presents, your father and I have a very special announcement." She reached behind the tree and took out 4 envelopes. 4? Not 5. 4. This year we decided to do something very memorable for our family. We'll be taking everyone on a trip to Europe in late April. 15 days, 5 countries. France, Italy, Switzerland, Spain, and one more. Madison screamed as if she had won the jackpot. Tyler actually put down his phone, which was comparable to him giving a standing ovation. Logan, or whatever his name was impressed, perhaps calculating how much free content this would provide for Madison's awful Instagram. I waited there, waiting for my envelope. My mother handed one to Madison. "Here's your ticket, sweetie." Then one for Tyler. "And yours, baby." Then one for my father. "Of sure. One for you, honey." She sat back down. I scanned the room, waiting for someone to see the obvious. Nobody did. "Mom," I finally asked, "where's my ticket?" She gave me this look. This is a look I will never forget. It was a mix of displeasure and satisfaction, as if she had been waiting for me to ask. "Oh well." She looked at my father, who had suddenly become interested in the carpet. "We only had enough money for 5 tickets and we assumed you couldn't get time off work anyhow." I felt as if I had been hit in the gut. "You did not even ask me." Madison also jumped in, filing her nails as if we were discussing the weather. It's kind of a vibe trip, where we want to do enjoyable things. Nightlife, late nights, and unplanned escapades. "You're not really that man." Tyler snorted. "Yeah, brother, you'd probably want to visit museums and such. Boring." I looked at my mother, ready for her to defend me and say anything. Anything. Instead, she shrugged. They have a point. Honey, you wouldn't really fit in. You seem so serious all the time. We want this to be a joyful and relaxing trip. And honestly, you'd probably only dampen the vibe. I wouldn't fit the vibe. Allow me to tell you something about that phrase. It sounds nearly harmless, right? Like a casual observation. But my mother actually declared to me on Christmas morning in front of my entire family, "You're not fun enough to be included. You don't belong with us. We'd rather spend 15 days in Europe without you than have to deal with your presence." That is what "you wouldn't fit the vibe" means. I sat there in silence for what seemed like a lifetime, but was really only 40 seconds. Everyone had already moved on. Madison was excited about what she was going to pack. Tyler was looking up the greatest parties in Ibiza, even though I wasn't on the agenda. My father was deliberately avoiding eye contact with me. I stood up. "Where are you going?" my mother inquired, barely looking up from observing Madison's reaction. "I need to get some air." I stepped out into the backyard and stood there in the chilly Ohio winter, staring at nothing. 29 years of being the nice son, the responsible one, the one who never caused trouble, always showed up, and tried to make things work. And this is what I received. I was excluded from a family trip because I didn't fit in. Something changed in me that day. Something basic. I'd spent my entire life trying to establish a position in my own family. I finally realized the reality. I was not going to receive it. Not because of anything I did or didn't do, but because they had already determined who I was to them. The afterthought, the obligation, the one they tolerated rather than enjoyed. Fine. If that's how they want to play it, game on. I returned inside and went about my business for the remainder of Christmas. Smiled and opened presents. I purchased a pair of socks and a generic, "World's Okay Son" mug at a petrol station, and pretended everything was okay. But within, I was already planning. Here's the thing about being responsible. The one that everyone underestimates. You improve various skills. You learn to plan, strategize, and anticipate 3 moves ahead. While my siblings were relying on handouts and charm, I was creating something. A career, savings, and a life free of external approval. And now I was going to utilize it all. I flew back to Austin on December 27th. By December 29th, I'd already begun researching. They traveled to Europe in late April. Perfect. That gave me ample time. First, I checked my PTO balance. I had nearly 5 weeks saved up because, unlike other people, I constantly showed up for work. I requested 15 days off in mid-April, which is exactly the same time frame as their trip. Then I began preparing my own vacation. But here's when it gets good. I was not going to Europe. Europe was basic. Everyone travels to Europe. No, I was planning to do something better. Something that would make their 5-country tour appear like a trip to the local mall. After weeks of researching, I decided on a vacation to Japan and the Philippines. 15 days of truly fantastic adventures. Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka are followed by a flight to Palawan, which has some of the world's most magnificent beaches. I'm talking about world-class temples, wonderful food, breathtaking natural landscapes, and experiences they could only dream of. The best thing was that I could afford it because, while my siblings were mooching off my parents and wasting money on VIP tables and designer clothes, I was saving and investing. My vacation cost nearly the same as theirs, around $8,500 total, but I paid for it myself. No handouts are necessary. I scheduled everything in January. Flights, hotels, tours, the works. I even indulged in a few premium experiences. A traditional ryokan stay in Kyoto, a private island hopping trip in Palawan, and front row seating at a sumo event in Tokyo. This was going to be more than just a journey. This was going to be an adventure. Then I waited. The months leading up to late April were intriguing. My mother would sometimes SMS the family group chat with updates on our Europe trip, such as restaurant reservations in Paris and hotel confirmations in Rome. I never responded to the texts. I'd respond to other things merely to prove I was still alive, but anything about Europe elicited radio silence from me. Madison was the first to notice. "You are acting strangely over the trip." She messaged me privately in early March. "Are you mad or something?" "Nope," I responded. "I'm just preoccupied with work." "Have fun." "Okay. So, try not to be envious when we share pics, lol. I simply liked the message and went on. In early March, my mother called me. This was the first time she had called in months. She typically only texted. "Hello, honey. I simply wanted to check in. You've been really quiet recently." "I've just been busy, Mom. Work-related topics. Right. Right. I hope you aren't still furious about the Europe thing. It wasn't personal. We simply thought, Mom, I am not upset. Really, I hope you all have a wonderful trip. She appeared suspicious, but let it go. Okay, fair enough. We leave on April 14th. I will send pics. That sounds wonderful. What she didn't know was that I was going on April 13th. The day before their journey to Paris, I was boarding a plane bound for Tokyo. I'd told no one. Not my parents, not my siblings, not even my pals from Ohio. As far as everyone knew, I was simply working as usual, being the boring old responsible me. I arrived in Tokyo on April 14th, the same day my family landed in Paris. The irony was not lost on me. While they were probably exhausted from their flight and check-in at their hotel, I was standing in the middle of Shibuya Crossing, watching thousands of people pass by in perfect organized chaos. And I started taking photographs. Not much at first, just a few photos of the crossing, a temple I visited, and some wonderful cuisine I ate. I uploaded these on Instagram and Facebook with short descriptions. Tokyo, Day 1. The best ramen of my life. This city is unreal. I should mention that I had approximately 480 Instagram followers. I never posted frequently, only a few times every year. So when I abruptly began providing daily articles from Japan, people noticed. The first comment from family came on Day 2. I posted a photo of myself at Sennoji Temple in Asakusa, which is one of Tokyo's most gorgeous temples. The morning light was ideal, and I had requested a friendly tourist to snap the photo. Madison said, "Wait, where are you?" I did not react. My mother texted the family group chat, "Is that Japan? When did you go to Japan?" But I didn't respond. Let them ponder. Day 3, I shared a photo from the sumo tournament. Front row seats, big wrestlers battling in the ring. The entire wonderful atmosphere is captured in a single image. The caption was straightforward. Check the bucket list. Tyler D. MED me. What's going on, bro? Are you really in Japan right now? I left him on red. Day 4 was spent at a ryokan in Kyoto. I posted a photo of the classic chamber with sliding paper doors, the view of the private garden, and the overall aesthetic perfection of it. Then there was another photo of the kaiseki supper, which had 12 dishes of the most gorgeous creative food I'd ever seen. My phone was exploding at this point. My family group chat was filled with messages that I refused to read. I received 19 missed calls from various family members. But I was too busy enjoying my life to care. See what they didn't realize. While others were fighting crowds in Paris, dealing with tourist traps in Rome and uploading the identical photos in front of the Eiffel Tower, I was experiencing truly unique experiences. I was the sole American at the sumo competition. The ryokan where I stayed had only 8 rooms and required reservations 6 months in advance. I was eating at places they had never heard of, seeing sights most tourists never see, and capturing it all. Days 6 through 8 were spent in Osaka, eating fantastic street food, taking a day excursion to N to see the deer, and enjoying an amazing night scene that didn't require any narcotics. Then I flew to the Philippines. Palawan was where things really got heated. I'm talking about crystal clear water, limestone cliffs, private beaches, and the full paradise package. I arranged a 4-day island hopping cruise that took us to lagoons and coves that appeared to be photoshopped, but they were real. And I was there. The first day we went kayaking through the secret lagoon. This little aperture in a limestone wall led to a hidden pool of blue water surrounded by cliffs. I sat in my kayak in the center of the lagoon, absolutely alone, save for a few fish swimming beneath me. I actually started laughing. Not because anything was humorous, but because I felt truly pleased and free. I couldn't recall the last time I felt this strongly among my relatives. The second day went even better. We went to 8 different islands, snorkeled in water so clean you could see 60 feet below, and ate fresh fish on a sandbar that only occurs at low tide. The boat captain told me stories about growing up in Palawan, how the islands have evolved, and what he wants for his children's future. A genuine personal connection with someone I'd just met. More important than any chats I'd had with my siblings. I posted a photo of the large lagoon in Alito. This breathtaking emerald green water is encircled by high cliffs. Caption: Found paradise. That's when my mother finally broke. She called me a dozen times in a row. I let it go to voicemail every time. Then she sent a text that was essentially a novel. I don't comprehend what's going on. You said you were fine with the Europe vacation. Why are you now in Asia? Why didn't you tell anybody? We are your family, and we had no idea you were even traveling. This strikes me as incredibly passive, hostile, and hurtful. I suppose we should chat when you get back. I've read it. I even laughed a little. Then I returned to enjoying my kayak ride through a hidden lagoon. The trip lasted another 6 days, more incredible beaches, amazing food and unforgettable experiences. I posted almost daily, and every single post received feedback from family members ranging from confused to angry to guilt-trippy. I replied to none of them. I returned to Austin on April 27th. My family had been home from Europe for about a week by that point. The group chat had been a constant stream of messages that I had mostly ignored, but I recognized a pattern. Initial enthusiasm for their trip, then increased focus on my trip, and finally obsession with why I hadn't told them. Madison's Europe posts received approximately 60 to 110 likes each. Standard tourist fare. The usual sites include the Eiffel Tower and the Colosseum. My posts about Japan and the Philippines received between 200 and 300 likes, as well as numerous comments inquiring about my itinerary. The algorithm gods were clearly on my side. The confrontation occurred 3 days after I returned. My mother called, and this time I answered. "Hi, Mom." "Don't you say hi, Mom." "What was all that about?" "What is it all about?" "You know exactly what it is. Traveling to Japan and the Philippines without informing anyone. I'm posting all of the pictures I took while we were in Europe. It felt like you were trying to outdo us or something." I let the silence last for a moment. "Mom. I recently returned from a vacation. I hadn't realized I needed to discuss my travel plans with you. That isn't the point. And you know it. Why haven't you invited us? Why didn't you tell us you were leaving?" And there it was. The opportunity I had been waiting for. "Why should I invite you?" I inquired, keeping my voice perfectly calm. "Because we are family." Interesting. I seem to recall being told that I would not fit in on a family trip. I believe the exact words were, "I'd bring the mood down." So I decided to plan something for the people who wanted me there, which in this case was just me. I continued while there was silence on the other end. "But, to answer your question directly, Mom, why didn't I invite you? Because you would not fit the vibe. According to what you told me at Christmas, the vibe of my trip was about appreciating culture, trying new things, and actually enjoying travel rather than just collecting photo ops. That isn't really your thing, right? That is not fair. That situation was different." "How was it different?" "You planned a family trip and specifically excluded me because you thought I wasn't entertaining enough. I planned a trip but didn't invite you because, well, same reason I suppose. Doesn't feel good, does it?" "You are being cruel." "No, Mom. I am being honest. For the first time in perhaps my entire life, I'm being completely open with you. You made it abundantly clear at Christmas where I stand in this family. I'm the afterthought, the one you tolerate, the one who doesn't belong. So I stopped trying to fit." I heard her cry, which didn't move me as much as it would have a year ago. "I didn't mean it that way. We just thought, you're always so serious and we wanted a fun trip. And I'm sure Europe was great fun. I'm happy you enjoyed it. My trip was also enjoyable, albeit in a different way. In an apparently unappreciative manner. So everyone is happy. I'm not satisfied. I am hurt. Welcome to my world." The conversation did not end well. She hung up on me after accusing me of attempting to destroy her family. I texted the group chat. "I'm available if anyone wants to have an actual conversation about this. Otherwise, I'll be living my life." The outcome was predictable, but still kind of amazing to watch. Madison was infuriated. She shared a lengthy Instagram story, which I only saw because a friend screenshotted it, about toxic family members and people who can't be happy for others. The irony was thick enough to spread on toast. She couldn't be happy for me going on such an amazing trip, but I was the toxic one. Tyler messaged me once. "That was cold, brother," I replied. It was also disappointing to be excluded from a family trip on Christmas morning. "I guess we're even." He did not text back. My father called several days later. He was the most reasonable of the group, which is not saying much. "Look, son, I understand you were hurt about the Europe situation, but what you did felt retaliatory." "It was not retaliatory, Dad. It was just me, living my life. The fact that you all misinterpreted it as an assault speaks something about you, not me. You knew exactly what you were doing when you posted all those pictures while we were traveling. I was chronicling my vacation in the same way that Madison does with her meals and Tyler with his video games. Why does it vary when I do it?" He had no decent explanation for that. "Let me ask you something, Dad. What if the circumstances had been reversed and I had arranged a trip and purposely excluded everyone else because they wouldn't fit in?" Silence. You know the answer. There would have been an intervention. Mom would have sobbed because I was ripping the family apart. Madison would have posted about it to express compassion. You would have lectured me on the importance of family values and the need for unity. Tyler would have cracked jokes at my expense. However, when it happened to me, everyone simply moved on to receiving presents. Nobody acknowledged how twisted up things were. Madison and Tyler piled on. And you sat there, staring at the carpet as if it were the most intriguing thing you'd ever seen. I know, he murmured, his voice filled with shame. I should have said something. Sure, you should have. But you didn't. You didn't say anything when I was paying rent at 19 and Madison was living for free. You didn't say anything when I worked through high school and Tyler played video games. Just as you never said anything when your other children had more than I did. You're correct, he said gently. It was not handled properly. No, it was not. And I spent many years letting things slip, thinking that one day I'd be accepted as a genuine part of this family. But Christmas made it apparent that wasn't going to happen. So, I am done trying. That conversation marked the beginning of a significant shift in my connection with my family, or rather, the lack thereof. I stopped initiating communication. No more texts, no more calls, no more being the one who kept the family in touch, and the stillness was deafening. Weeks passed without anyone contacting me unless they had a specific request. Between early March and August, my mother contacted me exactly 5 times. 3 were technical support requests. Madison reached out twice. Both times, she asked me to legitimize whatever turmoil she was going through. Tyler did not contact me at all. Mother's Day happened in May. For the first time ever, I did not send a gift. I just texted, "Happy Mother's Day," and left it at that. My mother called upset. I just didn't feel like it suited the vibe, I explained. Then I feigned that my doorbell was ringing and hung up. Same thing goes for Father's Day. Birthday cards were forgotten. Holiday travels home became prohibitively expensive or had horrible timing with work. Every reason they'd ever used against me, I recycled right back at them. The aftermath from what I began calling the Japan incident continued to affect my family in unforeseen ways. Madison's boyfriend dumped her roughly 3 months after their trip to Europe. He'd been paying attention to how she handled me, and he wasn't pleased. When she told him about the plane tickets, she undoubtedly expected him to support her, but he supposedly remarked, "That's actually really messed up," and began to back away. She blamed me for the breakup, despite the fact that I had never spoken to him. Second domino. My parents finally kicked Tyler off the couch. Perhaps watching me actually do anything with my life made them understand their baby son would not miraculously become productive. He found a job at a cell phone store and relocated to a cheap apartment with a roommate. He repeatedly complained about it in the family group chat. I never replied. Third, Aunt Elaine, my mother's sister, called me unexpectedly in August. We'd never been close, but she'd seen my travel photos and had heard about what happened at Christmas from family members. She said, "I just wanted you to know that I think what your mother did was wrong." I told her that. She did not take it well, but someone had to say it. I later learned that my mother and Aunt Elaine had a major disagreement over this. Apparently Elaine brought it up during a family cookout, and my mother made a scene defending herself. Half of the extended family now knows the story about the Europe tickets. My mother's reputation as the world's greatest mother suffered a significant blow. I started dating Emily, whom I met at a work conference. I informed her about the family issue early on. The first time she met my folks was intended to be at Thanksgiving. Supposed to be. My mother had been texting about Thanksgiving for weeks. "We would love to meet Emily. It would mean a lot to have everyone together. Let us start fresh as a family." Then she sent the menu she had planned. All of the traditional turkey stuffing ingredients are used. She wrote at the bottom, "And I'm making that green bean casserole Madison loves." I stared at that text for a long time. In 29 years my mother had never asked me what my favorite dish was. Never cooked anything special for me, but she made it clear that she was making Madison's favorite. I replied back, "Actually, Emily's family invited us to Colorado for Thanksgiving. We're going to do that instead." The reaction was swift. "What? You're choosing her family over yours?" Her family didn't reject me from a trip because I didn't fit in. So yes, I'm choosing them. She did not reply for 4 days. When she eventually did, she left a lengthy message about how I was pulling the family apart, keeping grudges, and that Christmas had passed months ago. "You should move on." I replied, "I have moved on. That's the problem, isn't it?" Thanksgiving in Colorado was incredible. Emily's family embraced me as if I had always been there. Her mother inquired about my career and truly listened. Her father and I spent the afternoon renovating the back porch while conversing about nothing in particular. Her brothers incorporated me into their fantasy football trash talk as if it were the most normal thing in the world. The cabin was a stunning A-frame in the mountains near Denver. There were perhaps 16 persons there. Parents, siblings, cousins, and an uncle shared the same fishing story 3 times. Normal family stuff. The kind of mayhem I'd seen in movies but never experienced firsthand. At dinner, her mother made a point of asking everyone what they were grateful for. When it got to me, I expressed gratitude for being where I felt wanted. Emily clasped my hand beneath the table. Her mother shed a few tears. Her father nodded as if he understood what I meant. Following supper, her brothers dragged me into a heated board game tournament that lasted until 1:45 a.m. Nobody asked me to fix their computer. Nobody made me feel as if I were taking up space. Her grandmother kept sneaking me extra pie because you're so skinny, honey. I realized I had spent 29 years attempting to achieve something that this family had given me in 29 minutes. December arrived, and my mother launched the Christmas advertising. Texts, phone calls, and even a handwritten letter, something she had never done before. The letter discussed how family is everything and how she could not fathom Christmas without all of her children around. I responded with a single sentence. Last year, when you handed out those travel tickets, you had no trouble imagining Christmas without me. She called, weeping. I let it go to voicemail. The voicemail was 10 minutes long, filled with tears and justifications. We never intended to hurt you. You're overreacting. Madison and Tyler miss you so much. There was not a single actual apology. There was no admission that what she had done was wrong. I texted her. Please let me know when you are ready to really apologize, not excuse or justify. Until then, I'll spend Christmas with those who want me there. On Christmas Day I was in Emily's childhood bedroom in Colorado, video conferencing with her extended family members who were unable to travel. Her grandma complimented me on my eyes and inquired as to if I intended to marry her grandchild. I laughed and mentioned that I was working on it. We opened our presents in the morning. And this is what got me. Emily's mother had given me actual meaningful gifts. She noted my watch was scratched up and suggested a lovely one. A cookbook from a restaurant I recalled liked few months ago. She remembered. She paid attentively. She cared enough to put out effort. I almost cried when I opened them. Emily noticed and asked if I was all right. I told her that I had never received Christmas gifts that had been thoughtfully chosen. Meanwhile, my phone was filling up with texts from Ohio and images from Christmas morning. My vacant chair is evident in several images, as are notes from Madison stating that it was not the same without me. Tyler shared a selfie with a fake smile. My father just texted, "We miss you, son." I responded, "I miss having a family that treated me like I mattered." Guess we're both dealing with loss. Tyler texted me 3 days after Christmas. It was unexpected. "Hey, can we talk?" I almost disregarded it, but something prompted me to react. "What is this about?" "I've been thinking about something. The European trip. This is how things have always been. Wasn't I a very bad brother?" I did not sugarcoat it. "Yes, you were. I understand. I apologize." Then he did something none of my family members had ever done. He became particular. "I apologize for laughing when Mom claimed you didn't suit the vibe. I apologize for never standing up for you. I apologize for all the Christmas mornings when you received rubbish gifts and I said nothing. I apologize for piling on instead of having your back. What brought this about? Honestly, I work in retail. I deal with entitled people all day who treat me as if I'm invisible. And I keep thinking about how you must have felt in your own family. I was one of the persons that caused you to feel that way." We exchanged texts for nearly an hour. He informed me that being kicked out and having to work had changed his perspective. He finally understood what it was like to work hard and not be appreciated for it. I told him I appreciated the apologies, but the words were simple. I had to witness continuous action before I could trust him again. "Fair," he said. "I will keep working on it." 4 weeks later, he drove to Austin. This was the first time a family member had paid me a visit in the 5 years I had lived there. We had lunch at a taco eatery I like. He walked around downtown and stopped by a guitar shop because he was interested in learning. We had actual chats as normal brothers would. It was strange, odd, and kind of pleasant. We discussed his job. It turns out that retail is humbling if you've never worked before. He told me about a customer who yelled at him for 20 minutes over a phone case. "And I just stood there taking it because I needed this job," he claimed. "And I remembered all the times I saw Mom and Dad disregard you, and you simply accepted it because what else were you going to do? Leave? You were a youngster. It took me 29 years to actually depart." I said, "Better late than never." Before he went, he remarked, Mom's losing it, by the way. She didn't get what she wanted for Christmas, and you're coming home and pretending everything's fine, and she doesn't know how to handle it. It's no longer my concern. I understand. I'm just saying she's finally realizing her mistake. It's unclear whether she will admit it. Early March brought the big one. My father showed up to my residence. There's no warning. Someone just knocked on my door on a Saturday morning. I almost didn't let him in, but he appeared fatigued and older than I remembered. So I made some coffee and we sat down. Your mother doesn't know I'm here, he said. Okay. I've been doing a lot of reading about favoritism, about family dynamics, about how parents can hurt their kids without realizing it. He put down his coffee cup. That Christmas with the tickets, I've played it 100 times. The expression on your face when you realized there wasn't one for you, and I just sat there. Yes, you did. I helped plan it. I knew we were leaving you out. I convinced myself it was all right because you probably couldn't get any time off anyhow. He shakes his head. That is rubbish. I knew it was bad, but I did it anyway because it was simpler than confronting your mother. I did not say anything. Let him keep going. You deserved better. Your entire life, you deserved better. I saw you work twice as hard as your brother and sister and receive half the credit. I watched you pay rent while they lived for free. I watched as you were ignored and overlooked, and I said nothing. He stared me in the eyes. I apologize. I'm not sorry you were hurt. I apologize for what I did and didn't do. All of it. We spoke for 3.5 hours. He mentioned specific things like birthdays, successes, and times when he could have stood up for me but didn't. He did not make excuses. He simply owned it. At the end I told him I appreciated his visit, that it meant something, and that I wasn't ready to forgive yet. But it was a start. He asked if he may hug me. I let him. First time in years. After he departed I texted him. Thanks for coming. That took guts. He responded. Should have done it 22 years ago. Mom still has not apologized. Madison is still playing the victim, but I have my father truly trying. Tyler is slowly coming around. And a woman whose family treats me better than mine ever has. My sister demanded $650 per month in childless tax for her son. At Thanksgiving. I smiled, pulled out my own invoices, and her marriage collapsed. My sister Madison Pierce asked that I pay her $650 per month in child support for my nephew Noah Pierce, since I did not have my own children, and hence owed financial assistance to family members who did. She openly referred to it as a childless tax, claiming that since I had selfishly decided not to reproduce, I was expected to financially assist those who were extending the family line. She made an official-looking paper headed Child Support Agreement for Non-Parents, and attempted to have me sign it at Thanksgiving dinner in front of the entire family. She claimed that women without children had been able to avoid contributing to the next generation for far too long, and it was time for childless aunts to pay their due share. Madison Pierce estimated that I should repay her $650 per month plus back wages from when Noah Pierce was born 8 years ago, totaling $48,500 in delinquent child support. She even threatened to send me to family court because I had neglected to pay my nephew's expenses. And any court would support a suffering mother over a selfish childless lady hoarding money. She informed everyone at dinner that I'd been freeloading on the family by not having children while expecting to have access to Noah Pierce without paying for his upbringing. She stated that childless persons who wish to have contact with nieces and nephews should pay child support in the same way as divorced parents do. When I laughed and said that wasn't how child support worked, Madison Pierce claimed I was discriminating against parents, and this was precisely the type of entitlement that childless adults demonstrated when they refused to support the children in their life. She said Noah Pierce was essentially my part-time child because I saw him frequently and took him places. So I provided some financial support for his existence. She really likened herself to a surrogate who had had a kid for me because I couldn't or wouldn't have my own, and since surrogates get paid, she should be as well. She threatened to prevent me from seeing Noah Pierce until I began paying monthly child support immediately. Madison Pierce spent $9,200 on cosmetic operations that year, but said she couldn't afford Noah Pierce's school supplies without my help. She stated that raising children was costly, and that childless adults should appreciate that their advantage of having discretionary wealth came with duties to family children. She actually sent me bills for half of Noah Pierce's expenses, including haircuts, clothing, and even snacks, claiming these were my share of shared custody fees. She informed Noah Pierce that I was his financial aunt, who was meant to pay for things but was being stingy with money that legitimately belonged to him. That's when I realized Madison Pierce needed to understand what paying support entailed. I began by preparing my own invoices for all of the babysitting I had done over the previous 8 years at the standard cost of $25 per hour. Madison Pierce owing me $36,000 for unpaid childcare services, which she had been freeloading while claiming I had not contributed. I sent her an official-looking paper labeled childcare services past due and requested urgent reimbursement for my efforts, which she had been stealing. When Madison Pierce stated that the family did not charge for babysitting, I responded that the family also did not charge child support. But here we were, with her new regulations. Next, I demanded Madison Pierce pay me support for everything I had sacrificed to be there for Noah Pierce. I compensated her for missed career chances when I took time off to care for him, lost pay from leaving work early for his school activities, and emotional labor compensation for coping with his tantrums. I developed spreadsheets demonstrating that she owed me $650 per month in living support for the sacrifices I had made to be an involved aunt. I informed our family that Madison Pierce had been abusing my free work for years, providing little to my life in exchange. For Christmas, I handed Madison Pierce an invoice for the 8 years of gifts I'd given Noah Pierce, stating that if she wanted child support, she needed to compensate me for any voluntary donations I'd made. I added every birthday present, Christmas gift, odd item, and ice cream cone I'd ever purchased for him, along with interest calculated at credit card rates. Madison Pierce owing me $18,400 for items she took without payment. I told her she couldn't have it both ways, demand future assistance while retaining previous donations. The true justice arrived when I began informing everyone that Madison Pierce was charging me to visit my nephew as if he were a rented child. I revealed to our parents, relatives and her friends that Madison Pierce had set up a pay-to-play system in which family members had to pay monthly payments to establish interactions with Noah Pierce. People were outraged that she was effectively selling access to her child and using him as a subscription service. Her husband learned about the child support demands and was embarrassed that Madison Pierce was attempting to extort money from me using their kid. Ethan Pierce grabbed Madison Pierce's arm right there in my parents' kitchen and dragged her down the hallway where they believed no one could hear them. His face resembled a tomato, and the vein in his forehead protruded like it does when he is angry. Madison Pierce tried to tear her arm away, but Ethan Pierce grabbed it tight and said something fierce that made her eyes widen. I feigned to assist Mom clean the dessert plates while everyone else became engrossed in their phones or began talking loudly. The weather. Madison Pierce was flailing her hands around, attempting to explain herself, but Ethan Pierce just shook his head and pointed to the front door. She responded with something that caused him to close his eyes, as if counting to 10. He then uttered something that caused her face become pale. They returned to the dining room, and Madison Pierce refused to look at anyone, while Ethan Pierce informed my parents that they needed to go immediately because something had come up. Mom looked concerned and asked if everything was all right, but Ethan Pierce grabbed their jackets and almost forced Madison Pierce out the door without saying goodbye to Noah Pierce properly. My phone rang at 7:30 the next morning, and Ethan Pierce's name appeared on the screen. His voice sounded scratchy, as if he had been awake all night and perhaps cried a bit. He apologized profusely for what Madison Pierce attempted to do, and he swore on his life that he had no knowledge she was plotting this insane child support scheme. He informed me he sat up until 3:30 a.m., poring over every bank account and credit card bill they had after I left for Thanksgiving dinner. That's when he discovered the $9,200 in charges from the upscale cosmetics shop downtown that Madison Pierce always drives by and peeks at. He said Madison Pierce told him the payments were for Noah Pierce's school fees and new winter clothing, but he now realized she had been lying to him for months. His voice trembled when he asked if I could email him copies of all the invoices I had created, because he wanted to know what Madison Pierce was doing behind his back. I promised him I'd email everything to him within an hour, and he thanked me 5 times before disconnecting up. 3 days later, I met Ethan Pierce for lunch at a coffee shop near his workplace. He looked terrible with dark circles under his eyes, and his shirt wasn't even properly ironed. I took my laptop and opened all of the spreadsheets I had produced, which showed 8 years of babysitting at $25 per hour, as well as every birthday and Christmas gift with receipts. All the times I left work early to pick up Noah Pierce from school, as well as the whole history of Madison Pierce's requests, dating back to that initial text message 3 months ago. Ethan Pierce's hands trembled as he scanned through the figures, which totaled more than $36,000 in free childcare and presents. He kept comparing Madison Pierce's cosmetic treatment dates to the times she emailed me about being unable to afford Noah Pierce's field trip costs or new sneakers. He acknowledged to working extra weekend shifts at the hospital for the last year because Madison Pierce kept stating they couldn't make ends meet and needed more money. He discovered that all of the additional money he made went right into Madison Pierce's face rather than their son's necessities or their savings. He buried his head in his hands and stated he felt like an idiot for not noticing what was going on right in front of him. 4 days after Thanksgiving, I was preparing supper in my apartment when someone began hammering on my door, loud enough to startle my neighbor's dog. I peeked through the peephole and saw Madison Pierce standing there, arms crossed, her face hot and angry. I opened the door, and she forced her way into my living room without being requested. She began ranting about how I was attempting to destroy her marriage by giving Ethan Pierce confidential information and turning her own spouse against her. I remained cool and informed her that the bills were not private because she had provided me official-looking paperwork beforehand. So I merely answered with my own official-looking documentation proving what she owed me. She yelled that I was being petty and nasty, and that I had no right to go behind her back with Ethan Pierce. I stated I didn't go behind her back because Ethan Pierce phoned and asked me questions, and I simply replied honestly and with evidence, just as she had done to me at Thanksgiving dinner in front of the entire family. She got right in my face and told me that if her marriage failed, it would be entirely my fault for being a selfish witch who couldn't even assist her own sister. I looked her in the eye and told her that displaying her husband the identical invoices she gave me was ruining her marriage. Perhaps the issue wasn't me, but the falsehoods she had been telling him for months. Mom contacted me that afternoon, weeping so hard that I couldn't comprehend what she was saying at first. She eventually calmed down enough to inform me Madison Pierce had been at her house an hour earlier, alleging I was attempting to steal Noah Pierce away from her by poisoning Ethan Pierce's mind with falsehoods. Mom said Madison Pierce constantly claiming I was jealous of her lovely family and tried to tear them up because I was a bitter, childless lady who wanted to spoil everyone else's happiness. Mom confessed she didn't sure what to believe at first since Madison Pierce appeared so concerned and convinced. But then she remembered the strange child support document from Thanksgiving and knew Madison Pierce wasn't making sense. She stated that she loved both of her daughters, but Madison Pierce's demand for child support was entirely out of line, and she could not accept such behavior under any circumstances. I emphasized to Mom that I was not intending to take Noah Pierce somewhere or end Madison Pierce's marriage. I was just refusing to pay money I did not owe and telling Ethan Pierce the truth when he asked for it. I informed her Madison Pierce's marriage issues were her own fault for lying about money and attempting to extort family members, and they were the result of Madison Pierce's decisions, not mine. Later that week, my phone buzzed with a text from Madison Pierce that was so offensive that I had to read it twice to believe she sent it. She stated that I was prohibited from seeing Noah Pierce unless I apologized for breaking her marriage and promised to pay at least $275 per month in aunt support as a compromise. She responded, "If I really loved my nephew, I'd be willing to help support him financially instead of being a greedy witch hoarding my money." She called me selfish around 12 times in one paragraph and stated, Noah Pierce deserved better than an aunt who valued money over family. I screenshotted the whole letter and gave it to Ethan Pierce without adding any comments of my own. He replied me in less than 7 minutes, claiming Madison Pierce didn't get to determine who saw Noah Pierce on her own, and she couldn't block me from my nephew's life for refusing to pay made-up expenses. He said he was going to bring Noah Pierce to see me this Saturday, regardless of what Madison Pierce said, since I was family, and Noah Pierce enjoyed spending time with me. Saturday morning, Ethan Pierce arrived at my flat with Noah Pierce, who jumped inside and gave me a big embrace as usual. But then he drew back and gazed up at me with sad, puzzled eyes, wondering why Mother was saying I didn't want to help care for him anymore. My stomach fell and I felt awful as I realized Madison Pierce had told Noah Pierce that I was abandoning him. I crouched down so we could be eye level and told him how much I loved him and how I would always be his aunt. I emphasized that adults do not charge one another money to be family since that is not how love works. Mommy had been perplexed about how family interactions are meant to operate. I mentioned that when grown-ups are agitated they make mistakes and say things that aren't true. But none of this was his fault, and nothing could ever erase how much I felt for him. He hugged me again, appeared to feel better, and asked if we could go to the park like we used to. I brought Noah Pierce to the park down the block while Ethan Pierce remained at my flat to make phone calls. We sat on the swings, and Noah Pierce began discussing how Mother and Daddy had been bickering a lot at home recently. He stated he could hear them shouting at night after he went to bed, which worried him because they had never fought like that before. He told me that his mother kept telling him that I was selfish and cruel. But he couldn't understand why because I'd always been good to him, taking him places he enjoyed and buying him ice cream. I gently pushed his swing and assured him that the adults were working on some issues that had nothing to do with him and were not his job to resolve. I told him that regardless of what occurred between the adults, I would always love him and want to spend time with him since he was my favorite nephew in the entire world. He grinned a little and said I was his favorite aunt, which made sense given I was his only aunt, and we laughed together. 3 weeks after Thanksgiving, my phone called with a number I did not know. When I responded, a lady called Brooke Chandler stated she was Madison Pierce's best friend and needed to talk to me about everything that had happened. We decided to meet for lunch at a sandwich shop midway between our flats. Brooke Chandler was anxious when she sat down and began by stating she'd heard Madison Pierce's version of the story, but she had also spoken with my mother and some other family members, and she was now very concerned about Madison Pierce. She stated that Madison Pierce had been moaning to her about this childless tax proposal for months, but Brooke Chandler dismissed it as a way for her to relieve her financial stress. She stated she never dreamed Madison Pierce would try to get me to sign paperwork and pay real money. After hearing what truly happened over Thanksgiving and witnessing how Madison Pierce was acting today, Brooke Chandler expressed concern that Madison Pierce had lost touch with what was appropriate conduct and what was utterly out of line. Brooke Chandler leaned forward and offered me something about Madison Pierce that I didn't know. She claimed Madison Pierce spent hours every day on social media comparing herself to other mothers who appeared to have flawless life, families, and faces. Madison Pierce began buying costly clothes and scheduling cosmetic treatments to attempt to appear like the ladies she saw online, and she was spending far more money than she and Ethan Pierce had. Brooke Chandler claimed Madison Pierce had borrowed money from her and at least 3 other acquaintances in the previous year, usually stating Ethan Pierce was being frugal with home funds and that she needed assistance meeting Noah Pierce's basic expenditures. But Brooke Chandler found Madison Pierce had been lying about their financial position all along, using borrowed money to finance her image rather than her son's necessities. Brooke Chandler was very heartbroken when she claimed she loved Madison Pierce like a sister, but couldn't tolerate her extorting family members for money. And she truly believed Madison Pierce needed professional therapy to deal with her spending addiction and her distorted feeling of entitlement to what other people owed her. I thanked Brooke Chandler for being honest with me and expressed my hope that Madison Pierce would get the treatment she required. After we finished lunch, I sat in my car for a bit, reflecting on what Brooke Chandler had said about Madison Pierce's social media fixation and her falsehoods to friends about needing money. It made me sad to see my sister had become so obsessed with comparing herself to phony, flawless lifestyles on the internet that she had convinced herself she deserved money from everyone around her. But I also understood it wasn't my responsibility to cure, and Madison Pierce had to face the repercussions of her actions before she could change. On the second Sunday in December, my parents held their weekly family supper as they always did. I arrived with a casserole dish wondering if Madison Pierce would even be there or if she had left to avoid meeting me. She came with Ethan Pierce and Noah Pierce, but the moment she stepped in and saw me arranging meals on the dining room table, her entire expression changed. She picked a chair at the far end of the table, as far away from me as possible, and positioned Noah Pierce between her and Ethan Pierce, as if she needed a buffer. Throughout dinner, she kept making pointed remarks about how some people valued money over family relationships, and how selfish people always put themselves first. She added it was unfortunate when individuals forget that family members were expected to assist one another during difficult times rather than compete. My mother attempted to shift the subject by asking Noah Pierce about school, but Madison Pierce simply continued, stating out loud to no one in particular that she couldn't believe how cold some people could be to their own flesh and blood. Dad pressed his fork down hard enough that it clanked against his plate, and everyone became silent. He looked straight at Madison Pierce and told her to quit acting like a victim right now since she was the one who turned this into a money issue by requesting that I pay her child support. His voice was harsh and weary as he reminded her that she had caused this situation via her absurd demands and manipulation, and now she had to accept responsibility rather than behaving as if everyone else was the problem. Madison Pierce's mouth dropped wide, as if she couldn't believe Dad was confronting her in front of everyone. She began to speak, but Dad raised his hand, indicating that he was not finished. He informed Madison Pierce that her treatment of me had been cruel and unjust, and he was tired of seeing her try to guilt-trip me for having limits. The tension in the room became so dense that I could hardly breathe. Noah Pierce began sobbing at the table because the parents were bickering. Ethan Pierce quickly rose up and led Noah Pierce outside to the backyard, while the rest of us remained in terrible quiet. Mom stepped over and placed her hand on Madison Pierce's arm, saying they wanted to have an open chat about what had happened. Her voice was trembling but resolute as she stated that for years, she had enabled Madison Pierce's victim mentality since it was easier than confronting her. She said that witnessing Madison Pierce try to manipulate me and poison Noah Pierce against me had finally made her realize how dysfunctional the family dynamics had become. Dad agreed and said he and Mom had thought about this matter a lot over the last 3 weeks and decided they weren't going to referee it anymore or put pressure on me to give in simply to maintain peace. Mom looked directly at Madison Pierce and told her that the child support demand was unreasonable, that her treatment of me had been harsh, and that she needed to accept responsibility for her actions, rather than blaming others for her issues. She stated that Madison Pierce's spending habits and entitlement issues were her responsibility, and the family could no longer pretend everything was normal when it plainly wasn't. Madison Pierce's face became hot, then white, and she shoved her chair back so forcefully that it grated across the floor. She began shrieking that the entire family had turned against her and chosen my side, without even attempting to comprehend her point of view. She claimed we'd all regret it, and she'd never forget how we ganged up on her while she was struggling. She marched toward the rear door, screaming for Ethan Pierce and Noah Pierce and announcing that they were going right now. Ethan Pierce returned inside, fatigued and disheartened, and picked up Noah Pierce's jacket without saying anything. Madison Pierce was already outside the front door, yelling at us that we had all chosen sides and ruined the family. The door slammed, and we heard their car start and drive away. Mom buried her face in her hands and sobbed quietly, causing her entire body to quiver. Dad pulled his chair closer and placed his arms over her. And they simply sat there clutching each other, looking older and tireder than I had ever seen them before. I felt a terrible shame settle in my chest. Even though I understood cognitively that I had not initiated the issue and had not made any unreasonable demands. Madison Pierce had caused the whole problem, but I still felt guilty for my parents sobbing and my family coming apart. Around 10 p.m. that night, my phone vibrated with a text from Ethan Pierce informing me that Madison Pierce had locked herself in their bedroom the moment they arrived home and refused to talk to him or come out. He claimed he attempted to talk to her through the door, but she just continued shouting that everyone hated her and no one understood what she was going through. His text stated that he had reached his breaking point because she refused to face reality or accept responsibility for whatever she had done. He stated that he was going to insist on marital and financial therapy. And if Madison Pierce wouldn't agree to both, he was willing to divorce since he couldn't raise Noah Pierce in an environment full of deception and created drama. He apologized for all Madison Pierce had put me through and expressed optimism that our family would ultimately recover from all of this devastation. I responded back, thanking him for being fair and said that while I hoped things would work out, I understood if he needed to make difficult decisions to protect himself and Noah Pierce. The week before Christmas, Ethan Pierce arrived at my parents' house with Noah Pierce and 2 luggage, asking if they may stay in the guest room for a bit. Mom said yes right away and helped them settle in, while Dad and I exchanged worrisome looks in the living room. Ethan Pierce revealed that he had informed Madison Pierce that he was moving out temporarily until she agreed to get professional treatment, and Madison Pierce had absolutely lost it. He said she had shouted at him for hours about abandoning her and prioritizing everyone else above his wife. Within an hour of Ethan Pierce and Noah Pierce arriving at my parents' house, my phone began to ring with Madison Pierce's number. I responded, and she instantly began screaming so loudly that I had to hold the phone away from my ear. She shouted that I had ruined her family and taken her husband and son away from her. She said I had turned everyone against her and poisoned Ethan Pierce's mind, and now I'd gotten precisely what I wanted: to wreck her life. She was weeping and shouting at the same time, questioning how I could do this to her and why I despised her so much. I remained cool and informed her that Ethan Pierce had made his own decision based on her conduct, not anything I had done. I told her she could heal her marriage whenever she wanted by addressing her spending habits and entitlement issues, rather than blaming everyone else for the results of her own behavior. She called me every terrible term she could think of and then hung up on me. Christmas Eve dawned, and I was helping my mother prepare for our tiny party when the doorbell rang. Dad went to answer it and found Madison Pierce on the front porch, demanding to see Noah Pierce. Her screaming echoed throughout the home as she said that we were all guilty of parental alienation and threatened to call the police if we did not allow her to see her kid right now. She yelled about her motherly rights and accused us of snatching Noah Pierce and turning him against her. Dad remained strong at the doorway, barring her from entering, and informed her in a calm manner that she was welcome to visit Noah Pierce, but not if she was going to cause a scene or say negative things about family members in front of her son. He added that if she could calm herself and act like a responsible adult, she could come in and spend Christmas Eve with Noah Pierce. Madison Pierce's face collapsed, and she began weeping right there on the porch. And for the first time since this whole affair began, her sobs were genuine rather than contrived. Her shoulders trembled as she covered her face with her hands, crying as if something inside her had finally snapped. Mom approached the door, softly stroked Dad's arm, and then walked past him onto the porch. She gently placed her hand on Madison Pierce's back and invited her to come inside for some tea and conversation. Madison Pierce nodded without looking up and let Mom to lead her into the home. Mom led her to the kitchen and locked the door, while the rest of us gave them room. I could hear their conversations through the door but couldn't make out the words, so I kept myself busy helping Noah Pierce create cookies in the dining room. After nearly an hour, Mom emerged from the kitchen, exhausted but hopeful. She stated that Madison Pierce had agreed to see a therapist and get financial counseling if Ethan Pierce would consider returning home. She said Madison Pierce finally confessed she had a problem and needed assistance. Madison Pierce followed Mom out of the kitchen a minute later, appearing smaller, as if she had retreated into herself. Her eyes were red and swollen, and when she looked at me across the room, she simply looked away quickly rather than staring or saying anything harsh. When Ethan Pierce arrived downstairs, Mom softly informed him what Madison Pierce had consented to and asked if he would be willing to speak with her. He took a long look at Madison Pierce before saying he'd come home with Noah Pierce after the holidays, but only if Madison Pierce went through with therapy and counseling. He also stated he required her to send me a genuine apology for what she'd done. Madison Pierce nodded without argument, and her face remained down, as if she couldn't meet anyone's gaze. Mom stated she was going to take Madison Pierce to her house for a lengthier private conversation, and they both departed via the front door. After they left, Dad walked over and placed his hand on my shoulder, telling me how proud he was of how I handled the entire issue with respect and clear limits. He expressed regret that it took Madison Pierce's full collapse for him and his mother to finally stop tolerating her dysfunction, and that he wished they had confronted her conduct years ago, before it became so terrible. In early February, I noticed an envelope in my mailbox with Madison Pierce's handwriting on it. Inside was a letter written on standard notebook paper, with words crossed out and sentences redone many times. There were tear marks on the paper, which caused the ink to flow in some areas. The letter stated that she was sorry for requesting child support from me, and for attempting to manipulate me and the entire family. She said that she had been dealing with feelings of inadequacy in comparison to all of the mothers she saw online who appeared to have ideal lives, flawless faces, and perfect everything. She agreed that spending $9,200 on cosmetic operations while stating she couldn't afford Noah Pierce's school supplies was unjustified and hypocritical. She stated her therapist was assisting her in seeing that she had been attempting to control other people because she felt so out of control in her own life. She responded that she was aware that she had injured me and destroyed our relationship, and that she understood if I needed time and distance before I could trust her again. She asked if we could try to carefully develop a connection for Noah Pierce's sake, as he missed me and continually asking when he might see me again. The letter concluded with her stating that she understood that actions were more important than words, and that she intended to focus on being the type of person who deserved to have family ties. I sat at my kitchen table and read the letter 4 times, trying to figure out how I felt about it. Part of me was happy that Madison Pierce finally appeared to realize what she had done wrong. Another part of me was still furious, upset, and concerned that this was simply another manipulation. I chose to react, but I wanted to be clear about my boundaries and expectations. I sent my own letter to Madison Pierce, saying I appreciated her apologies and was pleased she was getting therapy. I stated that I was willing to work on mending our connection, but I needed to witness continuous changes in behavior over time, not just beautiful words on paper. I made it quite plain that I will never pay her any type of child support, aunt tax, or any other fictitious cost she could propose in the future. I stated that any future connection would need her to accept my boundaries and my decisions about my own life without guilt or manipulation. I also informed her that my connection with Noah Pierce was important to me, and I hoped we could find a way to live as a family without all of the financial demands and stress. I wrote the letter the next day, feeling hopeful that things would finally improve, even if they would never be the same as before. I opted to wait a few weeks before contacting anyone on Madison Pierce's improvement. I wanted to know if her apology and assurances were genuine or simply another effort to manipulate the situation. Brooke Chandler texted me in late February, asking if I had heard from Madison Pierce recently. I told Brooke Chandler about the letter and my reaction, and she mentioned that she had been seeing Madison Pierce for coffee every Wednesday morning before work. Madison Pierce was truly attending her treatment visits and completing the tasks her therapist gave. Madison Pierce, according to Brooke Chandler, deleted her Instagram account and the Facebook app from her phone after her therapist helped her see how much time she wasted comparing herself to other people's faux, flawless lives. Madison Pierce was now using a basic budgeting tool and documenting every dollar she spent, which she admittedly found difficult at first because she had never paid attention to where her money went. Ethan Pierce had temporarily taken over their credit cards, and Madison Pierce was keeping cash envelopes for grocery and home expenditures so she could see how much money she had left each week. Brooke Chandler revealed that she was shocked Madison Pierce was staying with it since she anticipated Madison Pierce to drop out of therapy after a few sessions, just as she did with everything else that made her uncomfortable. I told Brooke Chandler I hoped Madison Pierce kept it up, but I wasn't ready to believe the improvements would continue. Mom contacted me the same week to inform me that she and Dad had attended one of Madison Pierce and Ethan Pierce's counseling sessions as guests. The therapist had requested Madison Pierce's permission to bring them so that they could learn about what Madison Pierce was working on and how they might promote healthier family dynamics. Mom stated it was difficult to hear the therapist describe how she and her father had been encouraging Madison Pierce's conduct by constantly bailing her out financially and smoothing over problems rather than allowing Madison Pierce to face repercussions. The therapist said that providing Madison Pierce money whenever she claimed to be struggling had kept her from learning to handle her own finances and make difficult decisions about priorities. Mom grieved as she realized that attempting to help Madison Pierce had actually harmed her capacity to mature and accept responsibility for her life. Dad was uncomfortable during the conversation but eventually conceded that the therapist was correct in accusing them of making excuses for Madison Pierce's terrible behavior. Mom stated that they had resolved to stop providing Madison Pierce money for anything other than real emergencies and to allow her to work through her issues without intervening to fix everything. Early April arrived, and Madison Pierce texted me asking if I wanted to see her for coffee on Saturday morning. My initial impulse was to say no since I was still upset and angry from all that had transpired. But I also realized that if I wanted to have a connection with Noah Pierce as he grew older, I needed to first see if Madison Pierce had changed. I texted back saying I'd meet her at the coffee shop near my flat at 9:30. I arrived 10 minutes early and sat at a table in the back corner where we could speak without being overheard. Madison Pierce strolled in just at 9:30, looking different than I had seen her in months. She was not wearing makeup, and her hair was tied back in a basic ponytail, rather than the groomed waves she typically spent an hour on. She was dressed in pants and a plain t-shirt, rather than the luxury outfits she used to insist on getting even when she claimed they couldn't afford groceries. She sat across from me and ordered an ordinary coffee instead of the $6.50 special drink she had every day. We sat in uneasy quiet for a minute before Madison Pierce began speaking. She explained that her therapist had helped her understand that her child's assistance needs stemmed from her feeling that she was failing as a mother in comparison to all the ideal moms she saw online. She'd been reading through social media for hours every day, admiring ladies who appeared to have it all together, with beautiful houses, perfect children, perfect faces, and ideal lifestyles. She began to believe that if she just dressed better, purchased the right things, and projected the correct image, she'd feel like a decent mother instead of drowning. She stated that she had been so preoccupied with seeming successful that she had ceased being present with Noah Pierce and attending to his needs. She stated that when she saw me living my life without children and having money to spend on whatever I wanted, she became furious and envious, rather than pleased for me. She had convinced herself that I owed her anything since I had decided not to go through the difficulties she was experiencing. Her therapist assisted her in seeing that she was attempting to control and punish me for living a different life rather than dealing with her own feelings about her decisions. I sat there listening to Madison Pierce, trying to figure out if this was genuine or another form of deceit. I told her I understood being overwhelmed by life's choices and comparing yourself to others. I answered, "Everyone struggles with feeling like they're not measuring up to some impossible standard." But I also informed her that attempting to make me pay for her mistakes would never work, and it had severely harmed our relationship. I said that I needed her to realize that I am Noah Pierce's aunt who adores him and wishes to spend time with him. But I am not a bank account from which she can withdraw anytime she is anxious about money. I told her that if we were to restore any type of connection, she needed to accept my boundaries and my decisions in my own life, without guilt trips, demands, or manipulation. Madison Pierce agreed and said that her therapist had been working with her to grasp the difference between asking for help correctly and making demands with threats attached. She stated that she was using Noah Pierce as a weapon to control me, which was improper and unjust to him. She claimed she was learning to articulate what she really wanted rather than causing drama and issuing ultimatums. We chatted for about 3 hours about how we could proceed. I made it quite plain that I would never pay her any type of child support, aunt tax, or any other fictitious cost, regardless of what she called it. I told her I was content to spend time with Noah Pierce and occasionally buy him gifts because I wanted to, not because I owed her anything. Madison Pierce concurred, saying she knew that presence and time with family could not be demanded or priced. We decided to begin carefully with family events in which other people were present and observe how things went before attempting to develop a stronger bond. It wasn't comfortable, and it wasn't what it used to be, but it seemed more genuine than our relationship had in years. Spring arrived, the weather warmed up, and life returned to normal for Madison Pierce. We saw each other at Mom and Dad's house for Sunday dinners, and we were courteous and civil, free of the continuous tension that had made every family gathering terrible for months. I started seeing Noah Pierce more frequently, picking him up on Saturday afternoons to go to the park, have ice cream, or simply hang around in my apartment playing games. Madison Pierce still had moments when I could see her old tendencies wanting to return. She'd make a joke about how lovely it must be to be able to purchase new furniture or how costly Noah Pierce's summer camp would be, but then she'd stop herself and apologize for making me feel bad about my money. Her therapist had evidently taught her to identify when she was reverting to previous ways and to stop herself before causing further damage to her relationships. Ethan Pierce informed me privately that things at home were better than they had been in years because Madison Pierce was talking about her feelings rather than spending money to escape them. Mom stated that she and her father were learning to let Madison Pierce deal with her own difficulties rather than constantly attempting to fix them for her. Our entire family realized that preserving the peace by tolerating poor conduct only made things worse over time. I witnessed Madison Pierce work hard in therapy and marital counseling to modify her tendencies, and I felt truly proud of her for doing something obviously tough and painful. Our relationship would never be the same as before all of this happened. We'd never be as close as we were when we were younger and fully trusted each other. But what we had now was healthier and more authentic than what we had previously, even if it was not as simple or pleasant. I learned that sometimes the best thing you can do for someone you care about is to refuse to participate in their dysfunction and let them deal with the repercussions of their actions. Madison Pierce discovered that attempting to control others while avoiding her own emotions only made her unhappy and harmed the connection she truly cared about. And Noah Pierce got to grow up witnessing the adults in his life work through difficult challenges and come out stronger on the other side, which seemed like a fairly significant lesson for a youngster too. For years, my brother was the untouchable golden child. But after squandering grandma's money, he now faces a lawsuit and a lifetime of debt payments. My parents felt my brother Jason could do no wrong, but my work was unsatisfactory. Mom replied, "Oh, Jason needs his social time." But with drama club, she guilt-tripped me about missing family dinners. Jason was caught cheating on 3 high school exams. Dad called the principal to explain that being so proficient and overwhelmed caused stress. My B+ in chemistry indicated I needed help, so they hired a tutor. Double standard was absurd. Jason crashed his car drunk at 19. After he learned his lesson and needed reliable transportation, our parents covered it up and bought him a new truck. After scraping the garage door, they had me pay for repairs using part-time employment money because responsibility builds character. They said Jason quit college after 2 semesters to discover himself and explore options. They transformed the garage into a recording studio when Jason wanted to be a musician but never learned or wrote songs. When I asked student loan assistants, they said, "We need to be smart with money, and you need to learn independence." Jason stole from Mom's purse, making her assume she forgot to spend it. When her jewelry vanished, she feared she misplaced it. When his garage tools disappeared, Dad thought he lent them. They assumed I was jealous and trying to cause issues when I saw the tendency. Jason started a business with $15,000 of their retirement funds that failed in 3 months. They said, "At least he tried. Failure teaches best." Their response to my $750 professional certification course request was, "Maybe next year when finances are better." Grandma Helen's sickness was the issue. Her grandkids would receive her $150,000 funds and full-time care. Jason became her devoted grandchild, visiting her every day and volunteering to manage her assets while everyone else was occupied. My parents praised his maturity and caring leadership. Grandma's money vanished in 3 months. Jason claimed medical and domestic expenses without receipts. He planned to buy her generic food and pocket the rest, claiming he bought organic. Due to heavy expenditures, he persuaded her to sign a power of attorney. Jason was such a nice grandson that my parents never questioned anything. Who dares disagree? Grandma died 6 months later, leaving nothing when the will was read. Jason wasted everything but $8,000. The lawyer detected irregular transactions, but Jason had power of attorney, so it was legal. My parents said we should be grateful he spent it on Grandma's care. I was interrupted by my banker relative Nina. She observed where the money went but wasn't supposed to talk. Jason moved it to accounts and a gaming app. $150,000 was wasted in 6 months as Grandma ate generic bread and watched her stories in a cold house because Jason thought the heating expense was too expensive. Everything was screenshotted by Nina. Gaming site received Jason's account transactions promptly. Time and date match exactly. Jason's legal power left her unsure what to do after months of documentation. I planned the family reunion because I had important Grandma's estate news. He replied, "If this was about money, then I was being disgusting and disrespecting Grandma's memory." I distributed around printed screenshots after my parents chastised me before speaking. Jason's personal account got $45,000 on January 10th. The same $45,000 traveled to Bet King Casino 3 hours later. January 25th, $25,000 more. Another $35,000, February 3rd. Every transfer is tracked. Jason said the documents were private financial data, but everyone saw them. Jason was asked by my uncle David, a cop, why Grandma's money was going to online gambling while she died. Jason said Grandma urged him to invest for the family. He invested via gambling. Room explode. Uncle David got up from his chair and crossed the room in 3 steps, staring Jason in the face with his cop posture that made people confess. Jason stumbled backward into the hallway, hands raised like David was ready to strike him, and Mom cried at David to stop abusing her son. Dad suggested David should stop this. David stayed still, staring at Jason like a good interrogator, wondering if he felt stealing $150,000 from his dying granny was an investment strategy. Despite the chilly environment, Jason's lips opened and closed without releasing anything, and I could see wetness on his forehead. Mom shoved and touched David's chest, telling him she wouldn't tolerate his violence and threats in her home. Keeping the bank statement in my hand, I watched everything like a movie from my chair. Aunt Rebecca wept into her hands by the fireplace, and I heard people chatting loudly. Some doubting Jason, some supporting him, some surprised. Jason was bodyguarded by my folks. His parents on either side form a human wall between him and the room. Uncle David backed off and observed Jason. All his jaw muscles worked. Jason looked at everyone to find an exit. Then he moved. Running for the front door, he pushed Mom into the coffee table. However, Uncle David was faster. He stopped Jason before he crossed the living room, possibly from police training. David crossed his arms in front of the door and refused to go until Jason explained where Grandma's money went. David again obstructed Jason's passage. Dad performed something I hadn't seen in 30 years. He pushed Uncle David away from the door with both hands on his chest and shouted to get out of Jason's path. David stood there gazing at my dad incredulous. I nearly expected a living room brawl. The room was silent save for Aunt Rebecca's crying. Nina explained why a check bounced in her low bank voice. She said she recorded every transfer after months of surveillance. Her calm voice was harsh. Jason sent money frequently, she stated. He shifted cash daily, sometimes 3 or 4 times when he lost. She had dates, times, and sums. Within 2 seconds, my mother turned from protector to assailant toward Nina. She shouted at Nina for violating banking privacy laws and damaging family confidence. She cautioned Nina that spying on Jason's finances may jeopardize her job. Nina stood with her arms at her sides and quietly stressed reporting elder financial abuse. Adds, when bank employees see suspicious patterns of an elderly person's money being drained by someone with power of attorney, they're actually required by law to document it and report suspected exploitation. She glanced at my mom and said she followed work standards. Uncle David contacted a detective who investigates elder financial crimes from his pocket phone. My dad tried to take David's phone, stating this was a family matter and we didn't need police. David lifted the phone like a toy, like kids wrestling. Dad grabbed his arm to lower it. Since they were chest to chest, red-faced and breathing hard, I expected fists. Aunt Rebecca jumped in and forced them apart with her hands on their chests and pleading. She wept more, mascara running, saying this wasn't helping. Jason kneeled in the living room, hands over his face and shoulders shaking. I presume his massive gulps were real, gambled while crying. He never meant things to get this bad, assumed he could handle it, and would repay Grandma when he got rich. He looked up at everyone with tears and snot on his cheeks and stated he was so close to winning a massive jackpot that would have mended everything. He needed another big win. My parents switched rapidly. Mom kneeled beside Jason and rocked him like a 5-year-old. "It's okay, baby. You're sick. You need help, not judgment. We'll get you through this." Dad crouched and touched Jason's back. He stood and spoke to the room. He said Jason had realized he had a diagnosis, that gambling addiction is a mental disorder, and that we should treat him rather than blame him. He said real fans would assist Jason recover rather than attack him at his lowest point. I stood up with the bank statement. Some of my relatives nodded with my dad, some looked uncomfortable, and some cried. Anyone remember Grandma eating poor food in a cold house while Jason spent her life savings? So everyone could hear, I spoke slowly and clearly. Uncle David and Nina nodded, and one of my cousins remembered Grandma moaning about the cold last winter. However, my folks thought I said the cruelest thing. Mom looked horrified and said I didn't sympathize with Jason's mental illness. Dad said I tried to punish a sick person instead of assisting. Uncle David called and turned from my dad to the kitchen with the phone to his ear. He explained the situation in his police voice, all facts. Abuse of power of attorney, elder financial exploitation, $150,000 gambling site payments over 6 months. Some family member worked at the bank and recorded every transaction. My dad followed him to the kitchen doorway, saying that David was committing a terrible mistake that would ruin the family. Mom held Jason on the floor while he cried into her shoulder, and I stood with those bank documents wondering how we got to where exposing stolen evidence was cruel. "I brought Mom's snacks," Megan remarked as she arrived with 2 supermarket bags. Her lips fell as she studied the entryway. Mom cuddled Jason on the floor while he wept on her shoulder. Dad crossed his arms next to them, ready to fight anyone around. Uncle David returned from the kitchen with his phone. In the corner chair, Aunt Rebecca wailed quietly. Nina kept more bank statements nearby. 3 relatives searched for hiding spots in the furnishings. Megan gently placed the grocery bags and asked why everyone was crying. Jason tried to speak but coughed and covered his face in Mom's shoulder. Dad told Megan to go since this was a family issue. Nina told Megan she needed something important. She displayed the bank paperwork and calmly explained that Jason had power of attorney for his grandma and moved $150,000 from her accounts to gambling sites over 6 months while she was dying. Megan's hands shook as she read the papers. Her face became white as she asked whether it was real. Nina nodded at her transfer dates and amounts. 3 hours after Jason's $45,000 deposit on January 10th, Bet King Casino followed. January 25th, $25,000. February 3rd, $35,000. Dated and timed transfers. Jason's dying grandma's money to gamble? Megan asked. Jason ultimately responded that it wasn't. He couldn't control his gambling disorder. Megan stopped him and asked how long he lied. Her voice raised as she explained she loaned him $4,500 last month for business. Was that gambling money? Jason didn't answer, so Mom remarked it wasn't the time to condemn him while he was hurting and needed support. Dad and Mom agreed that Jason's loved ones should focus on solutions and support, not blame and punishment. Mom glanced at Megan and said she would help Jason through this terrible disease if she cared. Uncle David came to the living room and said Detective Sarah Moore would interview and examine evidence. He said power of attorney prevented prosecution, but Grandma's terminal illness's gaming site transfers promoted elder financial exploitation. Dad was furious and pointed to the door, instructing David to go. David could not engage police in family affairs, he said. David stayed and said Grandma was his sister and he wouldn't allow Jason get away with her murder and life savings heist. Father tightened his hands approaching David. Aunt Rebecca emerged between them. Like a floor line, the living room split in half. Uncle David was at the kitchen door. Aunt Rebecca stood behind him. Nina approached with the bank statements. Megan crossed the room to join Nina after staring at Jason again. That side of the room was mine. My parents virtually bodyguarded Jason as we stood. Anxious relatives glanced at each other from their chairs, wondering where to stand or what to do. My Ohio cousin moved toward the door like she was fleeing. Mama hugged Jason and stared at us like we were attacking him. Dad stood with shoulders back and jaw set. He ignored everyone. All halted as the doorbell rang. Dad said no one answered the door. Uncle David assumed it was Detective Moore, so barring her entry wouldn't help Jason. Dad crossed his arms at the front door. The doorbell rang again. A woman said she was Detective Moore gathering financial exploitation statements. Yet, Dad yelled through the door that she needed a warrant since this was private land. Detective Moore kindly advised she take statements at the police station, and that making things difficult wouldn't help his son. She investigated vulnerable adult exploitation and unusual transactions from an old woman's account. After a minute, Dad opened the door but blocked it. To be available for Jason chats, he invited her in. Detective Moore entered when asked. She had short brown hair, a belt badge and simple attire. She was about 40. She noticed crying people and a family separated as she looked around. Introduce herself and seek a document review location. Dad recommended she use the dining room table but stayed. Detective Moore agreed and entered the dining room. She grabbed her phone and notebook. She had Nina explain banking paperwork first. Nina sorted bank statements across from her. She described the January transfer schedule. Jason received $45,000 from Grandma on January 10th. The $45,000 got to Bet King Casino 3 hours later. Another $25,000 January 25th, $35,000 February 3rd, $20,000 February 18th. She listed all transaction dates and amounts. Detective Moore took photos of each document on her phone. Nina was asked about Grandma's transfers and medical visits. Ella made a calendar showing Jason sending money on Grandma's doctor and medicines days. Also, Detective Moore photographed the calendar. She asked Grandma's living circumstances. Ella said Grandma complained about being cold because Jason believed heating costs were too expensive. She ate generic food since Jason believed organic was too pricey. Since Jason considered new clothes too pricey, she wore the same ones for months. We send thousands to gaming sites regularly. Detective Moore asked Jason to explain several transfers from his grandmother's account to his and then to gambling sites. Jason rose up and dried his eyes, saying Grandma understood his financial strategy and agreed. He stated she recognized he was increasing her savings for her family after she died. Jason said he and Grandma made these trades verbally in private when Detective Moore asked whether he had written documentation. Claimed her trust completely and didn't need anything documented due of their closeness. Dad nodded as if understanding. Mom held Jason's shoulder. I couldn't remain quiet and said Grandma's neurology studies revealed early dementia in her final 6 months. Detective Moore requested for copies of those medical records, and I said the doctor could provide them. Uncle David said Jason requested power of attorney to protect Grandma from financial mistakes. He said Jason told the family Grandma was forgetful and needed help with payments and banking. Jason flushed and said it wasn't fair that Grandma wanted power of attorney since she was worried. Detective Moore took notes and asked Jason if he transferred $150,000 from his grandmother's accounts to online gambling sites between January and June. Jason noticed my dad take out his phone. Jason said he didn't feel comfortable answering questions without a counsel. My parents phoned their real estate closing lawyer friend to come over fast because Jason was interrogated without a lawyer. Detective Moore calmly indicated that Jason had the right to see a lawyer and that she supported his decision. Despite Jason's claims, she said the banking records and transaction history reveal financial abuse. Dad kept phoning the lawyer as Mom pleaded with Jason not to talk until they had representation. Detective Moore said she had enough notes and images to investigate. She gave me her card and advised me to contact her if I find Grandma's medical records or any relevant information. Uncle David brought her to the door and commended her promptness. After she left, my parents shouted at me and Uncle David for bringing police in a family quarrel and making Jason look guilty. Uncle David called and met with relatives who needed Grandma's money answers the following week. He asked each family member what Jason had told them about Grandma's medical care and expenditures. Jason told family members different stories about where the money went, and none of the figures matched. He told one family Grandma needed a $2,000 a month drug. He told another uncle Grandma's house needed a roof and foundation. He told a relative Grandma wanted to prepay her burial and buy a premium plot. Every story was different, and Jason's reported expenditures exceeded the $150,000 that disappeared. Aunt Rebecca documented Grandma's final 6 months' medical and housekeeping costs. Grandma's physicians, pharmacists, and service providers were called. Medical, prescription, home health aid, electricity, and grocery bills were sent to her. She checked every expenditure on a spreadsheet. Jason squandered away at least $125,000 unrelated to Grandma's care because everything cost like $25,000. Aunt Rebecca handed me the spreadsheet, and seeing how little Jason spent on Grandma compared to what he stole made me sick. Ella informed her bank manager of the unusual transaction patterns and requested authorization to speak publicly. The bank manager examined Ella's paperwork and said they should have seen the behavior sooner, but the power of attorney documentation appeared genuine, so the system didn't identify exploitation. He let Ella provide official statements and that the bank would cooperate with any investigation. Ella was glad she could now speak freely without privacy concerns. I met estate dispute and elder abuse civil attorney Mr. Thompson. His downtown office smelled like coffee and old books. Mr. Wood Thompson, 60, had gray hair and nose-pushed reading glasses. Bank statements, Ella's timeline, Aunt Rebecca's expense spreadsheet, and power of attorney were brought. Mr. Thompson studied everything for an hour, asking several questions about Jason's relationship with Grandma and the time frame. Jason's power of attorney gave him legal access to Grandma's cash, limiting criminal punishment, but civil action for breach of fiduciary duty was more likely. Gambling with power of attorney money violates that obligation. Rereading the material, Mr. Thompson decided, we had a strong case that Jason violated his fiduciary responsibility by using Grandma's money for personal benefit instead of her care. He explained civil litigation and recovery. He said legal fees could reach $6,500, and Jason may not recover anything if he has no assets. Add, even if we won the case and got a judgment, collecting money from someone who's broke and has gambling debts is extremely difficult. Mr. Thompson said it depends on whether we want justice and responsibility or money back. Even if you never collect, a court decision may be important. I suggested discussing cost sharing with Uncle David. After explaining the situation, Uncle David agreed to pay half the attorney fees because it wasn't about money. They wanted Jason to receive real consequences. We knew my parents wouldn't sue their golden child. Calling Mr. Thompson again, I said we would sue civilly. He needed a $6,500 retainer from each of us to start paperwork. My mom called crying that afternoon to ask me not to sue Jason. She said a lawsuit would destroy any chance of healing and moving forward as the family was already broken. Jason ruined the family by stealing from Grandma and letting her live in terrible conditions while gambling away her life savings. Mom said I was cruel and vindictive and would regret it when our relationship was too damaged. Dad emailed me and Uncle David saying suing Jason would be harassment and that they would contact their attorneys about countersuing. He stated they had documentation of their years of help and that we were insensitive by targeting their child. Email showed me family separation wasn't temporary or fixable. It persisted, worsened. David forwarded Dad's email to Mr. Thompson, questioned countersuit risk. Mr. Thompson said it was a mere threat to terrify us and that we may sue for fiduciary breach. He encouraged me to document parental interactions in case harassment escalated. I handed Mr. Thompson half the retainer, and Uncle David paid the next day. Jason hired criminal defense attorney Richard Crane 3 days after we paid the fee. Uncle David learnt via police contacts before my parents. Mr. Arrain soon informed Detective Moore that Jason's gambling addiction was a mental illness that hampers his judgment and decision-making. He said Jason's addiction prohibited criminal intent. Detective Moore told me this was a common financial exploitation method to reduce or avoid charges. She advised utilizing the pattern of lies and cover-ups to prove that Jason knew he was wrong, yet did anyway. Parents clung to this narrative. Within a week they convinced everyone Jason was ill and needed pity, not punishment. Mom commented on Facebook about assisting family members with addiction and understanding it as a medical condition, not a moral failure. Even without naming Jason, everyone knew her meaning. Many relatives who didn't know Grandma's money story appreciated her guts in standing up and supporting her son. Every time I saw a comment on my parents' warmth and understanding, I wanted to scream. I spent the weekend documenting Jason's deception and manipulation. Dad called the principal to apologize for high school cheating. His drunk driving accident was quieted and he acquired a new truck. The failing corporation lost $15,000 in retirement savings. When he stole Mom's wallet or Dad's tools. The never-used recording studio they built. I documented every double standard, explanation, and penalty I received for little mistakes while Jason got away with major ones. A 12-page document featured dates and events. I sent Uncle David, Nina, and Mr. Thompson copies. Nina described Jason's family gatherings over 5 years. She recalls him borrowing $4,500 from Aunt Rebecca for unrepaired cars. She'd seen him ask Uncle David's son for $500 for a failed business. She remembers Christmas 3 years ago when Jason borrowed $250 from our cousin Michelle for rent and never paid. Comparing notes, we realized Jason had been defrauding the family for years with different claims, promising to pay back but never doing so. Uncle David secretly questioned relatives about Jason. Detective-like, he asked comprehensive inquiries about Jason's financing and business agreements. He found amazing stuff, even to me. Jason borrowed $200 to $5,000 from 8 family members over 3 years. Nobody got $25,000 back. Each person gave Jason a different excuse for wanting money. Cash flow concerns, a rapid investment opportunity, medical bills for a health situation he never told our parents about, and car repairs after an accident. Every story was crafted to inspire urgency and sympathy without verification or follow-up. Uncle David's spreadsheet recorded dates, amounts, and Jason's stories. We told Detective Moore in her downtown office. Her desk contents were scrutinized for a long time without speaking. She glanced up and said this proved Jason's financial manipulating past, strengthening that case. She claimed Jason's attorney may say Grandma's event was a unique case of gambling addiction gone awry. The years-long practice showed intentional misrepresentation for personal gain. Jason could lie, weave great stories, and avoid detection. Addiction resistance decreased when the person committed planned scams while unwell. Detective Moore stated she was preparing a file that would make Jason's claims of incomprehension and incontrollability difficult. My parents found Uncle David's family interviews. I don't know who told them, but Dad's account emailed the extended family. Nina, and Uncle David were accused of witch-chasing Jason and ruining the family in the email, family unity and false accusations. We were harassing vulnerable family members and manipulating them into making statements against Jason during his time of greatest need. It stated we were envious and bitter, and failed to grasp that addiction is a disease that needs treatment, not punishment. The memo ended by imploring everyone to remember family ties and resist money and misconceptions that might tear the family apart. In awe, I read it 3 times. They depicted themselves as victims and Jason as oppressible. Relatives wrote to support my parents and pray for family healing. Some quietly said they backed us and knew Jason's conduct. Family division increased daily. 3 weeks after the family meeting conflict, my mom sent another group email saying Jason had joined a 30-day gambling addiction treatment facility 2 hours away. She thought Jason was taking responsibility and getting therapy. The email advised Jason to stop suing while in treatment and focus on recovery. Family support is crucial for addiction rehabilitation, and punishment often leads to relapse. Emailing Mr. Thompson, I asked if Jason's treatment harmed our civil case. I was called within an hour to say therapy doesn't erase civil liability for fiduciary duty violation. He said Jason's lawyer may bring it up to evoke compassion, but it didn't change whether Jason owed restitution for the money he stole. Thompson said he was ready to sue and we shouldn't wait. Jason and my parents had several chances to apologize, yet they assaulted us. He sued for $210,000 in stolen funds, interest and legal fees the next week. Jason was accused of fiduciary misconduct, gambling site transfers, and financial harm to Grandma's estate and beneficiaries. 2 weeks later, Jason's attorney, Richard Crane, submitted a brief saying that Jason had no assets to recover and that the action would divert him from addiction therapy. The motion included financial evidence suggesting Jason had huge indebtedness. Relapse may come from the lawsuit's punitiveness and psychological trauma, it stated. The action requested dismissal or a delay until Jason recovered from therapy. Following event boiled my blood. My parents volunteered to pay Jason's legal defense. Due to frugalness, their parents couldn't help with my education debt. The same parents who recommended next year when I sought $750 for a professional certification. Their finances increased sufficiently to employ a criminal defense attorney to help Jason avoid prosecution for stealing $150,000 from Grandma. The extreme hypocrisy confused me. Mr. Thompson liked this since it showed my parents had resources they said they didn't. They protected Jason from punishment to express their support. We will respond to the motion and proceed regardless of their financial assistance for Jason's defense, he said. 2 weeks later, Mr. Thompson officially requested Jason's financials, career history, 3-year bank statements, and asset identification. Jason's attorney, Richard Crane, delivered boxes of unorganized paperwork to look through. For 3 evenings at Mr. Thompson's office, I highlighted Jason's bank statements and credit card bills transfers and cash withdrawals. I noticed invoices for places Jason couldn't afford on his contact center wages, online gambling site purchases under multiple identities, and unpaid credit card cash advances. Mr. Thompson scheduled Jason's deposition for 6 weeks out and requested verification of his work, housing and family income from the past year. Megan's account transfer was detected. It showed on Grandma's bank statement 3 months before her death. Jason sent $35,000 to Megan's account with the note line, payment for business consulting services. I immediately phoned Megan to ask about Jason's contribution last year. She stopped before asking what I was talking about, so I explained the discovery documents. Megan said Jason ordered her to deposit company money in her account for tax purposes. Thinking it was company revenue, she spent $12,000 on auto repairs and Mom's medical bills. She cried on the phone when I informed her the money came from Grandma's accounts and swore she had no idea and would repay every penny. Mr. Thompson ruled Megan wasn't liable since she took the money in good faith without knowing its source, but her willingness to return it showed Jason lied about Grandma's money. Megan refunded the remaining $20,000 within 2 days and wrote about Jason's financial lies. Jason flooded my phone with texts 3 days after that conversation. First, he apologized and sought a second chance. The second message, 20 minutes later, said I was wrecking his life and delaying recovery. After 3 messages, if I really cared about family, I'd drop the lawsuit and give him space to heal. Over the next week, I got 30 SMS apologizing and blaming me for tearing the family apart. Jason claimed I was spiteful and callous, preferring money above my brother, and Mom sobbed every day because of me. He said I'd regret it when he relapsed, since the litigation was holding him back and my fault. Despite not answering, I screenshotted and backed up all texts 3 times. He said they revealed Jason's duplicity and lack of remorse for stealing from Grandma. He said manipulators move between apologies and blame, which would help in court. A week passed before the texts stopped. Mom phoned me Tuesday night and started crying before saying hello. She asked me to drop the lawsuit because seeing the family break up was hurting her. She said Jason learned his lesson and was getting therapy, so legal action was retribution, not justice. After 5 minutes of listening, I questioned her directly. I stated Jason stole $150,000 from her ill mother-in-law and wasted money while Grandma was poor. Does she think Jason should be punished or treated and move on? Mom was quiet before admitting Jason did wrong, but she said he was sick and punishing him wouldn't bring Grandma back or get the money. She said I prioritized money before family and would regret cutting these relationships later. I knew from that conversation that my mom would never punish Jason. Keeping in touch with my parents meant accepting their story of Jason as a sick victim rather than a robber who took from a dying woman. I asked Mom some time to think about our relationship. She wept harder, saying I abandoned the family like Jason. After the talk, I sat in my car for 20 minutes to process. Dad wrote me a formal email on family decisions and consequences, 2 days later. He stated suing Jason would mean leaving the family. The email described their aid with my first year of college before I got scholarships, the automobile they co-signed for me when I was 22, and my stays with them between locations. Dad said I returned their love and effort by beating my brother when he needed family support. I had 1 week to join this family or continue my bitterness and retribution. The email was forwarded without remark, and Mr. Thompson called me an hour later to say there was more confirmation of Jason's familial past that allowed his behavior for years. Uncle David called that weekend to say he'd talked to Aunt Rebecca and Nina. They wanted to start a support group for us dealing with Jason's theft and our parents' enabling. Our Thursday night gatherings shifted to Uncle David's. We started with just the 4 of us, laughing over our parents' ludicrous defenses of Jason and agreeing that we were right to expect consequences. After Nina brought her notes from years of watching Jason affect family members, we started noting patterns we'd all seen but never connected. Aunt Rebecca brought coffee while we reviewed my parents' guilt trips. Uncle David told stories of family members who ignored harmful behavior and underlined the significance of setting limits, even nasty ones. I barely survived those weeks of court and family stress with Thursday sessions. Jason's financial disclosure papers arrived 5 weeks after the lawsuit in a large manila package Mr. Thompson gave me in his office. Jason lacked assets. Only a 7-year-old car with a broken gearbox in my parents' driveway. No savings, retirement, or property. His debt to online gambling, personal loan companies and maxed-out credit cards was $60,000. He averaged 20 hours a week in a call center for minimum wage for 4 months. He lived with our parents for 6 months, unemployed and looking for work. Each debt, failed payment plan, and collection account was listed. Mr. Thompson spread the files on his desk and said winning the lawsuit wouldn't ensure compensation. If Jason had a real job, we might garnish his wages for years or decades, depending on state law. However, collecting from a negative net worth proved hard. He showed me that wage garnishment takes 10 to 15% of a paycheck after taxes and other deductions, while Jason's part-time minimum wage position only made $30 to $40 a month. This pace would take over 400 years to recover $150,000. Mr. Thompson said we may seek the judgment since it would legally show Jason's behavior and damage his credit and finances. But I accepted that money recovery would take time. After seeing Jason's financial statement in that office, I had to decide if prolonged litigation was worth it. The idea was to keep Jason accountable and get the family some of Grandma's money. Why pay extra for legal fees if there's no recovery? Read disclosure data to Uncle David from my car in the parking lot. He said it wasn't about money after a pause. The goal was to hold Jason accountable for his conduct rather than provide sympathy. Nina told me that evening that if we dropped the lawsuit, Jason would learn he could do bad things without consequences. The next Thursday, we sat around Uncle David's kitchen table with coffee and financial disclosure forms to explore our options. Uncle David said he'd seen too many cases as a cop when family members let things slide because punishment looked too harsh or expensive, and the offender kept doing worse things because they knew they'd get away with it. Nina remarked that we'd paid the retainer and filed the lawsuit, so withdrawing now would imply Jason won by being poor and sad. I agreed. This was about teaching that family activities had consequences, not money recovery. 2 days later, Mom called to tell me her therapist had a breakthrough. Her voice sounded weary and less defensive, like tears. She said she was starting to realize how her prejudice for Jason had damaged both of her boys over the years, how she'd held me to impossible standards while letting Jason get away with anything because she was afraid of losing his love. She apologized for her hypocrisy, for making me pay for the garage door while giving Jason a new truck after drunk driving, and for ignoring my successes while acknowledging Jason's failures as learning opportunities. She remembered moments from our childhood and adolescence that I'd mentioned thousands of times, but she'd always ignored. I'd never heard her apologize so honestly, like she noticed the pattern rather than explaining herself. She cried as she described how she'd accepted Jason's conduct for so long, producing the person who could steal from his dying granny and needed to take responsibility. She hoped that since she accepted everything, I would drop the lawsuit and let the family proceed. She understood why I was angry and unhappy and acknowledged that she'd caused a lot of that suffering, but she advised suing Jason would make things worse and delay recovery. She wanted us to focus on family again, assist Jason's rehabilitation, and create a healthy, respectful and loving relationship between her boys. Her earnest apologies sounded like she was confessing past wrongs but not current consequences. She admitted she'd been incorrect for years but wanted me to shelter Jason from his mistakes, which exacerbated this problem. I complimented Mom for realizing the bias and unequal standards, stating it meant more. I wanted long-term behavior change, not just words and promises over the phone. I said abandoning the lawsuit now would continue Jason's lifelong protection from consequences. She sobbed harder and stated I was cruel and unforgiving because I was retaliating for her attempts to make things right. I remained calm and highlighted that behavior change mattered, not conditional apologies. She said she couldn't fix things without my opportunity. I persuaded her that letting the case proceed would benefit everyone. After the call ended without a conclusion, I felt exhausted and dejected, but secure in my choice. Jason completed his 30-day gambling treatment program at a clinic my parents paid for 6 weeks after the meeting. They invited the entire extended family to a lunch to celebrate and encourage him for managing his recovery. Mom sent restaurant and time information to the group, congratulating Jason on quitting his addiction. Mom asked me to attend the dinner 2 days prior, saying Jason would feel encouraged by his brother. I didn't reply to group text. I told her I wouldn't celebrate Jason finishing basic therapy he should have done years ago as he was only in treatment for stealing $150,000. She said Jason was improving and deserved praise, whereas I was selfish and holding grudges instead of helping family. Dad texted me that I was failing them again and choosing anger above family unity after I said no thanks and hung up. I missed the legal complaint mediation a week after Jason's celebration lunch. Mr. Thompson called me the morning of mediation to say Jason's attorney wanted to settle rather than go to trial. Mr. Thompson, Jason's attorney and I mediated over a long table in a downtown law office conference room. Jason wasn't present at mediation, which his attorney said was typical because parties made bargaining difficult. A simple settlement was suggested. Jason signed paperwork admitting stealing Grandma's money. He agreed to deposit $150 per month for 10 years into Grandma's heirs account. He would also agree to gambling addiction therapy with evidence every 3 months. If he missed payments or quit, the rest would be due immediately. His counsel said this was a reasonable conclusion that admitted guilt and considered Jason's ability to pay. He stressed that the study would cost more and yield poorer results. We went to a smaller conference room down the hall because Mr. Thompson wanted to think about the offer quietly. He showed me his calculator math. $150 per month for 10 years is $18,000, or 12% of Jason's grandma theft. He said this was better than wage garnishment given Jason's job situation for financial recovery. Jason's legal admission of misconduct was the settlement's true value, which would follow him forever. Even though the financial recovery was small, Mr. Thompson advised accepting the settlement because it established penalties and legal accountability. He also noted that going to trial would cost $6,500 with no guarantee of a better outcome and that courts favored defendants who confessed guilt and presented fair payment plans. I called Uncle David from the conference room and read him the settlement conditions, including the acknowledgement of culpability and compensation. He put me on speaker so Nina could hear, and we argued whether Jason was getting off easy for taking such a small payment. Nina found $18,000 insulting versus $150,000. We already knew Jason had nothing to steal, so Uncle David said this was more about admittance than money. After a long pause, Uncle David suggested we should accept it when I asked what they thought honestly. He stated that Jason's formal admission of violating fiduciary responsibility would be on his permanent record, damage his ability to have power of attorney or manage others' funds, and prove he took from his dying grandma. That on record was better than litigating for years over money we'd never obtain, Nina agreed. We concluded this was about setting sanctions and documenting Jason's admission in a way that couldn't be contested or reduced, not full financial recovery, which was unachievable given his position. Mr. Thompson's office hosted the signing the next week. Jason, his attorney, and my parents looked like they were at a funeral, not their son confessing to stealing from his dying grandma. With only 6 people at the table, the conference room felt smaller. Mr. Thompson read the settlement documents to Jason. Jason Young, you acknowledge that you breached your power of attorney duty to Dorothy Young. You took $150,000 from her online gaming accounts between January and June. When Jason took the pen, his hand shook. He left and signed each document as his attorney instructed while my mom grabbed his shoulder. His admittance was now formal and unchangeable. Mr. Thompson collected the completed documents and made copies for everyone while Jason stared at the table and my parents looked at me like I'd ruined their son's life instead of just holding him responsibility for grandma's. My parents called 3 days after signing. Dad spoke largely as Mom cried. They sought to discuss payment terms since $150 a month would prevent Jason from recovering financially. Maybe we could cut it to $75 or let them pay. I reminded Dad that Jason had to pay and that third-party payments would void the deal. He hesitated and said I was too harsh while Jason was fighting his gambling addiction and repairing his life. I told him Jason spent $150,000 while Grandma ate generic bread at home and that $18,000 over 10 years was simple. Mom answered the phone and wept because I placed money before family and that she didn't teach me to be that cold and rude. I hung up when she asked why I couldn't move on. I gave my parents explicit restrictions 2 months after the explosion. I'd attend Thanksgiving and Christmas with extended relatives. Smaller celebrations honoring Jason for grown-up tasks like working or not gambling wouldn't interest me. They constantly protected Jason and criticized me, so I never discussed the lawsuit or settlement with them. I specified the boundaries in an email to avoid interruptions and fights. Mom called within an hour and spent 20 minutes asking for flexibility. My rigid boundaries were another method of harming Jason and them, she continued. Families should forgive and move on. I emphasized that these were my terms for any connection and that I wasn't bargaining. She said I'd regret it later and hung up crying. Mom always challenged limits. She phoned every few days with a fresh reason to be kind. For Jason, having me for his birthday dinner would be special. He recovered well. Jason was promoted at work, so they celebrated. Can I visit for an hour? She texted photos of family events I missed and apologized. Dad accepted the boundaries but made passive-aggressive comments when we met. He stated 3 times throughout Thanksgiving how lovely it was to be together without tension. When I helped clean up after Christmas dinner, Dad said family loyalty and forgiveness used too important. 2 times I ignored the bait and exited the chat. Later, Uncle David and Aunt Rebecca became my closest relatives. We started Tuesday night dinners at their house and they called on weekends. Over the week, Rebecca emailed me funny memes and articles. David invited me to treks and baseball games my parents wouldn't attend. They limited Jason topics with my parents and refused to participate when Mom or Dad complained about my rigidity or tried to reason with me. Rebecca claimed her mother called her crying one night to tell her families should stay together. Rebecca cautioned Mom that sticking together doesn't mean avoiding consequences, and that Grandma may still have her finances if they'd held Jason accountable years ago. Her mother also hung up. Other cousins who supported accountability at the family reunion continued in touch with me, and we formed an unofficial coalition of people who refused to pretend everything was fine. Nina and I bonded over everything. We had supper once a month at a Thai restaurant midway between our flats and spoke about family and our constraints. She told me she was upset with Jason getting away with everything as a child because nobody cared. I told her about years of double standards and feeling like nothing I did was good enough. My parents had misled us for decades into thinking we were the problem. It was crucial that Nina introduced me to Chris, a construction worker, before telling my parents. She wanted trustworthy people to meet him before my parents made assumptions and difficulties. Chris was gracious to her when we took him to Thai. A month later, Nina informed my parents about Chris, and Mom asked when they were engaged and whether she had planned her wedding style. Nina abruptly told Mom to ease down after 8 weeks of dating. I started seeing a therapist 3 months after the incident to work through my complex family issues. I was enraged, heartbroken, and perplexed why my parents chose Jason above honesty and accountability. A therapist helped me recognize I was grieving Grandma and the concept of having parents who would do what's right above comfortable. She stated I kept hoping they'd wake up and realize they'd failed both their boys by supporting Jason and setting unrealistic expectations. We accepted my parents as they are, not as I wanted. She advised me to love them and accept our imperfect connection. Having someone affirm my beliefs and that setting limits is healthy and necessary helped. Mr. Thompson confirmed Jason's first payment on time. $150 settlement tracking account deposit. The second payment arrived on time 30 days later. I didn't know if Jason was treating his gambling addiction or meeting settlement requirements. Mr. Thompson said the treatment program verification papers come quarterly and the first one showed Jason attending group sessions twice a week. But I agreed it wasn't my role to monitor his recovery or care whether he was changing. Even if the consequences were modest, I owed it to myself and Grandma to punish Jason. Jason's theft and Grandma's money loss weren't the worst. It lamented parents who chose justice above comfort. I lived to satisfy them by being responsible, successful, and perfect. Jason was nurtured and safeguarded throughout his life despite his transgressions. They kept defending him when the pattern should have been obvious. That realization hurt more than stolen money since I couldn't change how others saw us. I was learning to accept them as parents rather than demand perfection. Saturday morning, a week after Jason's second payment, Uncle David invited me to coffee. While sitting on his back porch, he told me Grandma would be proud of how I stood up for what was right when it was hard and lonely. He said Grandma battled with family members who used her benevolence. Her sister always borrowed without repaying. She co-signed her brother's defaulting loan. She was the family doormat for decades because she thought politeness and forgiveness made her good. At her death, Grandma told David she wished she had confronted abusers earlier. She most admired those who did the right thing despite pain. Despite breaking the family, David grabbed my shoulder and said I had the backbone Grandma wished she'd had sooner and that she'd be glad someone finally held Jason accountable. 4 months after the fight, Uncle David, Aunt Rebecca, Nina, and other righteous relatives celebrated Thanksgiving with me. We ordered pizza instead of turkey because nobody wanted to spend hours in the kitchen pretending everything was normal. Nina introduced her new boyfriend calmly after months. Uncle David's grandma stories made us laugh, not cry. We played board games without discussing Jason, my parents, or the settlement. It was strange to celebrate a holiday without the whole family, but it was liberating to not hide problems. Instead of fixing something, we agreed to meet monthly for supper or coffee to build something new. A Christmas group text from my parents asked me to reconsider spending the holidays with them. I promised to visit for an hour on Christmas afternoon but not for dinner. It's amazing they respected those boundaries. Mom texted separately that she understood my treatment and need for space. Dad didn't speak but stopped passive-aggressively mentioning family devotion. Settlement account alerts show Jason made his 4th payment on time. I wasn't sure if he quit gambling or just hit it. Mr. I preserved Thompson's monthly deposit confirmation emails without emotion. The whole scenario proved family justice isn't cinematic justice. Nobody was jailed. Jason didn't regret. My parents didn't realize their mistake for decades. I received $150 a month, relatives who cared about doing the right thing, and the knowledge that I stood up for Grandma even if it cost me my image of ordinary parents. I was receiving nothing else, so it was plenty. My sister locked me in my room. As my blood sugar plummeted to 30, and my dad was downstairs, believing her lies about me sabotaging the dinner party. The key turned in the lock from the outside and I heard Olivia Bennett's heels clicking down the hallway while my hands shook too much to hold my phone. My blood sugar monitor read 52 and decreasing. That horrific freefall meant I had around 18 minutes before losing consciousness totally. I was grabbing for my emergency glucose tablets when I heard her go up the stairs. And now the bottle lay on the floor somewhere in the darkness, dispersed on the carpet after I knocked it over while attempting to get to the door. Olivia Bennet's lovely and sorry voice echoed through the wood, informing my father downstairs that I was in one of my adolescent mood swings and needed time alone to calm down before his business partners arrived for dinner. She said I'd been harsh about her cuisine and dismissive of the evening's significance, and that I'd locked myself in on purpose to destroy the dinner party she'd spent weeks arranging. My father's reaction was muted but acceptable, believing her version of events as he usually did, and I knew with crystalline dread that she had just sentenced me to death alone in my bedroom while they entertained clients downstairs. The glucose pills were somewhere in the darkness. My backup insulin was in the kitchen refrigerator, and my phone's CGM was so scary that I couldn't keep it stable enough to call 911. I was 17 years old with type 1 diabetes, and my father's girlfriend of 7 months had just locked me in my room to create the ideal setting for her networking dinner. I had been managing my type 1 diabetes for 7 years when Olivia Bennet joined our life, and I was comfortable with my routine of testing blood sugar, calculating carbohydrates, and delivering insulin via my pump. My mother died when I was 7, and for the following 3 years, it was just my father and me figuring out life together, including my diabetes diagnosis at age 10, which converted our world into a delicate balance of numbers and time. Dad worked hard hours as a commercial real estate developer, but he always made time for my endocrinologist visits and made sure I had enough supplies. When he began dating again after Mom had been gone for 4 years, I was supportive, wanting him to be happy, even if the thought of someone replacing Mom made my chest tighten. Olivia Bennet was the 5th lady he dated seriously. Olivia, unlike the others who had been polite but plainly concerned about taking on a youngster with a chronic disease, appeared almost too flawless. She was 36 years old, Dad was 47, and she was a pharmaceutical sales representative with a stylish style and the type of confidence that made people listen when she spoke. She'd researched type 1 diabetes before meeting me, asked thoughtful questions about my management routine, and even recommended a new insulin pump model that her firm didn't sell but had greater features than mine. Dad had fallen hard and fast, and I tried to be pleased for him, disregarding the minor red flags that Olivia's perfection was a show with an agenda I couldn't see. Olivia began remarking on my blood sugar levels approximately 4 months into their relationship, which was the first hint of a problem. She'd requested to check my readings every evening, portraying it as a kind concern, but her tone was judgmental when my numbers weren't perfect. She'd question whether I'd accurately counted my carbohydrates or whether I was smuggling stuff that I shouldn't have. Never mind that type 1 diabetes does not operate that way, and Dr. Harris said my control was great. When I explained that blood sugar changes for a variety of reasons other than nutrition, Olivia grinned and claimed she worked in pharmaceuticals and knew more about medical disorders than most people. Dad had nodded along, apparently impressed by her expertise, and I'd let it go, even though her grasp was superficial and incorrect in critical areas. The second red flag appeared when she moved into our home after just 6 months of dating, bringing her fancy furnishings and a desire to rearrange our whole housekeeping routine. Suddenly, family dinners had to start at 6:30 p.m., regardless of my insulin scheduling, and my diabetic supplies had to be housed in designated spaces that matched her aesthetic, rather than where they were most convenient for me. She had rearranged the kitchen and relocated my emergency glucose stash from the counter to a high cupboard since the packing seemed crowded. And once I refilled the counter, she moved them again. Dad had intervened, proposing that I keep supplies in my room if Olivia wanted a clean kitchen, not realizing that diabetic crises do not wait for you to rush upstairs. I had complied to maintain the peace, putting a little fridge in my room for insulin and storing glucose pills around, knowing that fighting back would result in confrontation that Dad couldn't manage. The third red sign appeared last month, when Olivia began preparing tonight's dinner party, a high-stakes evening with Dad's most important possible clients, the Maxwells, who owned a development business that may land Dad's biggest contract. Olivia had taken over the entire planning process, hiring caterers and event personnel, and transformed our home into something out of a magazine cover. She'd been too concerned with details, shouting at both Dad and me when things weren't perfect, worrying about lighting, music, and flower placement. When I asked about the meal and if I could check carb counts to plan my insulin, Olivia waved me off, saying she'd handle it, that I shouldn't worry about food and instead enjoy the evening. The rejection made my stomach plummet since controlling diabetes required me to always be aware of what and when I was eating. But she had made it appear as if I was being difficult by asking. She informed me yesterday that I would be having supper in my room tonight rather than attending the party because teens would make the event feel too informal. Dad had objected weakly, stating I was a member of the family and should be involved. However, Olivia claimed that this was business, not family time, and that my presence would detract from professional networking. She had promised to bring me a plate and said I could come down for dessert, making it appear fair, despite the fact that we both knew she was excluding me to maintain her flawless image. I agreed since arguing with Olivia usually made Dad upset and nervous, and I discovered that preserving the peace was simpler than demanding my wants. This afternoon, everything shattered into turmoil. Olivia had been in the kitchen, overseeing the catering workers, when I arrived about 4 to check my blood sugar and have a snack before dinner. My CGM had been drifting downward all afternoon, lingering in the low 80s, and I needed something to pull it back up before it went into dangerous area. I just grabbed a juice box from the fridge, the rapid sugar I relied on in these situations, when Olivia Bennett appeared alongside me, furious. She pulled the juice box from my grasp and told me I wasn't allowed to eat or drink anything before the dinner party because the caterers wanted the kitchen cleared and she didn't want me interrupting their work. I'd attempted to explain that my blood sugar was plummeting and that I needed the juice now, not later. But she cut me off, saying I was overdramatic. She accused me of sabotaging her evening by creating medical crises that required attention, of being envious that Dad had met someone new, and of manipulating circumstances with my diabetes. The charges were so surprising, so out of context, that I stood transfixed as she threw the juice box in the garbage and instructed me to go to my room and stay there until Mother returned to collect me for supper. When I objected, she came in close and told me in hushed tones that if I caused any difficulties tonight, if I made a scene or attempted to divert Dad's focus away from his clients, she'd make sure he knew how manipulative I had been about my medical condition. She had reminded me that Dad's business was faltering, that this deal may rescue our family's finances, and that my selfishness had the potential to destroy all he had fought so hard for. I had gone upstairs, shivering with rage and dread. My blood sugar is currently at 70 and decreasing. I texted Dad that I needed help, but his phone was set to quiet due to client dinner preparations. I checked my supplies and remembered my backup emergency glucose was in the kitchen, where Olivia had barred me, and my insulin pump indicated that I had plenty in the reservoir, but I'd need to change it tomorrow. The logical thing would have been to go downstairs and get some juice while Olivia was busy, but her threats and my father's reliance on tonight's success had immobilized me. Instead, I attempted to manage with the glucose pills I had in my room, taking 4 and waiting to see whether my blood sugar level stabilized. For 30 minutes, I observed my CGM, which hovered in the mid-70s before dropping again. At 60, I knew I needed more glucose, so I grabbed the container to take more pills, and then I heard Olivia come up the stairs. I'd gone to the door to beg her to bring juice, convinced that she wouldn't allow me fall into diabetic shock. But as I opened the door, she was already there, hand poised to knock. Her expression was cold and determined as she pulled me back into the room and told me I needed to stay until the clients departed because she couldn't trust me not to spoil her evening. She'd noticed my glucose tablet bottle and kicked it away when it fell, before walking out and locking the door from the outside with the key we'd never used, the old-fashioned mechanism Dad thought was wonderful when we purchased the property. Now I was on my hands and knees groping over the carpet for scattered glucose pills, my eyesight beginning to fade around the edges. My CGM was screaming alarms, displaying 45 and continuously lowering, indicating a fast plummet that would leave me unconscious shortly. I discovered 3 pills and devoured them furiously. The chalky taste was once calming, but now it served as a reminder of how inadequate they were for this catastrophe. When I eventually managed to unlock my phone, my hands were so shaky that I could scarcely hold it. However, my fingers would not comply with the touchscreen to dial 911. I dialed Dad's number, but it went straight to voicemail. His phone remained silent during the dinner gathering. I tried texting my closest friend Sophia, but the message came out as gibberish. Autocorrect couldn't make sense of my failing motor control. Below me, I could hear the dinner party begin, folks greeting each other with professional affection. Olivia Bennett's giggle was bright and sweet as she welcomed the Maxwells to our house. The noises were bizarre in comparison to my reality, as the regular social gathering took place while I was isolated in my room dying of hypoglycemia. I considered yelling for assistance, but Olivia had switched up classical piano music downstairs, which would drown out any sounds coming from upstairs. She'd meticulously organized this, assuring that even if I tried to draw attention, the dinner party would continue uninterrupted. I made it to my bed before my legs gave out entirely, dropping onto the mattress as my blood sugar continued to plummet. At 37, I realized I was in grave danger. The level at which convulsions and unconsciousness occur, and irreversible brain injury is a genuine possibility. My thoughts were getting disorganized and sluggish. Severe hypoglycemia causes cognitive impairment, which makes problem-solving difficult. I tried the door again, crawling because standing was no longer an option, and tugged on the handle with weak hands. The lock remained solid, and Olivia had presumably taken the key with her since I couldn't see it through the old-fashioned keyhole. My window was on the second level, overlooking the backyard, too high to safely jump and facing away from the street, where someone may notice me. I pondered smashing the window and yelling, but the dinner party was in the formal dining room on the other side of the house. The catering workers were in the kitchen, and the music would drown out any sounds. Plus, shattering a window during Dad's most important business dinner would damage the contract he sorely needed, proving Olivia's claim that I was attempting to sabotage the occasion. The notion threw me between survival instinct and the psychological trickery she'd spent months perfecting, making me wonder if dying peacefully was preferable than spoiling her ideal night. My phone vibrated with a text from Sophia asking if I wanted to video chat. And I attempted to react, but my fingers stopped working. The CGM was reading 34, which was severely low, and I could feel awareness slipping away in waves. I thought about my mother, how she would never have allowed this to happen, how she would have prioritized my health before any business dinner or social commitment. I thought about Dad downstairs, fully oblivious that his daughter was dying 20 feet above him because he had trusted his girlfriend above his own instincts. For a little period, the rage that surged through me helped to clear the air. And I used that awareness to attempt again to dial 911. My hand was trembling so violently that I couldn't see the screen, but I was able to press the emergency call button before my vision tunneled to a pinpoint and then went dark. I'm not sure if the call was connected. I am not sure whether I stated anything understandable. I only knew that I felt myself slipping into darkness as dinner party talk and laughter boomed across my bedroom floor. I awoke to nearby sounds fighting and bright lights shining through my closed eyes. Someone said my name and asked me to open my eyes. When I cracked them open, I noticed a paramedic's face hovering above me. She was youthful, perhaps in her late 20s, with gentle eyes and hair tied up in a bun. And she was telling me that I was okay. That they had given me glucagon, and that my blood sugar was rising again. My arm stung where an IV was inserted, and I could taste the sickly sweet residue of the glucagon shot that had saved my life. The paramedic identified herself as Emma Lawson, stated that she was with the LA County Fire Department, and asked if I could explain her what had happened. My lips was dry, and my thoughts were muddled, but I was able to mutter that I had been confined in my room. Emma's look suddenly shifted from professional worry to focused concentration, and she requested me to repeat it. Behind her, I could see another paramedic speaking with someone in the doorway. And despite my still foggy eyesight, I recognized my father's silhouette, his posture emanating worry and perplexity. Emma leaned in and inquired directly who had locked me in the room and when. I informed her it was Olivia approximately 2 hours ago, just before the dinner party. The other paramedic looked at Emma, then called for the police officers who had presumably arrived with the ambulance. The following 30 minutes were a flurry of medical evaluations and probing questioning. Emma stayed with me while her partner, an older guy called Rick Turner, who had been a paramedic for 18 years, assessed my vital signs and tested my blood sugar again. They indicated that 911 got a call from my phone about 7:20, that they heard hard breathing followed by stillness, and that when the operator did not obtain a response, they dispatched emergency personnel to my location. The fire brigade arrived first and discovered the front door locked with the dinner party and ongoing. They yelled loudly until someone replied, then forced their way upstairs when they heard my CGM alarm go off through my bedroom door. They discovered the door locked from the outside, with the old skeleton key still in the lock, and me asleep on the floor, my blood sugar at 30 and dangerously low for an extended period of time. Rick stated that they had supplied glucagon promptly and phoned for police assistance because the closed door issue prompted concerns about suspected negligence or abuse. Now there were 2 LAPD detectives in my room, Detective Mia Sullivan, who had been on the police for 12 years, and a uniformed officer named Daniel Grant, who was photographing the door, the lock, and the strewn glucose pills on my carpet. Detective Sullivan crouched by my bed, where the paramedics had transported me, and inquired whether I felt well enough to answer questions. When I nodded, she took out a recording device and asked me to recount everything that had transpired today from the start. I told her everything, my voice growing stronger as my blood sugar level stabilized, the words pouring out in a surge of rage, terror, and relief. I detailed Olivia relocating my glucose supplies, the juice box incident this afternoon, her claims that I was spoiling the dinner party, and her shutting me in just as my blood sugar was dropping. Detective Sullivan listened without interrupting, her face bland but her eyes keen. When I finished, she asked specific questions regarding the time and words Olivia had used. She inquired whether there were any witnesses to Olivia's threats or any proof, such as messages or recordings. I pulled up my previous text interaction with Dad, which revealed my unresponsive calls for aid, gave her my CGM app data indicating the blood sugar decrease and critical alarms, and suggested that the caterers could have observed the juice box incident this afternoon. Detective Sullivan acknowledged and stated that she would be interrogating everyone in the home, and that this was now a criminal investigation into child endangerment and attempted murder, considering that Olivia had purposefully shut me in during a medical crisis. The phrase, attempted murder, made my chest constrict. The truth of how near I had come to death became extremely real. Emma observed my concern and advised they let me relax before asking further questions. But I shook my head and replied, "I want to finish. I wanted to make sure they realized Olivia had done this on purpose, and that it was not a mistake or misunderstanding." Dad entered the room after Detective Sullivan concluded her initial questioning, his face dark and his eyes crimson, as if he had been sobbing. He knelt by the bed and took my hand, saying he was sorry he had no clue what was going on, that Olivia had assured him I was fine and just needed some space. His voice trembled as he questioned why I hadn't come down if I was experiencing a medical emergency, and I had to explain that I'd been locked in, that I'd attempted to phone and text, and that I'd done all I could to obtain help. The revelation that his partner had intentionally harmed his kid while he was 20 feet away, entertaining guests, appeared to crack something in him. He wailed on the bed next me, and I found myself soothing him despite the fact that I had almost died. Emma and Rick exchanged glances but did not intervene, allowing the scene to play out as they prepared to transfer me to the hospital for observation. Detective Sullivan entered the corridor to speak with Officer Daniel Grant, and I could hear her giving directions about securing the area and separating witnesses for questioning. The dinner party was supposedly disturbed when the paramedics forced their way in, and the Maxwells and catering staff departed. Everyone made statements to the police about what they had seen and heard. Olivia was in the corridor being questioned by another cop when they brought me out on the stretcher. She still looked wonderful, her dinner dress unwrinkled and her makeup impeccable, but her face was frigid wrath hidden under a mask of worry. She tried to approach me, stating she had been anxious and was relieved that I was fine. But Detective Sullivan physically stopped her and told her to remain back. Olivia's mask dropped barely for a second. Her eyes flashed with something unpleasant before the worried girlfriend performance continued. She explained to my father that she was simply trying to give me room to calm down, that she had no idea my blood sugar was plummeting, and that this was a horrible mistake. Dad was following the stretcher, then he turned to face her. "Really look at her." And I saw a change in his expression. He confronted her about taking the key when she left my room, removing my glucose supplies from the kitchen, and throwing away my juice box despite my request. Olivia's countenance shifted between many emotions before resting on protective rage. And she said that she had been attempting to teach me responsibility and independence, that I had been manipulating him with my diabetes, and that she was assisting him in setting limits. The words hung in the hallway like poison, disclosing all she'd been doing for months. And Dad's visage changed from anguish to wrath so quickly that I scarcely noticed the difference. He instructed her to leave his residence and that she had only 1 hour to gather her belongings before he phoned the police. The ambulance travel to UCLA Medical Center lasted 20 minutes. Emma stayed with me in the rear while Dad followed in his car. She kept monitoring my blood sugar and spoke to me, making sure I was attentive and responsive, asking about my usual management routine and how long I had been type 1. When I told my background, she remarked I'd been doing very well given the circumstances, as many kids my age battled with compliance. But the A1C figures I provided demonstrated good control. Olivia implied that I was careless and theatrical about my health for months, so the affirmation seemed essential. Emma inquired carefully about past instances in which Olivia had interfered with my diabetic treatment. And I realized there were countless of little situations that I had downplayed or explained away. She used to insist that I couldn't test my blood sugar at the dinner table because it was unhygienic, causing me to go to the restroom and miss the timing I required for insulin dosage. She had questioned if I actually required snacks between meals, or if I was simply attempting to consume junk food. She even mentioned to Dad that I could be faking my problems to garner attention. That teens were notorious for drama, and I'd probably be alright if everyone disregarded my concerns. Each recollection seemed different today, not as misunderstandings, but as deliberate attempts to damage my health management and connection with my father. Emma listened without judgment and stated that she was writing everything for the police report, and that this trend would be valuable evidence. I was admitted to the hospital's pediatric ward for observation, which is typical procedure for severe hypoglycemia episodes. My blood sugar level had steadied at 98, which was comfortably normal. However, Dr. Charles Morgan, the attending endocrinologist who had been brought in, wanted to watch me overnight to verify that there were no issues. Dr. Morgan was in his 50s, with gray hair and wire-rimmed spectacles. According to the qualifications on the wall, he has been practicing pediatric endocrinology for the past 26 years. He went over my medical history with Dad and me, asking specific questions about my management regimen and what had led to tonight's crisis. When I described that Olivia had restricted my access to glucose and locked me in my room, his countenance turned deliberately blank, as it does when doctors hear information that triggers obligatory reporting requirements. He excused himself and returned 10 minutes later with a lady he introduced as Natalie Miller, a social worker with Child Protective Services who specializes in medical neglect cases. Natalie was perhaps 40, with kind brown eyes and a no-nonsense approach that made me feel instantly safer. She brought up a chair next my bed and said she needed to hear my tale, that what occurred tonight was major medical negligence, and probably willful endangerment. I repeated the tale again, this time with Dad sitting next to me, hearing all the information I hadn't told him about Olivia's actions in the previous months. I studied his expression as I narrated each episode, seeing him make connections he'd missed while it was occurring, and seeing how deliberately she'd isolated me and undermined my health management. Natalie made thorough notes and asked clarifying questions, including whether Olivia had ever denied me access to medical treatment or diabetic supplies. Natalie nodded, as if she had heard similar patterns previously, when I recalled her relocating my emergency glucose to difficult-to-reach spots and her statements that I was exaggerating my symptoms. She stated that people who care for children with medical issues have a legal duty to offer access to required therapies, and intentionally withholding such access might be considered abuse under California law. She stated that CPS would launch an investigation, that Detective Sullivan was already working with her office, and that they would determine if Dad's home was safe for me considering what had occurred. Dad's face turned white as he wondered whether they were going to take me away. Natalie's expression softened, and she explained that that wasn't the purpose. The inquiry was about identifying what protections needed to be in place, but Olivia could no longer have access to me or be present in the house where I resided. Detective Sullivan came about 10 p.m. with updates on the inquiry. She'd interviewed the catering crew, and 2 of them had observed the juice box incident, which confirmed my claim that Olivia had withdrawn critical medical supplies from me despite my explanation that I needed them. She'd also interviewed the Maxwells, who had an intriguing take on the dinner gathering. Apparently, as the paramedics barged in, Olivia tried to stop them from going upstairs, claiming that I was okay and being theatrical. One of the paramedics heard my CGM warning from the 2nd level, and proceeded past her nevertheless. And the Maxwells had witnessed Olivia's facade fall entirely, her worry transformed into rage at having her evening disturbed. Mrs. Maxwell had expressly informed Detective Sullivan that Olivia's behavior had struck her as inappropriate, that she appeared more worried about the dinner party than a medical issue, and that she had attempted to persuade the paramedics to leave before checking on me. The testimony was devastating. Outside witnesses having no motivation to mislead described Olivia's priorities. Detective Sullivan stated she also received the 911 tape from my phone call, in which, while being fairly incoherent, I managed to say locked in and dying before losing consciousness, indicating that I was aware of the planned imprisonment. The combination of physical evidence, witness testimony, and my statement was sufficient to warrant criminal charges, and the DA's office was looking into potential charges of child endangerment, false imprisonment, and assault. Dad stayed with me in the hospital room that night, sitting on the uncomfortable chair beside my bed, despite my instructions to go home and sleep. He appeared to have aged years in a matter of hours, as the truth of what had almost transpired reached him in waves. When I awoke at midnight, I found him looking at his phone, tears streaming down his cheeks. He'd been going over text exchanges between him and Olivia over the previous 7 months, seeing things differently now and spotting manipulation he'd missed in the moment. He gave me some of them. Communications in which she discreetly undercut me, told him I was being tough with my diabetes care, said that I was envious of their relationship, and used medical circumstances to obtain attention. Dad said he trusted her because she appeared so intelligent and confident, and he wanted to think that someone loved him enough to handle the complexities of our lives. He disregarded his feelings that something was wrong because he'd been lonely, and Olivia appeared like the cure to that loneliness. He apologized again, more precisely this time, admitting that he had failed to protect me, that he had chosen his girlfriend's version of events above his daughter's truth, and that he had allowed someone dangerous into our house. I explained. It wasn't his fault Olivia had been manipulative, but he shook his head and claimed it was his responsibility for not paying attention, for being so preoccupied with his career and his relationship that he missed indicators that should have been evident. Dr. Charles Morgan discharged me the next afternoon with orders to see my usual endocrinologist, and to have unfettered access to diabetic supplies at all times. He documented the incident in full, and stated that the medical records will be made accessible to police enforcement and CPS for their investigations. He also provided Dad with a list of warning indicators of medical neglect and abuse, underlining the importance of watchful monitoring of chronic diseases and the dire consequences of any interference with such management. Dad informed me on the vehicle ride home that Olivia had left the house with 2 bags the day before, that he had the locks changed that morning, and that he had filed a restraining order with Detective Sullivan's aid. Olivia was not allowed to come within 90 yards of me or our house, was not permitted to contact any of us, and would risk instant arrest if she broke those rules. He'd also called Rachel Anderson, a family law attorney who specialized in custody and protection issues, who told him to document everything and thoroughly cooperate with CPS to show that he was serious about the problem and guaranteeing my safety. The restraining order hearing was planned for next week, and Rachel predicted Olivia would fight it, saying it was all a misunderstanding and that I had been having a medical episode that she didn't comprehend. When we returned home, the house seemed empty, but also safer, because Olivia's presence had been removed. Dad had taken all of her stuff, including her expensive furniture and the portraits she had posted on the walls, creating areas that appeared bare but felt cleaner. He'd also returned my diabetic supplies to their rightful placements, placing emergency glucose on the kitchen counter and in different rooms to ensure I was never more than a few steps away from assistance if I needed it. He had printed out my CGM sharing rights and loaded the program on his phone, allowing him to remotely monitor my blood sugar levels. Olivia had convinced him that this was invasive helicopter parenting, but it was really typical procedure for type 1 management. He was overcompensating. I could tell by hovering and asking if I needed anything every few minutes, but I allowed him because we both needed the confidence that comes with attentiveness. Sophia arrived that evening with flowers and chocolate-covered pretzels, my favorite comfort food that I could have if I used insulin appropriately. She'd been monitoring my infrequent text updates and had become concerned when I went silent during the hypoglycemia episode. She stated she nearly phoned the cops herself, but assumed I was simply asleep. She now felt bad for not acting on her intuition, and I had to tell her the same thing I had told Dad. Olivia's manipulation was so successful that no one realized what was going on until it was nearly too late. The criminal case progressed faster than I expected. Within 4 days, Olivia Bennett was charged with child endangerment, false imprisonment, and assault. The assault accusation was premised on her aggressively shoving me into my room and physically removing medical supplies that I required, both of which constituted detrimental contact under California law. Detective Sullivan phoned to explain that the district attorney treated these matters seriously, especially when there was clear evidence and witness testimony, and that Olivia had been detained that morning at her temporary residence. Bail was set at $50,000, which her family quickly paid. However, the conditions of her release included a restraining order and GPS tracking to ensure she kept away from us. Detective Sullivan stated that the evidence was solid, with the 911 audio, witness accounts, medical documents, and my testimony, leaving little opportunity for Olivia to claim ignorance or accident. The DA advocated for a trial rather than a plea bargain, wishing to make an example of someone who intentionally harmed a kid with a medical problem. The trial was planned for 4 months out, which is usual for criminal trials, and Detective Sullivan informed me that I would have to testify. The concept horrified me, but it also felt important, like if I needed to get up in court and publicly explain what Olivia had done. CPS concluded their inquiry 2 weeks later, with a finding of proven medical neglect on Olivia but no charges against Dad. Natalie Miller visited with us to explain that the inquiry had revealed that Dad had been an unsuspecting victim of Olivia's deception, that he had no awareness of her meddling with my diabetes treatment, and that he had taken swift corrective action once he realized the circumstances. She stated that the home was now deemed safe for me, but she recommended family counseling to help us understand what had happened and restore trust. She also advised that I visit with a therapist separately to go through the trauma of the situation, particularly the horror of being shut in during a medical crisis. Dad agreed to everything, and had previously booked meetings with Dr. Robert Hayes, a family therapist who specializes in trauma healing. Dr. Hayes was in his 60s and had a soothing personality. And in our first session, he helped us begin to untangle the guilt, rage, and fear that had gotten intertwined. He worked with Dad to understand how he had been deceived, and to regain his trust in his parenting abilities. He helped me comprehend the betrayal of someone who should have protected me instead of attempting to murder me, as well as separate that experience from my future capacity to trust people. The restraining order hearing took place 4 weeks after the event, and it was my first time seeing Olivia since that night. She appeared different in court, less polished and more desperate. her costly clothing rumpled and her makeup insufficient to conceal the tension. Her counsel claimed that the restraining order was disproportionate, that Olivia had made a mistake of judgment but did not want to cause damage, and that she was eager to repent and make apologies. Rachel Anderson, Dad's attorney, delivered the evidence systematically. The medical records showed how near I had come to death. The witness accounts outlining Olivia's behavior, as well as the timeline demonstrating her premeditated acts despite the fact that I was in crisis. She played segments of the 911 tape in which my garbled voice begged for assistance. And I studied Olivia's face as she heard it. There was no regret. Only calculation about how this would damage her case. The judge, Honorable Catherine O'Connor, who had been on the court for 15 years, listened to everything before issuing her verdict. She determined that Olivia represented a genuine threat to my safety, that her conduct were intentional and knowing, and that the restraining order would be in effect for 5 years, with the possibility of an extension depending on the outcome of the criminal trial. Judge O'Connor also expressed worry about Olivia's apparent lack of contrition in court, stating that she appeared to be more concerned with minimizing her acts than with addressing the hurt she had caused. Olivia's face hardened as the mask finally dropped entirely, and for a brief moment, I saw the person who had locked me in my room and walked away. The trial began in late October, 4 months after the tragedy, and received substantial media coverage. Local press had picked up on the issue, casting it as a cautionary tale about adults who refused to take children's medical illnesses seriously, and the courts was filled with journalists and diabetic children's rights campaigners. The prosecution, led by Deputy DA Jennifer Hayes, who had been litigating criminal cases for 19 years, presented a meticulous case that began with Olivia's connection with Dad, and ended the night she locked me in my room. Jennifer summoned witnesses in a deliberate sequence. First, the catering workers witnessed the juice box event. Then came the paramedics, who discovered me unconscious. Then Dr. Charles Morgan addressed the medical implications of hypoglycemia. Then Detective Sullivan went over the evidence and investigation. Each witness provided more damaging testimony, establishing a picture of willful harm that could not be explained away as an accident or ignorance. When it came my turn to testify, Jennifer carefully guided me through the events, asking precise questions that allowed me to relate the narrative in my own words, while ensuring that the legal aspects were addressed. I talked about my diabetes control, Olivia's months of meddling, the precise threat she made that afternoon, and hearing the key turn in the lock while my blood sugar was dropping. I detailed the dread of being confined, knowing I was dying but powerless to seek help, and hearing the dinner party continue while I passed out on my bedroom floor. Olivia's defense attorney Mark Donovan, who specialized in criminal defense, attempted to raise reasonable doubt by claiming that I had locked myself in by accident, that Olivia was unaware of the severity of my condition, and that she had been acting on advice from pharmaceutical colleagues who had told her teenagers that exaggerated symptoms were common. His cross-examination was forceful, hinting that I was a difficult adolescent who despised Olivia's presence and set up scenarios to turn Dad against her. He asked if I'd ever lied about my blood sugar levels, missed insulin shots on purpose, or manipulated my diabetes to gain attention or avoid obligations. Rachel had prepped me for this technique, stating that defense counsel would attempt to undermine my credibility. And I responded to each inquiry calmly and honestly, admitting that I had made mistakes in management but emphasizing that none of it warranted being trapped in a room during a medical emergency. The jury was paying close attention to these conversations, and I could see several of them staring at Olivia in disdain, especially when Mark Donovan implied that I had planned the entire affair to frame an innocent lady. The notion was so ludicrous and harsh, that even Mark seemed to recognize he'd lost the jury with that strategy. The prosecution's closing arguments were devastating. Jennifer Hayes guided the jury through every piece of evidence, witness comment, and documented instance of Olivia's intentional interference with my medical treatment. She pointed out that Olivia had worked in pharmaceuticals, that she was aware of hypoglycemia and its potential repercussions, and that her claims of ignorance were utterly contradicted by her professional experience. She played the 911 tape again, my voice barely audible as I screamed for assistance while confined in my room. She then urged the jurors to envision their own children confined and dying while an adult who could assist walked away. She reminded them that I was 17 years old, had a controllable medical condition, and should have been secure in my own house. But instead I almost died because someone thought that a business dinner was more important than a child's life. The jury debated for less than 4 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all charges, including child endangerment, false imprisonment, and assault. Olivia's face was expressionless as the judgments were announced, but her fists were clutching the defense table tightly enough that her knuckles were white. Judge O'Connor set the sentencing date for 4 weeks out, and Olivia was remanded to jail awaiting that hearing. The judge noted that she had showed no remorse and presented a flight risk due to the probable jail sentence she faced. The weather on sentencing day was chilly and wet, which was suitable for the occasion. The courtroom was packed again, this time with victim advocates and medical professionals who had written testimonies emphasizing the need of treating children's medical concerns seriously. During the sentencing phase, Judge O'Connor heard testimony from a number of witnesses, including Dr. Harris, my regular endocrinologist, who testified that my diabetes control had been good before to Olivia's intervention and that her actions had put me at danger of irreversible consequences. She heard from Dr. Morgan, who gave expert testimony that my blood sugar level of 30 was an instant life-threatening crisis, and that further 10 minutes without assistance may have resulted in severe brain damage or death. She heard from Natalie Miller. He stated that medical neglect instances were especially dangerous since fragile youngsters relied on adults for survival. And she heard from me a victim impact statement that I had written and updated dozens of times in an attempt to reflect the long-term impact of being deceived by someone who was supposed to protect me. I mentioned that I still had dreams about being confined in that room, and that I was concerned about my blood sugar lowering since I had connected hypoglycemia with being trapped and helpless. I said that Olivia had taken something from me that I would never get back. The expectation that the grown-ups in my life would prioritize my safety over their own convenience. Judge O'Connor sentenced Olivia to 9 years in state prison, the maximum allowable by California sentencing guidelines for the combined crimes. She noted that the sentence reflected Olivia's premeditated acts, misuse of a position of trust, lack of contrition, and the significant harm she had caused. She pointed out that Olivia had put her social image ahead of a child's life, that she had been methodically undermining medical treatment for months, and that her actions on the night of the dinner party were premeditated and intentional. She stated that persons responsible for children had basic responsibility to safeguard them, and that breaking those commitments in such a heinous manner deserved harsh repercussions. Olivia would be eligible for parole after serving 85% of her sentence, or around 7 years. However, Judge O'Connor advised that the parole board examine her lack of contrition when determining her release. Olivia looked at me with venom as she was brought out of the courthouse in handcuffs. There is no pretension remaining. She had lost everything. She blamed me for her freedom, reputation, and future rather than taking responsibility for her own acts. I caught her gaze and felt nothing. There was no fear or fury, only the cool knowledge that justice had been delivered and that she would never touch me again. When Dad and I left the courthouse, there was a mob of media waiting for remarks, but Rachel Anderson handled them while we slipped out a side entrance. Throughout the trial, the media focused on my case, making it a focal point for conversations about medical negligence and the special vulnerability of children with chronic illnesses. Diabetes advocacy groups used the case to advocate for improved type 1 diabetes education and greater protections for children in need of medical care. I'd received hundreds of mails from other type 1 diabetics who had seen similar dismissals of their symptoms or interference with their care. People who claimed seeing someone held accountable gave them hope that their experiences would be treated seriously. The attention was taxing, but it also served as validation that what had occurred to me had significance beyond my own experience. Several medical organizations modified their rules for spotting and reporting medical negligence in the weeks following sentence, incorporating instances such as adults denying access to glucose or insulin. Schools amended their diabetes care rules to ensure that kids had unfettered access to supplies and could not be denied treatment for hypoglycemia. The adjustments felt like something positive springing from pain, as if Olivia's brutality had unintentionally raised awareness that may help other children. 7 months after the trial, Dad and I had found a new normal. We had completed rigorous family therapy with Dr. Hayes, working through the shame, shattered trust and terror that had almost destroyed our relationship. Dad had learnt to be more diligent about my medical care without becoming pushy. And I'd learnt to express my wants more plainly without fear of causing complications. We had set new habits and limitations. Things like Dad checking in on my blood sugar without passing judgment, and me being honest about when I was suffering rather than attempting to conceal it to avoid being difficult. The home had been redecorated. Olivia's apartments were all filled with furnishings and images that mirrored our real existence together, not some ideal performance. Dad had stepped back from his company development aspirations, realizing that being present for me was more essential than securing larger contracts. Ironically, the Maxwells had contacted Dad after the trial to show their support, and they ended up offering him an even bigger deal than the initial dinner party had hoped to achieve. Mrs. Maxwell stated that they valued integrity over social performance, and Dad's instant protective response after realizing the issue impressed them more than any meticulously produced meal could ever have. I'd begun a blog on diabetes treatment from a teen's viewpoint, where I shared both practical advice and tales about dealing with medical issues as I grew older. The blog had amassed an unexpected audience, connecting me with other young people struggling with chronic diseases and providing a community of support I had not realized I needed. Writing about my experience was therapeutic, transforming pain into activism, and the response from readers demonstrated that telling the truth about terrible events may make others feel less isolated. Sophia had grown even more active in my diabetes treatment, learning about hypoglycemia symptoms and how to administer glucagon, and had developed into the type of emergency backup I required when Dad wasn't around. She'd also been my strongest supporter during the trial and rehab, providing distraction and routine when everything seemed overwhelming. The bond had grown stronger through the crises, and I'd learned that true support required individuals who believed you and acted on that belief, rather than those who expressed worry while prioritizing other things. A year after the event, I testified before the California State Legislature on medical negligence and the need for stronger safeguards for children with chronic illnesses. The testimony was part of a larger drive for legislation that would expressly criminalize interfering with a child's medical treatment, closing gaps that previously allowed adults to claim ignorance or accident. I described my experience in clinical detail, including how systematic interference almost killed me. And I asked politicians to treat these situations as severely as they did physical abuse. The committee head praised me for standing up in public. And numerous politicians particularly highlighted my case when they presented the Medical Care Protection Act, which would improve reporting procedures and raise punishments for adults who intentionally prevent children from receiving critical medical treatment. The measure passed both houses and was signed into law 7 months later. Knowing that my tragedy had contributed to systemic change allowed me to comprehend what had happened. Olivia had tried to silence me and make my demands invisible, but her harshness had magnified my voice in ways she hadn't expected. I'm 19, I'm securely managing my type 1 diabetes, and I'm attending UCLA to study public health with an emphasis on chronic illness management in vulnerable communities. My A1C is constantly in the good range, demonstrating that I have kept the control I always had despite Olivia's attempts to weaken it. Dad and I have reconciled. Not the same connection as before, but something deeper, based on tested trust and shown commitment. He never dated seriously after Olivia, instead focused on rebuilding our family and supporting my ambitions. We still talk about that night from time to time, working through layers of trauma and manipulation that continue to emerge years later. The physical scars are mild, with only some small cognitive effects from the extended extreme hypoglycemia that periodically interfere with my memory, but the emotional wounds have taken continuing care to repair. Therapy is ongoing and will most likely continue indefinitely, assisting me in separating what occurred from who I am and ensuring that Olivia's actions do not define my relationship with trust or vulnerability. The locked door still emerges in dreams, although less frequently. And when it happens, I wake up knowing I'm secure, that the door is open, that supplies are nearby, and that people I care about are listening for me. Olivia remains in jail and will be eligible for release next year. I've previously written a statement to the parole board explaining why I feel she is still a threat, highlighting her utter lack of remorse and the deliberate nature of her conduct. Detective Sullivan informed me that jail records reveal she's never accepted responsibility, never admitted guilt, and claims she was the victim of a juvenile deception ploy. That continual rejection strengthens the argument for rejecting parole by demonstrating that she is not rehabilitated or learnt from her misdeeds. I'm ready to testify at her parole hearing if required, to stand up once more and say that putting a diabetic girl in a room as she died served 9 years, but deserved every minute of it. The state agrees with me. Dad agrees with me. Most essential, I agree with myself. She almost murdered me for a dinner party, for her image, and for her need to rule. Some deeds warrant repercussions rather than forgiveness. And I've come to terms with the fact that I'll be the one to make sure she faces the full penalties. Sophia occasionally wonders whether I'm angry since I'll never get those months back. Fear, deception, and a near-death experience changed the course of my life. The solution is difficult. I'm angry about what occurred. About the treachery, brutality, and system that nearly allowed someone to kill me in my own house. But I am also appreciative in unusual ways. I'm grateful that I survived. That my voice mattered. That the experience educated me about strengths I didn't realize I possessed. I learned that I could confront someone in court and state the truth. That I was capable of turning trauma into advocacy. Surviving a crisis sometimes meant helping others survive theirs. Will I choose to go through that again? Never. But because I went through it, I'm choosing to make it mean more than merely surviving. Olivia believed she was silencing an issue when she shut the door and went away that night. Instead, she established a voice that people could hear. In the end, that voice sealed her away. Thank you for staying till the end. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss the next one.